Nice. Nice. Yeah.
Yo, mini-mat rating while Makagi posting?
One.
Sheesh! What's good, gamers? Hello. Thanks for a resub. This whole shit's gonna be VOD muted for reasons that I think are gonna be obvious.
According to Nintendo,
When we
this
listen
game
to
is gambler.
Akagi for a
I
really long
think the
time.
only gamble is whether or not I drop kick my computer when it gives me anti-1 needle for the 100th time.
Honestly, I think I can deal with anything for anti-1 pretty free. It's like anti-4, where there's a couple of them that are really rude to get. Water can be insanely punishing. If you're a deck that has like 4 or 5 discards and really heavily relies on them, it can be so rude. Yeah, mid anti-water is like the secret killer, I think.
Zawa.
Also, yeah, I got a bunch of poker snacks. Meaning while I was out and about today, I went to the H Mart. And I like all of them so far. These ginger candies I just pulled out, though, are like way too chewy and sticky. So I'm going to enjoy this one and then have no more of them for this stream. That being said, really nice, really good like ginger spice to them. Enjoying them. Yeah, it's good. Also, how's it going, everybody? We're going full poker mode, which means you know them glasses are on. They were on before we started. They gotta be. Oh, man. Very chewy, though. Like I said, very, very chewy. But yeah, we'll be doing some Balatro here for about 12 hours. Some Balatro, he says. A little bit. Un pequeño. But, once we're, done with this very spicy adjacent candy, which I did not expect to be as sticky as it is. Yeah, that was the vibe I was going for. So I'm glad people are feeling it. Going for the World Series of Poker look. I was considering having my sleeves down, but upon evaluating, I was like, oh no, the vibe is way stronger with sleeves up. Plus, this shirt has like straps on it so that I can keep it rolled up better. Thanks, Mega Man Energy Drink. Yeah, let's get started. Hey everybody, I'm Ty. This is Balatro. If you're not familiar with this game, it is a roguelike card game that has very loose ties to poker, mainly in that you use a deck of cards, like standard cards, and you're trying to get poker hands. So things like 2 of a kind, 3 of a kind, full house, flush, all that stuff. And there's tons of reminders, so you don't have to worry about like memorizing it or anything. Like that's not going to be a thing. High card, great example. But you don't really need to worry about that. If you don't know poker, don't worry. This game doesn't actually have any requisite poker knowledge. That's the trick of Balatro. For example, you can just look at this at any point in time and it'll tell you what they are and what they're worth. But we're going to start a little Balatro. So we're on a higher tier of difficulty. So this first one isn't going to give us any money if we complete it. If we skip it, though, it gives us $15 later on, which is an unbelievable amount of value. We'll have to, like, kind of game our ass off a little bit But like, that's what I'm here to do, you know? That's what I'm here to do. The question of, I think we do play big blind, just because I like getting early joker options. Ooh, that's a raw flush. Hello, good morning. How's it going? Yeah, $15 is $15. Ace, king, jack, 10, 9, 8. Ooh, that's very close to a flush on a lot of sides, but mostly on the queen 7 run. Is a queen high would definitely get me over 450. Would jack high get me over 450? I think it would. Very cool deck, completely insane draw. You know what though? It's fine. Very bizarre, but I'll take it. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions regarding poker. I think I'm realizing now why I had Balatro and windowed. Ooh, early supernova is nice. Our deck isn't like particularly standout at any one hand yet. I think we take supernova just for early stability. Like any multiplier early on is huge amounts of value. I think we let it rock for one. Because if we beat this, we get 15. Pick a hand and pray. Flush or straight is like looking good for us. And of course we get like, 5-4-3 is a two-sided weight, but for two pieces. Actually, if I go ace 3-4-5, that's only waiting on a 2 or a 6-7, which is kind of not anything. Ace king jack needs to pull queen and a 10. I think that's the better order to go for, right? And pull for a 2 or a 6-7. I love cards, man. The cool thing about cards, right, is like you can play perfectly and sometimes you just win in a different way and you just shrug and go, it's a living. That's just cards. Sure. Why not? Sure. Just roll into 2 straights raw. Why not? Yeah, that's how it is. Yes, I almost forgot about the $15. Yes, first hands of the day and he's already forgetting stuff. Ooh. 1 in 4 chance to upgrade a hand, huh? Now, how do we start building towards a hand? I guess first thing is get an Arcana pack, right? See, this is the one downside of wearing my poker shades is my eyes just went wide from seeing Soul this early. And, for KO, huh? What do we try to make with Perkeo? I mean, the number one thing you want with Perkeo is time. So I'm gonna buy some time. $10 in a big blind sounds great. Ace 2 3 4 is a really good weight. I want to play pair to buff it and possibly get additional buffs. Since we're kind of playing wide hands right now, I want to try and spread buffs. So this is probably going to be over 300. So I'm actually going to play a pair with a 6 on the back and try and roll. It's all right. I'm just getting the dead rolls out of the way, right? That's how probability works. If I don't get the rolls now, I get them later. That's probability. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, that's just math.
That's just math. Thank you, Matt. Also, what's good, man? Thanks for the raid.
Yo, yeah, I was playing some Balatro. I know you're playing 12 minutes of Balatro today.
Bad news. You're not going to believe this.
Oh my God. Upon reading again, I seem to have made a critical error.
So, Perkeo does have one option immediately that's quite strong, which is, and a lot of people don't think about this, negative items, like negative jokers, are worth, you know, like what, time and a half what their normal counterpart is worth.
Money generation.
That includes consumables. Yeah, Perkeo can make money pretty quickly up front. Okay. If we want to push for a hand, trying to think, how do we push for straights? It's usually like just either destroying cards, drawing more cards, or getting four. This also could be like an all right wheel opportunity, just because.
I mean, it always works.
Also,
and
our
it's gonna hit
jokers are all
Perkeo.
here. Also, yeah, Matt's here, so it's gonna work. What the?
Oh, you didn't do it right.
Oh, okay.
I can't be blamed for execution errors.
That's fair. I'm gonna take Bloodstone and Misprint, just because Bloodstone is such a nuts combo piece if it works out. And having a flush increase generator is like really good with that. Like that, the chance of me playing many red cards starts skyrocketing rapidly. That being said, Dookie Poo Poo draw for it. Okay, there we go. I'm going to play a pair. No, I'm not, because I need to play 5 cards because I'm against the psychic. See, Matt, that's why I'm the best, dude, because I remember things like this. Because, yeah, look at this. Sells for 1, sells for 4.
That's quite a bit more.
It's so much more. To the point that...
I mean, you're about to play a flush. I say use one of them at least.
One sec, let's do math. This is this the first flush I've played? It's the second. So we'll be getting 4 times 2, misprint, Bloodstone will go off at least 2.
Hopefully.
Besides, I just get the level up for free, Matt, easily.
Every time.
Just went a different way, yeah.
This deck goes crazy if you get the probability joker, whatever it's called. Because you have both Bloodstone and Spaceman.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to think what we're looking for at this point. Like, I guess like really good consumables would be the big thing. Anything that tilts us towards hearts.
Yeah, you're kind of in a weird spot where you have like very strong stuff holistically, but none of it's quite there yet. You need something to bring it all together.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what it would be. I can't remember. Is dice uncommon?
Yeah, dice is uncommon. A rare joker could give you direction, though.
Possibly. Okay, we can eat a flush. I will say, heart does give us a good amount of direction.
Yeah, and Perkeo, like, feeding you Jupiters. This might be the path.
Oh, right, I forgot. Right, you need to buy the, you need to buy Telescope to get the, is it Telescope or is it the thing that, adds them to shop? That's what I'm trying to remember. Vouchers. Does it say? It is. It's Telescope, and then that gives you the next one. Word, you got it. That is very important then. We also want Arcana to try and get Sun. Lovers is the Sun of the Wild.
Yeah, it's like baby sun. Nice Jupiters.
Thanks. Okay. Sure. I'm going to use one of them because I think using one of them is going to be higher value at the moment. We're so close to
So close.
straight flush. Yeah. Right there.
You are kind of cooking.
We're lightly ahead of the curve. Ah. Pay $3 for $19. One of my favorite deals on the market.
319 is one away from 420 if you really think about it.
That's a great point.
Glad I could help.
Dang. I would love the extra reroll value. Also, Akagi, this is like a little too harsh for me, buddy. You know what? That's fine. This is what I had this music for. Maybe? Oh, this starts with like a very quiet bell. Ugh, early water sucks. Early water sucks.
Yeah. I think you just gotta believe. You gotta hit him with the parappa. Yeah, let's go.
There's certain points where the water is kind of functionally the same as the needle, and it's really stressful. Okay.
Yeah, I think like getting through higher difficulties adds an additional metric of you need a way to avoid your worst case scenarios.
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
videotape becomes so good. It goes from like negligible to quadruple S tier.
I need hearts. I need the sun so bad.
Would you like everything but the sun?
All right, that's what discards are for. You know, also what's good, Dubs?
Hey.
I'll take another $14. Fine. One reroll? I just want one really messed up consumable. Is that so much to ask? I want one messed up consumable. Now we need to play these out. Sick.
This is a flush.
It's a flush. That's a good point. It's enough. Thanks.
Begging for dice.
This is my World Series of Poker vibes shirt. Now hold on a sec. What if for a bit I just get a random chance to get 1,000,000 fools?
Interesting.
And then as soon as I do get something cracked, it's go
Just
mode.
cash out. Yeah, once you get one the sun, suddenly you have 12 the suns.
I like this plan. I think we do one mega standard pack and try to pull for additional hearts. There's two ways to add hearts, you know. In this we just try and pull for sun finally. Sadly, not one we get to put in our hand, which sucks. But what we can do
Well, you could
is
just use the fool.
we can just fool and yeah, have one then, which is the joy of the fool. This is the joy of the fool, you see.
All right, let's go. Now you're in there.
Wow, that sure is three things that aren't hearts. Skill issue. Wow, no procs on hearts, huh? Keep it up, boys. Spectral, huh? Okay. Oh, at most I lose 2 hearts, and at best I gain 2, 3, 4, 5 hearts.
Do it.
What's familiar do?
Random enhanced, which is really not good for us. Hearts. Let's go.
Easy.
Just be nice. Just be nice.
I love gaming.
Well, I know what I would pick, but that's because I'm the skilled gamer, and it always works.
I think the skill I have is awareness of the value of bucks and having the big buck, especially when I'm holding clown cards in hand. Now that being said, I would love another source of multiplier. Damn, I guess this 7 will have to do. I was like, I'm going to turn 3 cards. I was going to try and do all face cards, but...
You get a flush house here, right? Hell yeah.
Better than my regular flush? No. Welcome to the wild world of being level 8 on a hand already by Ante 3. Yeah, I'm hoping we can get Observatory to roll. I don't hate it. Card Sharp is basically free activation. The question is, what do we get rid of? Because Snova is going to get there eventually, right? Like, it's 8 now.
Have you run into the needle or the one that makes you only play each hand one time yet?
No.
I think Card Sharp is scary for that reason, but it is very good if you can duck those.
Well, the problem is the plan long term is to hold on to our own planets. But Space Joker isn't a terrible idea to get rid of, I think. Because, like,
it's not really doing too much.
We have a good amount of levels on our hands, yeah. I'm just rolling for dice here. That is a cool Joker that I want to get working at some point, but... so far I've not had the luck with it. Yeah, we just keep rolling, I think. Do we get a hone?
I say just get it. It's 7.
Yeah, right. I keep forgetting I already have a sale. No, the one we want to force uncommon.
Cool hand.
Nice.
Thanks, I made it myself. Oh, Jesus Christ. See, that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's why we need them dice. That's what I'm fucking talking about, baby. Okay, I don't hate this. And we just start using, like, alternating them. We also could get a death in hand and start working towards having, like, all of a wild ace or something.
You're getting very close to not needing sun anymore. So I think it's good to have something like ready.
That's true. Something else duplicating
inventory.
in the back. In fact, let's change it to a 50-50 so that the distribution is like a little more even. Right?
Yeah.
Jacks?
Sure.
Actually, wait. If we're just playing raw flushes, Jacks isn't an increase in value, is it? We'd rather do 8s. 8s into 9s.
Yeah, I guess like Jacks could open up flush 5, but
So could 9s.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I'll take this because it's $4 for another level of flush.
Yeah, it's got Jupiter in it.
Yeah.
Easy every time.
Telescope. Yeah, I need to remember all the vouchers we have. Damn. Not enough cards that aren't hearts in my hand. This sucks.
I think you've hit critical mass of like getting a flush almost every time, which is a good place to be.
The nice thing about having my consumables be negative is I'm a lot more incentivized to just hold on to them because they don't take space. they're in the void. Oh man.
Okay.
Constellation when I'm making them every single
That seems
step
nuts.
of the way.
That actually seems insane.
Is it misprint then?
Probably, yeah.
Probably. Constellation per KO is just too crazy. I'll open Spectral. Worst comes worst, we walk away from him, right? Only 4 of these are hearts, and I think we might be at such a critical mass that even if it destroyed all of the hearts and one other card, it would still be a net benefit.
Yeah, I would probably immolate here.
Because what's Onk? Destroy a thing? Yeah, just give me the dollars. Yeah,
$20.
A huge net gain, right?
Yeah, that was good.
I do love Cryptid. Just generally speaking, Cryptid pushes our count even more aggressively in our favor. Other than that, it's like Talisman, I don't hate. Talisman, I think, ends up being more value than people think a lot of the time. Our deck isn't particularly thinned, though.
Yeah,
So
I like Cryptid here too.
I'll push Cryptid. I'm waiting to use negatives, chat, because I'm not like super pressed on time at the moment. Like I think our value is currently super ahead of the curve. As hopefully I can show off if we don't proc the dumbest draw in the universe. Oh, these are all not hearts. Get got stupid. Free. I'll use it there. 100%. So now what I'm hoping to see is the voucher that is not this one. I think voucher rerolls are something we're going to want to prioritize really aggressively from this point on. 2 random planet tests is 0.2 multiplier on Constellation, which I think is actually what we want. Normally you'd be like, but Ty, you don't have space for 2. They're negative, baby. They don't exist. I just eat the cards and no one can stop me. Oh, no. And same thing with Venus, honestly. Like, am I ever going to play it? No. Is it a multiplier at the end? Yes.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. Let's see if we can get any juicy hearts. No.
Boo.
Suck
Give
a
new
fucking
material.
ding dong, baby. That's life. What? What is that? What is diamonds? The fuck is that?
Damons?
Damons. Yeah, there's a skip tag that adds a voucher to the shop. That's just like guaranteed. It's guaranteed, but I think it might still be worse than Bloodstone and Card Sharp, which is insane. I think it's not good enough, which is... There's no way it's not good enough, right?
What? How big is it again?
It's only
It's 3
times 2.
Yeah.
That's the
Oh,
problem.
times 2.
Yeah. Because like Constellation and this are Eternal, and this is times 3, and this is going to be times like 5 anyway. Perkeo is goated with the sauce, as they say. Bloodstone goes off every hand 5 times. Supernova is already at 14, and by the end of this run, since we're playing every single hand, it's easily going to crack up to 30, which I think is going to be the backup. Yeah, I think it's just, I think times 2 isn't good enough. Yeah.
I think it's crazy, but I think you're right.
What a world. If only anything was negative. Yeah. The skip tag, I'm kind of glad we haven't seen the skip tag for negative, honestly, because I would be super tempted to take it. It seems like it would be so juicy in this situation, right? Strong.
That's a lot of Jupiters.
It is. I really want to get the tag that lets me make them times 1.5 at the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That turns this from a deck that like does pretty good to a deck that might be like anti 14. It is per each of these. Yes. It goes ape shit. It goes fucking crazy. $15, $20. Jupiter.
Or a guaranteed polychrome because it always works. That's also what?
Your game's bugged. Your game's bugged.
Skill gapped, I guess. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
This is double bloodstone functionally. That turns it into a 2 in 3 chance. Is that enough?
I'd say yeah.
Like enough to get rid of Supernova?
Hmm.
Probably.
That's what is Supernova at?
Supernova's only at like 16, which is good, but this is
I'm not like I'm not honestly sure what the math ends up doing here.
I've decided I've thought enough. I've used both of my brain cells and I'm over it. It's time. It's time to play the number one most important rule in all of card games. And do you know what that is, Matt?
Stop thinking and play it.
Math is for blockers, and I ain't blocking shit, brother. I'm playing. I'm going ape shit. We're dropping every card in our hand, and we're just saying, fuck it, we ball. We ain't got that multiplier yet, but we do got our boy Constellation. We do got Bloodstone, and we're fucking balling. It's anti-5. If we see the tag, we see the tag. We start rolling it up now. We need to get the initial value going anyway. Fuck it, we ball. Play this shit. 1 million, please. Wow. How about that? You know, the fun thing about probability is even if you get really hype, it doesn't like change the way probability works.
Yeah. And I was sitting here just thinking, God, that was dangerously close to Dracula flow.
Yeah, dice don't take requests. That's a great point, Mega Man.
Cassette tape.
Lusty Joker is just 20 at all times, and it might be better. The re-trigger did not work out. Yo, thank you for the raid.
So for every re-trigger that happens,
Yeah.
you have a 0.56 chance to get at least one activation. So it turns it into a 50-50 instead of a 1 out of 3.
If I do what?
Just if it's a face card, if it procs twice.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. It's not that much better, but it
it's a
can
times
it
2.
can happen twice, so you can high roll.
Every time. Yeah. I'm into it. I'm doing it. We just need to make more face cards that are also hearts. We do want this though. We extremely want Director's Cut. Just being able to say no to a boss for $10, that's value, baby. Like this one, I can just spend all of my money, so who gives a shit? But the other ones could be problematic.
Especially because of Card Sharp. Card Sharp in particular, being eternal means like you really need a way to not run into the needle.
Yeah. Like, we're not relying on Card Sharp, but Card Sharp does just guarantee a win more or less because it means we get like normal value and then crazy value. The question is, do we start adding additional value on top of our cards? Because I think we're at the saturation point, right? Like, look at this. Physically look at this with your eyes and tell me I'm not Gucci. Like, right? So
Yeah.
I might as well start adding value to them. And I'd rather add value on play than on holding in hand because we are just kind of drawing really fucking hot, generally speaking. Also, the telescope means we can just keep playing those and keep building these passively, and it's like not a big deal. I mean, we just spend all of our money.
Yeah. And every time you play it out, you get another Jupiter.
Which is either, a thing or $3. That's the other nice thing. Even though we've gotten the discount card, which lowers the sell value as well, they're still 3 each, which is kind of crazy. All right. Juicy Heart, please.
Ooh.
A re-trigger
insane.
face card? Let's fucking go, brother. All right. We have a death target. And his name is Jack. We've got Jack, the target of death, always. I'm buying that because it's multiplier for Constellation. Multiplier for also. Oh, that's straight flush right now. Stupid. No one wants it. No, I'm going to lose $5. My efficiency. My fight money. I think I play 1 level on it. All right. And we see where that puts me. And if it's at least a quarter of the way, then we know. Oh, that's a lot of face cards. Never mind. All right. Scaling. That's a good point. Come on, brother. Ante 7. And we did do a bonus ante too. So a little bit of tie luck. It is what it is, you know?
I think if you get enough face cards, you're at the point where you don't even, unless you're willing to like ditch per KO, you don't even want dice anymore.
Yeah, I'd rather just like make a bunch of face cards if I can. That's why I think I'm gonna start saving fools, and if I roll a particularly like good looking strength, I just go wild with it.
I liked what just happened. That was pretty good.
That was without Card Sharp. Card Sharp didn't activate. Yes, Eternal Egg. Yes, I love Eternal Egg. It's so bad. It's like a synergy only pick. I think we just next round it here. You know what? This is 0.1 multiplier, and 0.1 multiplier is 0.1 multiplier, right? It's 0.1 multiplier specifically at the very end, which is the best place to get it.
Try not to play a flush. I dare you.
I'm like trying to see, is there a way I can not play a flush?
Yep. Yeah, there is like 2 pair, single pair.
Oh yeah, if I just only played, yeah, but didn't play a full hand. Yeah, I suppose. I'll take it.
That was with no face cards.
Yeah.
Didn't need him. Yeah, I'm thinking like what I want to see at this point.
Town is village?
I think it's negative dice is your best.
Yo,
thing.
thanks for picking some up from the Humble Store. If it was Under Night and that shit's still on sale, hell yeah, brother. They fucked up. That's not supposed to be on sale.
Oh.
Did you hear about that? Under Night 2, yeah, they had it listed for like $9.99. It's probably just gonna end in a bunch of people getting emails that say like, "Hey, sorry, no," like no. First hand is drawn face down, huh? Okay, so there are multiple suits in my hand. What is the order? Spades into hearts. Okay.
Oh, never mind. We have run out of Steam keys for Under Night Inburst.
Oh, they might still let you buy it though, and then you'll just either get an email later. Okay, so this isn't all hearts, unfortunately.
On sale for 13 days, so...
Yeah, if they're still letting you buy it, I say fuck it, we ball. I'm just gonna play a hand. Nice. I did the mental calculus and I was like, nah, I'm pretty sure I can just let this rip. I'm pretty sure I can just play this face down and not care. Diamonds, huh? Oh, give me, please. I need a specific, I'm a man with specific needs for specific vouchers. Yeah, that's the thing. At worst, you get refunded $10. Oh no. Or upside, they might even be like, whoops, sorry, and give you a little extra. Doubles my money, huh?
Yeah, actually, I'm going for the under night purchase too. I didn't have it yet, but this is a sale you can't pass up.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat the negatives and then get $17 and then play normal. Exclamation point humble in chat will get you the link to my humble stuff, by the way. But you don't have to use that. I just want you to play under night. Use my code or don't. I don't give a shit, but play under night, please. Oh, is that the end of that album? We're crossing their short beats.
And Under Night is a cool game. It would be sick to talk about a top 8 of Under Night with a cool guy named Ty Tuesday.
I don't know anyone who's doing that. I don't know anyone on Saturday at twitch.tv/Akihabara Arcade or Akihabara Arcade 2. I'm not sure yet which one. There definitely wouldn't be Ty Tuesday and me, Matt, talking about a regional winter showdown event. Top 8 of Under Night. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that can't happen. But if it could,
wow,
it would be late in the evening tomorrow.
Damn, I bet they'd have a funny gimmick.
Or Saturday even. If it was tomorrow, I'd be...
Oh wait, no, it's Thursday. Sorry.
Yes.
See, that thing's actually not true. The one I just said
scared the shit out of me, brother.
Two streamers are doing a bit. One of them tells you the truth. One of them mostly tells you the truth, but slips in a really mission critical lie at the very end.
All right. Okay, this is the funny face card. This is the heart retrigger. I think that's the only ones that matter.
You've won.
What?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, million. Love to see 7 digits.
We'll have to immediately get a win here. Oh, we could get another chance at getting a good voucher.
Yeah.
We're already at like +1 discard. Who uses that shit anyway? Yeah, dork stuff. No thanks. Cursive Cave, please. We already have our win as well, which is great. That means I think that means we get to do another boss. We get to do the 2 boss challenge.
Town is village?
Just want to quickly check. You are the Constellation and the other guy are around the right way, yeah?
It doesn't matter.
No, okay.
The nice thing about a pure just 2 multipliers is it doesn't matter what order they're in. That's just a thing of math. 4 times 3 is the same as 3 times 4. God bless.
Ah.
God bless. God bless.
I'm bad at math.
I am good at math. That's good news. That's why I'm the pervert playing this. That's why I'm here.
Thank you for compensating.
Yeah, no problem. I got you.
Pretty average at math, but Wheel of Fortune always works for me, so it gets me pretty far.
Yeah. I just play a single hand without card sharp going off for 3 million.
The math I'm bad at is a negative probability. I cannot understand not getting lucky every time. Simply can't do
it. And thank you everybody who picked up Under Night. If they do give you the keys, you should hop in the Discord and play some sets at some point. I'd love to beat you at Under Night.
Kind of hyped to get some Hilda gaming going. I've been like going real hard into Grand Blue, but God, her funny puddle looks great.
Her funny puddle is so funny, dude. I'm really excited for more chances to use my very good new Wagner routes, because the knockdowns are bellissimo.
I love the routes where you hit them super high in the air with a dragon punch, and 80 years later, you're still able to link a button. That stuff is so cool.
It's so good.
It's like exactly a combo Adachi had, down to like the visual animation of a giant pillar on the top of the screen. So it activates certain neurons in my brain.
Ooh.
Oh. You maybe just try the flush. Maybe you can just get there off number wing.
Yeah. I don't know, because it's not going to set off. Oh, no, we can.
You could just number, yeah.
Yeah, I can just play 2 and it's good enough. Our flush is
like
level 28.
flush being level 28, exactly.
Right.
Oh, and card sharp.
And card sharp still goes off, yeah.
Because like my thinking was, you have 4 hands, and if things are going off, you one-shot it, so it may as well fish to see if the math is there.
We bought the thing so early. We bought the thing so early. Show me your other half, Telescope. Damn you, Telescope.
This is how I feel whenever I buy the blank card, except like much worse, because it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, blank voucher when you're looking for negative space. Yeah, that shit's brutal. It's like, please. I beg of you. For the love of God, Montresor. Wow, those sure look like not hearts.
The dark ramen.
I'll take the world of horror ramen. I ain't scared. I'm gonna celebrate with a little mochi cookie. Get a little mochi cookie with a little banana filling. Thank you, H Mart. Hell yeah.
Those are very good. Did you get like the ginger crisps?
No.
They're like these little rice crackers coated in ginger and some sort of sugar. A couple Seattle FGC people turned me onto them when I was up there at some point. They're crazy. They're so good.
Also,
this is my
yeah,
smart suggestion.
I saw a needle. I don't think it matters. Like, here, let's see. How many points do I make off of this? We can just vibe check and see. Does needle matter?
Yeah, I think you have a...
I think I just blow needle's ass off. Yeah. That wasn't even me pulling for full face cards either. Strength is very good for us.
You could have level 30 flush. That's kind of crazy. Okay, yeah, needle is 200k and you hit 900k. I think you're good.
I'm still like thinking of skipping for $40 though.
It does preserve your ramen a bit.
I could also just re-roll it still, but like...
I think you're going to kill it. I think you're fine.
What? Oh, I meant to do the level up or use the strength. I'm dumb. I just looked at the camera like Michael in The Office because I was just so disconcerted by what had happened in my hand. Of just like, huh? What? Was ist das? All right, there we go. I had to avoid making a flush house because that's worth notably less.
Yeah, a lot.
Like, notably less.
Damn, that was actually pretty bad rolls on Hearthstone too, and you still cooked. Cool, an upgraded voucher.
I'm gonna have every voucher in the game but the one I want, bro. It's crazy.
That hurts. That's bad.
Life. How are we at with this? 4.2. Yeah, so in my estimation, on an average run, anything with ×3 on it that you can activate is immediately S tier. It's just the best text in the game. Anything better than that is crazy and potential for post-game stuff, basically. But as far as just completing a run, I think if you have 1 or 2 things that say ×3 or so on them, like the red ×3, you're fine. Like, you can just have any other kind of source and you're good. Bloodstone's just a very funny source that goes nuts. Yeah, Steel Joker I've seen go to just 1 billion. I mean, it never misses, right, man?
Yeah,
we also
you just got to click it right.
We also could just destroy and have our deck be closer to perfection.
And then it turns Fool on for Hanged Man too if you choose to do that here.
Wait.
Let's go.
Please click it good. I am begging you to click it good.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my Jupiters, and I'm gonna finish getting stupider. I'm gonna save. I just want to start spinning wheels, you know? I just want to start spinning wheels because, like, clearly the universe doesn't want to give me the thing I need. So I think we just start fucking spinning wheels, baby. Wheels!
That you've spun the wheel 6 times and gotten it 0 this run.
Yeah, that's a great point. Hi, I'm Ty Tuesday. Welcome to Cards.
Yeah, I just don't know what to say.
2 random planets, huh? I could Fool to make a regular wheel. Use this just to buff my constellation, as you do. Spend this to buff constellation. Yeah, constellation is it over ×5. Constellation is crazy. And this is the thing is, right, like, this run has really, I hope, demonstrated why Perkeo is so crazy, right? Because what did Perkeo do for us this run, right? Perkeo started by generating a ton of money. Like, Perkeo alone generated $17 just by sitting there and making negative copies of shit. And then eventually leveled our flush up to 34 and then now is like making like Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, Perkeo is absolutely what made this run work. Ooh, that is an annoying, but I need the stores. Wheel.
97% chance, sorry, 87% chance for you to have succeeded at least 1 wheel at this point, by the way.
Well, yeah, because it's what, 1 in 4?
It's a
So it's a 3 in 4
3 out of 4 to fail to the 7th is 0.13. And 1 minus that is 87. So you right now you have had a roughly 90% chance to succeed at least 1. So you're hitting the 1 out of 10 to see none at all.
You know what? That's not that unlikely, so that feels better, actually. That's like, for me, that's like pretty normal. So like, okay, yeah, that's like normal human math. That's life. that's normal to me. Chat's like, oh, Ty Tuesday, like, no, that's fine. That's normal human being bad luck. That's not Ty Tuesday luck is like something that people are like, statistically, the universe could start and end 4 more times and that would never happen again. Like, it would require this one to whiff too. And it doesn't. Yeah, so like, we're good. That's fine.
There you go. You clicked it right.
Yeah. Sorry, Matt. I don't know what came over me. I was just really struggling with it.
Oh, finally.
If you want to see real Ty Tuesday probability, though, there is a video on the Clips channel of me playing Dicey Dungeons and having some of the most extraordinary math of all time just occurring. Took you long enough. Oh my god. We need Jupiter so bad.
God.
But like, we need Jupiter in hand.
It only took you pivoting off the plan for it to show up.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. How else would it have worked? Okay. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna sell this. Because now if I find a fool, that's also a Jupiter in my hand. Wanted to get as many rerolls as possible, you know? At the very least, still without the plan, we're doing okay. Come on. Why are you like this? Good news is we should be able to get through at least this floor. And we just need any. We need either to show up. Either. I mean, the reality is I was just trying to finish this run, right? This is my first time finishing a run on this chip difficulty with this deck on my PC account, which, wow, I have a BALATRO problem, huh? I feel like the right answer is actually reroll and see if I can find... Or I might get a fool out of this.
Godlike. Simply godlike.
Let's go.
I think it might be too late, though, is the thing that kind of sucks. I think, unfortunately, it's too late at this point, but... It was still cool.
That's a great cryptid.
Oh, extra large blind, too. Yeah, that's rough.
Well, why was that a 4 of a kind?
What?
Does that overwrite flush?
It must. Oh, I forgot because it's so much higher value that, like, why would it do that? Oh, that's so dumb. Okay, well, that's a good thing to know I gotta watch out for now.
You still might be able to get there. That's brutal, though.
Yeah, I mean, it puts us down a card sharp hand is the fucked up part of that. I still think we get there, though. I'm gonna use my discards to try and pull for more red face cards.
Lucky cards are a good backup plan.
Yeah. I think we actually want the Jack of Hearts over this. Because +4 multiplier when we already have 44 is just way less than a chance at... 2 chances at doubling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Oh.
That was actually Tie Tuesday luck. It happened very fast, but that was Tie Tuesday luck. That was crazy. It procced one
chances
time.
at a 1 out of 3, and it only succeeded once.
1 out of 3, and we rolled it 8 times? Or 9 times. So we had 9 times on a 1 in 3, and we got it once. Hold up. 1 sec. I want this poker snack, and it's not opening. I need a poker snack. I'm mad, and I need a poker snack. This is what poker snacks are for. This is why they exist.
You got to reduce the tilt by spiking the blood sugar.
That's right. There we go. 0.0001963 odds on that. Yeah, that sounds like right for me. Oh, these were actually made locally. Oh shit. I didn't know that H Mart worked with the Mr. Bakery.
That bakery is so good.
Oh man. Yeah. I just saw a bunch of red bean paste stuff and I'm a little slut for red bean paste. I love it. Oh my god.
Mr. Bakery has a bun that's half filled with whipped cream, half filled with red bean paste, and it's out of this world. It's so good.
That sounds insane. All right. Man, blue would have been free on that last run, huh? Let's keep mixing it up though. Let's do a little challenge. X-ray is just exhausting. I'm not a part of a 12-hour stream, I don't think. Medusa. Rock.
That's a cool deck. So it starts with 12 rocks and slowly turns the rest of your deck to stone.
Yeah, all the face cards have already been turned to stone because it's the Medusa deck, and they've already.
Oh yeah, because they can look at it. That's so funny.
I like that. Yeah.
I love
This game's-
BALATRO.
Yeah, this game's so smart.
Okay. Sometimes you just, pull a winner. Math. Oof, right in the hubris. Yo, Sky, what's good? We're World Series of Poker Gaming. How are you today? So Celestial Pack early is really good for us. I don't hate early bank card. I think I'm more of an early bank card apologist than most people. Cause getting $20 now is super kick-ass. I'm gonna go for 2 pair. I think 3 of a kind is actually what we want to build towards if we get offered it. Yeah. So I like 3 of a kind in the stone deck because you can maintain a large enough base to keep getting the 3 of a kind without totally blowing your own butt off. Fortune Teller is solid outside of the first zone.
With all the faces being gone, Fibonacci's kind of crazy. If you can get a hold of it.
Yeah.
The strongest pair.
Show me. Big rock. Yeah, this is a rock challenge. Yeah.
Damn.
Polychrome is so good. But you have no face cards. I don't think you can. I don't think you can take it.
You're wrong. I still take it. But it feels bad. You're right. It feels terrible taking something is just straight up is useless. But I still take it.
I guess you're right. It probably just means that hopefully you replace it. But 1.5 multiplier, I would spend 9 on a 1.5 multiplier. This is just it's that, but it makes me sad.
I don't hate Cartomancer. Faceless Joker's terrible. I don't think we have the engine for delayed gratification. So I think what we do is we take this, we sell it, and then we take Cartomancer. And Cartomancer at least plays towards Fortune Teller a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, that played towards it a bit.
What it's all about. Yeah, you could cure the rocks. The problem with that is then you're just getting random cards, which is not good value. You don't want to just grab random cards off the ground.
Usually for ones like this, Dracula is banned, right? They do individual Joker bans for a lot of the challenges.
They do, but I don't think that was one of them. I mean, if I see a Dracula, I'll take a Dracula. Or you bet.
Yeah, Dracula is hungry. And when he sees this deck, he's going to go into it. He's going to go wild.
Yeah, it shows what Jokers are blocked on the page. This actually almost gets us out of the hole, which is like actually maybe worth it. That's like kind of on the edge of probably worth it. Right, I want to have 2 pair. Ah, Hanged Man, I can eat 2 of the rocks. Great.
Yeah, let's go. This is going to cook them.
Oh, you can check the band list from the deck screen. Oh.
Oh, yeah, none bans. Dracula lurks.
I mean, that's kind of the secret, right, of the BALATRO challenges, right, versus the other parts of BALATRO is like the challenge runs are actually just like fun custom runs, right? And the actual like the hard part, like the fucked up evil part that's like super difficult and sometimes feels kind of bad, if I'm being perfectly honest, is the increased stakes, right? Because like, in my opinion, I think BALATRO goes from being a very good, fun time to being kind of a stressful, iffy game at roughly purple stakes. And by that, I mean exactly purple stakes.
Yeah, Gold Chip is miserable. The one less hand makes the game feel so bad.
Yeah. Though that's very much a do it once with each deck if you're a completionist and never again IMO.
Yeah, it really feels like the game was balanced on a razor's edge of the base amount of hands being like what you need to succeed, and losing one of them just throws so much variance into the game.
The game feels like purple stake, like as default, is hard. Like you require some luck and a lot of skill to get through purple. After that, it's just like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Do we just make... Like, we really want 2 pair. Could start getting rid of some less valuable parts of pairs and goosing other ones up. Like, start getting rid of 3s, 4s, 5s, and adding in 10s and 9s. Could also get a single jack. Not what we're gonna do, but I could. But yeah, this
is kind of like the exact point in a deck where, or at least with what you have right now, where I just don't know what to do with it. I run into that point in BALATRO more than I would like.
Yeah, I think what I want to do is, since we're playing towards stone, is just push towards 3 of a kind and 2 pair. And the way I can do that is by like trying to flex strength up. Strength works faster. It's slower than the flush cards, but it's like still better than people realize. But you do have to like now I'm like aggressively wanting to build towards individual card value. Also, I think that was the end of that track. It was. Good news, there's more Macross 82.99 in the back. Do I want a Mega Buffoon pack? And is it time to pivot off of bank card? We're only at -2, so it doesn't feel that bad to do it now. We could also get an egg to dig ourselves out.
You're going to clear up your credit. You're going to start investing. This is so beautiful.
I'm investing in egg. I think Troubadour sells for more. Yeah, Troubadour sells for 3. Egg season. This sucks, man. This is not a good run. Just for the record, this blows.
Yeah, it's rough.
Tough out here. Yo, thanks for the resub, Player Shark.
Jokers.
Your Polychrome Joker doing literally anything else would be so cracked.
Yeah, I love having a card that's just blank and it just like they just accidentally printed a polychrome test onto a card, right? From the factory. Like, whoops. The kind of shit that like Dave would have up on his wall.
Yeah.
2, huh? Yeah, I can do some dumb shit with the number 2. First, let me blow this judgment. Half Joker isn't terrible either, but I think I would rather attempt to do some Wii shit.
I agree. Also, because Fibonacci is so good with what you have, it makes Wii Joker even better.
Yeah, if we do roll Fib, that is going to be strong for us. And thinking towards that, I think I would want to get 7 turned into an 8. Turns the left into the right card.
Makes sense.
A cool habit. Just say out loud what death does every time before you click it, so that, especially if, God forbid, you're a dumb idiot who's playing Balatro for 12 hours. By the way, hey, I'm Ty. We have another like 11 hours left. If you aren't already following, please do. I would super appreciate it. I play too much Balatro. I think this game's sick. I love it. First game in a while that I got the demo and played the demo for over 10 hours, which like it's kind of wild. kind of nuts. Could make another 8. Oh, right, I need to play 2s. Should discard for some 2s. I should discard for some 2s. I should discard for some 2s. Well, is it only when scored? Of course it is.
That's a sick high card with 2 stones.
Get him, boys!
Oh, stones actually fucked him up.
Let's go. Oh man, I don't know what we take here. Our deck is in kind of a bad spot. I would love to find something to replace Cartomancer or Scary Face. Wii Joker needs time to roll up still. You sell for 4, and you sell for like 3. Yeah, like we definitely want to get rid of Scary Face at some point. Not for any of these though. I think we just let our money roll. $20, huh? Yeah, I'm really praying for hologram as well. Oh, thank you, baby. Ugh. Let's fucking go. All right, we're high on diamonds, so we can absolutely. Is it heart spades we're low on? It is. Heart spades going diamond mode, sir. Now, I will simply draw a 2. I will play a flush, and then on redraw, Matt, I'm gonna get a 2.
You get 2 2s. It's gonna be crazy. Wait. If you play 5 rocks, maybe one of them's a 2 underneath.
I don't think it works that way, but let's find out together. Oh. It does not.
It did 1,000,000 damage though.
Oh, sir, going gone mode. That's just throwing rock. Ooh, cheap rerolls.
1 egg, please. Wait, this isn't supermarket.
Thank you for your order. Sorry, we're out of egg. It's like so hard not to just always take, because $20. See, here's the thing, right? All of these tarot cards are fantastic. One of these can become like 7 more tarot cards.
Yeah.
That's like the hard part about ever turning that thing down is like before ante 6, it's like almost always wrong if you can get the payoff for it, which feels wild. Yeah, see, Vox gets it. Goods can be exchanged, or money can be exchanged for goods and tarot cards. Absolutely. So we want to build towards a theoretical Fibonacci. You know, the thing that's nice about that is, right, if it doesn't work out, it's still a pretty good goal since we're going for like 3 pair 2 or 3 of a kind / 2 pair. Not 3 pair. They don't let you do that. I've tried. I wouldn't hate taking 8s, 2s. Yeah, I'll take a retrigger 8. We roll that sometimes. 0 discards, huh?
I don't like the water. Controversial statement.
The water can hold these nuts. Maybe? Yeah, we have 3 hands. I can just do that. I think that might actually be worth more than just like doing a straight. But just in case, I'm gonna glass this one that is not a number I care about. And now, the prestige.
Cool too, man.
Thanks, I made it myself. I think we gotta go back in time on this one. We're not developed. Like, we need to find a better plan. So I think we Curse of Ra, yeah. Do we just take fucking high card? I think 3 of a kind and high card are the 2 things we play, which sounds so stupid when I say it out loud. And maybe pair.
It seems correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Setzer.
Burnt Joker would be kind of cool in Rock deck. You could just get like pair up to 1 million with Burnt Joker.
Yo, at least the Tacticard is like deploying so many Emperors, which is exactly what we need. Spades are already really low in this deck though, right? Comparatively. Yeah, they're the lowest.
You could turn a heart into a spade just to get a free flush here.
Yeah. Also, these.
These rocks are spades now.
Just trust me. Sick. And this goes off for free, right, Matt? Wait,
it would be.
How do I need to click this?
Click it like right under the E. This is like close to the corner.
Okay.
That's where the see. That's where the hitbox was this time. Like, I really just wish people would understand how this card. I wish people would understand how Wheel of Fortune works. Mini Matt Luck, what are you talking about? I told him exactly where the hitbox was. Dude. What do you mean, Luck? I keep telling people they're clicking it wrong.
See what I put up with. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for showing me
no problem. You hit like the just frame too, so it hit the best Joker.
Could Supernova and start playing high card really aggressively?
Yeah, I think that would work.
Yeah. All right. Arconomy, Gov.
Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
I could make it too. But yeah. I think I do buy this and just use it on some stones to get a multiplier.
It's so funny.
Yeah. I think it's the right play, which is stupid. It's dumb. You're right. That's dumb. That's a dumb play. That being said, I think it's the correct dumb play. And aces are Gucci for Fibonacci, so.
Yeah. Steal is crazy too. Steal adds a multiplier to a slot that's hard to get multiplier in.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Which is the card slot. Like, I think when you're trying to break past 11 ante, you have to start considering every card in your hand like an additional slot for a multiplier.
If possible, yeah.
So like glass, steel, specifically the times multiplier and not the additive multiplier.
Correct.
Like getting that onto cards lets you go nuts. And I think anything that makes stuff activate in your hand like more than once can trigger those things multiple times too.
Two. And no, 5 rocks isn't a flush. No. It specifically scores as though it has no suit. It's not a suit. It's no suit. Very explicitly, no suit or value. None. 0. None of them. They are rocks.
Whoa, cool rock.
It's a cool rock, man. No, I gotta go with Source, but that thing is so good. Oh, okay, right. We get 2. Great.
Yes, the cool rock made the cut.
Congratulations to cool rock fans everywhere.
We just love to see him get in the game.
Yeah, I get it. Hell yeah, brother.
God, BALATRO is so funny. Your optimal strategy is to walk up to the poker table and put a 2 and like 5 rocks you found in the parking lot directly onto the felt and telling the dealer to give you your money.
Checkmate. Sir, that's not this game. Checkmate. Yup. $20. If we go for Fibonacci, I don't hate that. If, you know.
If. Gross Michael.
Look. But I mean, I'm playing high card, and high card is really easy to play. The 1.5 is too good right now, but the thing about Gross Michel is Gross Michel gives you a chance of getting Banana 2, the quickening, which is ridiculous. So it's like,
I've never seen Banana 2. What does Banana 2 actually do?
It's ×3 red.
Oh.
Yeah, with like a 1 in 1,000 chance of exploding or something. Cavendish is like mad good. Yeah.
What is the condition for getting it to actually happen? Is it just like when you buy it, there's a chance, or?
What do you mean?
Like getting the Cavendish to
You need to have the Gross Michel explode in a run.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna play for Cavendish. That's the thing is like I didn't realize you had to actually like intentionally go for it for a long time, but no, like you do have to actively try and get it. If you never buy the banana, you will never see Cavendish. It's to the point that I already think banana's like a crazy early joker because it just will carry you for a bit. It's 5 times crazier when you realize it is the prerequisite condition for a functionally ×3 unconditional to spawn in, which is crazy. That's the best thing in the game. That is,
yeah, and this is a nerfed version of Gross Michael too. It was better in the demo.
It sure was. It just made it for runs. Yeah, now it blows up more, which means the Cavendish play is even better.
Oh, that's true. It does make Michael worse, but Cavendish stronger. This is going to shake up the tier lists.
I agree. Pretty good 8. Come on. Whoa, sorry, I haven't drawn a hand with no rocks in it in a really long time. It just messed me up. It's like, what is this?
Yeah, it felt like it looked weird, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
Also, banana has already cracked, which is good.
It's fine.
It's fine. This buffoon pack's gonna have the one we need anyway, so.
Yeah.
I guess Swashbuckler is, if you get nothing else, at least a number.
Yeah, Square can be incredibly good, but not for Psychic, which is the next boss, which says explicitly you are only allowed to play 4. Dubs art.
As you've been cooking.
The wheel breaking Lord, Miniature Matthew. Hell yeah. The one who simply knows.
I need to catch up and kill 6 billion demons.
Fuck yeah, absolutely.
I love the wheel. Show me the wheel. Throwback, hell yeah. Throwback is so good.
Throwback is like, are you good at the game Balatro and not explicitly doing a run where you need to play? Like, this is a run where I feel like we've been trying to play almost every handout, right? And still, who cares? Like, we just don't care. It's still ×2. It's already like the second best text in the game. And we haven't been shooting for it. You can easily make it the best text in the game.
Throwback is nuts. Like, the duo is a rare, and it's the same multiplier, and it's conditional. Throwback is uncommon, and it scales better than that, and in its like medium case scenario is the same thing unconditional.
That's what's crazy about it, I think, is the unconditional uncommon. I actually just assumed this was rare. I had no idea it was uncommon. That's fucking crazy. It's like legitimately.
It's the best
like,
uncommon Joker in the game, I think.
Probably, yeah. I have like a hard time thinking of anything that is better than that. You know what? I think I want 7s to be steel. Because those are the ones we're least likely to actually play, but like be okay with having in our hands. Like, I'm not mad if we have a 7, but, you know, it's like the least likely one to go down. Come on, I just need a single Fibonacci. The game today really wants to give me every piece of a kit except one. It's like really on that today. The number 2. Fuck. Word. Yeah, I believe in magic. No, I don't want to upgrade flush.
Throwback is also secretly really good for this challenge because every time you play one, you get another rock. So it lets you get benefit for skipping hands and not getting another rock put into your deck.
Yeah, if you're not like down to just have half your deck be rocks. Which, like, I don't get it, but you know, some people probably don't want to have their whole deck be rock. I think the rocks are good. Finally, bro. Okay. Now, which one do we get rid of? Shit. It's kind of a hard question, actually. No, it's not. You're only like times.
Yeah, it's probably Supernova.
Yep. Sorry, Supernova. We love you, baby. All right. Ace 2 3 5 8 is the play. Random for a Joker, huh? Single suit is fun. I don't hate blue seal. I think I prefer purple seal. Purple seal rock is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we purple seal rock because we never feel bad about throwing it away. Stone Joker is just, it puts a stone Joker or stone card into your deck every single round. No answers, no way to stop it.
Cool hand. This game is so funny. I love Balatro.
I love Balatro too, man. It's a very funny game. Shit. Okay. We dump one hand and just show rock. And still get most of the way there, which is very funny. Oh, baby, if it isn't the rock I love to throw in the toilet. Oh, I don't have space.
Oh, you know.
I forgot.
I do that every time. I do that a lot.
Same. It's so easy to do, man. Oh, baby. Two pair with 2 twos in it? That might not win instantly. Oh, no, it will. Whoops. I know, right? Fibonacci. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The other part of the game plan. Oh, temporarians. Yes. We buy and use you, and then we use you, and then we buy the voucher that makes things cheaper.
I love clearance sale. It's so fun to be able to buy a lot of stuff.
Here's the thing that's crazy about clearance sale. It's ante 7. I still think it's correct. Like, that's it. I think the discount is so crazy. And like the later you get into stake difficulties, the more it's good, right? Which is nuts.
Yeah. Shops get so expensive once packs start scaling with every ante. It just gets better and better.
Orange is rough. Yeah.
I will say, as frustrating as it is sometimes to like have to fish for a run start for like 6 runs when you're trying to do gold ship or whatever, it is nice to have a roguelike with higher difficulty that seems to be, in maybe not the most elegant way, balanced towards you not still winning every single time.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it needs to have that high end for sure. I'm glad it's there. I just wish. I think I wish the final unlock was whichever the one before purple is, which I think is blue. Because I think most people are probably going to stop either at purple or before purple. Because purple is where the game gets super brutal, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree 100% with something you said a little earlier, which is that everything past that is for completionist's sake.
Yeah, I will not fault anybody who does that, but I think purple is about the last difficulty I would want to like try to grind to get consistent at. Like if I wanted to become the Balatro streamer who was like crazy good at Balatro, purple across the board would be like be able to win with every deck on purple back to back would be like the final goal. No higher than that, because after that it just requires too much luck. In my opinion.
I definitely agree. I like going like hard difficulty sicko mode in roguelikes as much as I can. And just relative to other games, Balatro's has a lot more runs you're just going to lose because number told you so.
Yeah.
Remember to believe in the heart of the cards.
Oh, I was forgetting to believe in the heart of the cards. Okay. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you for the resub as well, Strange Forest. I appreciate it. Ten four, good buddy.
I've never had 10-4 in a deck where it did literally anything. But in theory,
Once.
It seems like it could be pretty sick.
I had it carry me to ante 4 once, and then I did need to replace it with something better. Which, it's like, sorry, little buddy. You tried.
I think the one world where 10-4 would be crazy is if you're using the last deck and it just rolls like 10 10s and 10 4s. So if math means nothing to you, you may run into that in some world, in some timeline.
So this is the card that's most likely to be a 2. Yes!
You're so cracked. You're so good. How does he do it?
He's so good, dude. What do you say, you know? How do you beat that? What happens if you play 5 stone cards? It's just a high card with no additional value from the card played. You just get all the stone cards. Liquidation! Liquidation! Now we have the power to buy everything! High card, baby. We take anything that activates Fibonacci, I think. Honged Man is always good. I wonder, actually, after this, we'll do two things. I want to check what my most played things are now, because it's been a little bit since I looked at it. And then I want to talk about the Jokers real quick, and talk about what we think are the most underrated Jokers, because there's some that I feel like people hella sleep on. Also, I think I might eat a couple stone cards just to keep things a little more on an even keel than they currently are.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Not necessarily full tier list, but there's like a couple that I think are standouts that I see no one ever take, and I'm like, this is an easy Joker to turn into a times 90. Why is no one taking it? Like, what's going on? Do people not understand this? The one I'm thinking of in particular is Red Card. Red Card's insane. I've had so many runs where Red Card is a plus 60 or plus 90 multiplier. That thing's insane. We could just eat two more. Oh, right. Where do I click on this one now?
Try like the top half of the S, like in the little loop.
Okay.
That looks pretty good. Yeah.
I fucking hate you, dude.
I'm helping you. I'm helping. Why are you mad? I am just helping. I'm just helping. Like, anytime I don't get wheel on stream, it's just an execution error.
Why are you booing him? He's right. I think people sleep on chip jokers because they're the easiest thing to replace with planets or with just like other payoffs or like having foil, because foil got buffed. It used to be way like in the beta it was plus 30, I want to say, for foil.
Yeah.
So getting chips was like way more valuable in the beta build because like you just couldn't foil your way out of it. But yeah,
50
there's
or 100 is like enough.
Yeah, and there's value in getting the blue number to be like 1,000, right? Like that's huge. Another Wheel of Fortune or $20.
$20 is so cool.
$20 is so cool. $20. I like multiplier cards. we do a little pog in this house. We do a little pog now and again. Fuck, what do we get rid of? Because like these are both so good.
I think it's probably Fib.
I think
just because like Fibonacci was,
yeah,
it was good because your deck like always activates it. But now you have number that's bigger than activating it like twice with pairs.
And I usually only get it, yeah, 1 or 2 times. Damn, that's crazy. Also, that is some of the funniest text I've ever seen on driver's licenses. If you have at least 16 enhanced cards in your deck, currently 50. Word. So I've got there, is what you're saying. No, my license. My cabbages. Do rocks count as enhanced? You tell me. you tell me if you think I have 50 non-rock enhanced cards in here. All right, cool. A clean win.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
A clean win despite kind of like a goofy start. That's the power of economy, though, right? Like, how did we win that? It was mostly just getting, like, really strong on average hands and leveraging a little bit of rock value and then just getting as much value out of our bucks as we could over and over and over again.
I think you cleaning up your wheel execution helped a lot too. I didn't want to say it, but like being honest.
Matt. Turns the left card into the right card. What are you laughing about? What's so funny?
I think it every time too. Like I'm always paranoid about it.
Oh yeah, newbie. Yeah, this was the Medusa challenge. They call it a challenge, even though honestly it seems quite easy. Now, all joking aside, though, that is one thing that BALATRO does that I actually kind of appreciate is the challenges are just crafted, fun, goofy runs. Like, they're challenges more like puzzles, as opposed to challenges like Nightmare.
Nice.
Yo, what's good, Liz? Hey! Hello, gamers. We're here playing cards with Poker Snacks. What's up? How's it going? I saw you were playing some BALATRO earlier, and then were you Dead by Daylight? Probably. That's like a good bet, usually. But yeah, we've had some really wild runs already today, a bunch of good wins, and I've got another 10 hours or so of BALATRO ahead. So if you like BALATRO, good news. It's a lot of BALATRO. I think I just kind of want a Grim here because it makes more cards that aren't stone, which is kind of what we need at this point, as stupid as that sounds. No, why would you eat the bones, dude? Oh well. Oh well.
You got a steel card at least. That's a pretty good hit.
Yeah. Yeah, steel is pretty high value here. Show me rock. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, there's not challenges, and then there's like one or two that are extremely bad. I want to say like 16 out of 20 aren't too bad, but then there's a couple that are like I would like this to also be a diamond. Sure, $9. Bootstraps would be so cool. Yeah, I'll eat a couple planets. One anus, please.
Can't just say that.
What's up? What's wrong? You don't want to smash some Uranus? What's up? Ooh, how many lucky cards do I have? Like none. God, I want to make the funny cat go off. I want to make the funny cat go off. Because this gains multiplier. So it's multiplier up here in the board where you want it, like, right? Like, because here's the thing. There's multiplier has different value depending on where it is. The strongest and absolute best is any multiplier that's added at the end of your Joker list, or God forbid you get one of the things that adds it from your consumable slot, aka the astronomy, and that's like basically it. Those are the best. There's other places where it can be pretty good. Bloodstone can be really good if you play Bloodstone with increased probability with planets. That'll get you essentially a shitload of plus multiplier because it applies earlier on. One more reroll. Oh, red card. Red card on this run, by the way, would be fucking cracked. This thing would be plus 60 in like a couple of hands. It would be so fast. 58, pretty close to the line. Good news, everybody. Holographic. Actually, wait. I'm gonna use the lucky card to get $20. I didn't get $20.
So it goes.
Yeah, Constellation can't be backwards. Like, I think the cat would probably be okay to be retroactive, but the Constellation one cannot be. Like, we just showed last run or two why, like, it easily gets up to ×6. It's too good. If it was retroactive, it would, like, almost universally be just the best option. Okay, do we take $20 or Minimat? There's only 2 targets left, so if it whips, I get it. It happens. Yeah.
It's like somewhere in the U.
Somewhere in the U. Where do you think? Where's your favorite part of the U?
Like 60% up.
Left side or right side?
In the center.
In the center. I must have missed. It happens. It's it's tough. Those little micro execution checks are really really difficult. Yeah.
You hit a lot of them in a row. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we got a bunch of them, I'm going to go to my SoundCloud likes because I'm on browser source, which means I can be a little criminal. Okay, I was going to say, I had a playlist called Cards 2 because SoundCloud is fucking up and it's got 0 songs in it, which at the very least, I think I was right about one thing, which is clearly SoundCloud was in fact fucking up. Which makes sense. All right. Well, back to business. The Moe's Southwest Grill. I don't think I do. But I do remember the song about Moe's Southwest Grill. Yeah, I'll take a voucher, sure.
Yeah.
Negative and polychrome, huh? Playing high card sets money to 0, you motherfuckers. Okay, that's fine. I'm Ty Tuesday and I have a way out of this. Just wait. I'm Ty Tuesday, I have a way out of this. Okay, easy. You ever try to draw 2 aces and then it takes forever and you draw 4 aces? Please just win. Please just let me go. It's a lot of points, I know. Save me, 3 of a kind. Save me, white girl. White girl, save me.
Come on.
Bury
This has to do
me
it.
with my money. If I die in the post game because I got greedy, that's life. That's what the post game's about. Hold that shit. Easy every time. Never in doubt.
What a god.
Oh yeah. Reroll boss blind unlimited. Wow. Negative showman. What a deal. Set my money to 0, huh? That's basically free. Oh, okay. I'll purple card it. I hate my life and I want to die. You know that?
That's wild.
There's so many jokers in this game. There's so many jokers.
Smoke weed every day.
The worst one twice.
We already won. It's fine. We already won. It's fine.
Hey Ty, I'm taking the plunge and grabbing
unbelievable
BALATRO
gaming.
from your humble stalling.
You are gaming so crazy right now.
Thanks. Like, I already have one. I don't think the 1 point, because this is 2.5. This is 3. This is already showman. This is plus 106 chips in 1.5. This is our only plus multiplier, and it's plus 50, which is really fucking good. Did you see that Under Night 2 is $10? Not only did I see it, I told everybody at the beginning of the stream, like 20 people bought it in a row. If it refunds you, I apologize, but if not, that's a crazy deal. Because right now, last I checked, they were out of Steam keys for it. I can't believe we got 2 Showman, dude. Kill me with a rock. And now we got 2 Anus. Great.
That was some really unbelievable stuff.
The fun thing about probability, Matt, is that it doesn't owe you anything. No matter how many times you show up to probability's door and go knock, 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 hey, you owe me $20. Probability goes, I don't owe you a goddamn thing. But I paid for your Chinese food last week. I don't owe you a damn thing. That's what probability says. It doesn't give a shit. 2 mega buffoons just so I can get 12 driver's licenses, please. None of these are a driver's license. All right, I think we die here. Which is fine. We got very far.
Yeah,
considering I got a negative polychrome, and then my negative and polychrome were 2 Showmen!
Yeah.
2 Showmen!
Oh, could you even imagine?
This is why we have poker snacks. Hey, thanks for bringing something up from the humble store. I like that, like, not only is Showman the worst, but Showman, in being the worst Joker, allows a new worst thing to happen, which is 2 Showmen. It is the only Joker that's so bad. Not only is it an active downside in 90% of cases, on top of being an active downside in 90% of cases, it also can make multiple of itself show up, which is the only Joker that is so bad it can be a problem multiple times.
It's really unbelievable how bad Showman is.
Like, the thing is, Showman is like, oh, you can get, you know, a 1 in 10 million chance to get a run that goes to ante 90 or whatever. And it's like, that's great. I'm trying to win, dog. I'm trying to win every time. And 90% of the time, Showman fizzles into a pile of dookie. So bad. Showman's so ass. Ugh. 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 All right, well, let's talk about Jokers we feel are underappreciated. So I feel like on the flip side, these, the greedy to gluttonous Jokers, these, I feel like it's really easy to overvalue these. Like,
yeah, they cap fast, but they do cap, and 20 is too low for like end game stuff.
Yeah, I think they're incredible up front if you're going for flush plan, and for like ante 1 to 3, they'll help you a lot. But they're a little weak in the back half. I see people sometimes carry these really far, and I'm like, you realize it's just plus 20 multiplier, right? Like, even if it's capped out, even if it's going off every time, like, it feels good to have a Joker that's 100% synergizing with your hand, but when that synergy is only plus 20 multiplier, you kind of got to be like, it's fine, I guess. Like, okay.
Like, I guess they can scale a little higher if you get stuff that makes stuff pop multiple times, but that's rare for a reason. Yeah. That doesn't come up too often.
And there's much more fucked up things to be doing with that.
Yeah.
All of these are just fine. You want to get rid of them pretty quick, is the reality. All right. God, half Joker is just such a big ask, man. Like,
and it's again just plus 20. It makes you less consistent. Yeah. Because you're digging 2 cards less every time. I think half Joker is like maybe a little worse than I think it is most of the time.
And I think it's pretty bad. So like there's plans it goes off with. Joker Stencil. I think this is one of the most easy to underestimate Jokers in the game. without a doubt. Is it good when you have a full set of jokers entirely? No. Is it good for a really long time before that? Yes. If you just have like a plus 10 or plus 20 multiplier, like anything of this caliber going off, and then stencil next to it, all of a sudden you have like times 80 or whatever. Like stencil is so good early on, it's absolutely insane. Like it stays for so long. And then yeah, if you get like blueprint or anything for it, or like a duplicator of any way, shape, or form, this thing just pops off crazy. But even just on its face, I think it's so easy to look at this and be like, it's fine, it's whatever. But like, nah, this thing is legitimately like very, very good until it reads just ×1, and then it's obviously just doing nothing. But until then, nah, this thing's crazy.
Yeah, I think it's strong.
4 fingers is fine. If your plan wants 4 fingers and you're missing consistency, this is the best consistency joker in the game, almost certainly. It's either this or shortcut. So if you need the consistency, I don't think you get a better option than 4 fingers or shortcut.
Yeah, it just like feels good to play with 4 fingers, even if it eventually runs out of number.
Mime is probably the best anti-15 card in the game. If you give a shit about that.
It scales wildly if you get it to pop off.
Yeah, this with a bunch of steel is just one of the most fucked up things in the entire game. Credit card is unbelievably good early on. It's easy to feel like it's not great, but what you have to remember is there is a deck in this game that is just you start with $10 and no other advantages, and it might actually be like the best overall deck. Because $10 early is incredible. And so $20 early is also incredible. And as we just showed in an earlier run, you can pivot out of credit card. Like -20 is a lot, but you can, if you get a money plan going, you can easily just roll out of that. And a lot of times you can use credit card to get either early safe multiplier or an early money plan going, and then eventually pivot out of credit card, and then bada bing. It's also, it always costs $1, right? Like I think this thing literally only costs $1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So at worst, it can just be $1 spent on like something in your hand for other jokers who care about that.
Also, I think it sells for $1. So I think it's just literally, even if you buy it and sell it and don't use it at all, you're fine. You've taken no losses. Yeah. Credit card's super easy to undervalue. People are like, going into debt feels bad. It's cracked though. It lets you skip like ante's worth of value. That's really the big thing for it. Like you're giving up interest, you're giving up that kind of stuff, but it lets you just make your plan. Like the difference between ante 1 and ante 3 is largely $20. Knife is crazy. Knife is unbelievable. Knife requires some kind of plan to work with it, but I think what people underestimate is the plan for knife doesn't have to be another joker that synergizes with it. The plan for knife can just be you have an open slot and a shitload of money. And that can just be what it is you play everything out, you buy the most expensive joker, you don't give a shit if it's on plan or not, and you feed it to the knife. And you just do that every single round. And like that ends up costing, between 3 and like if you roll a really good negative, like 10 or something. And you'll very easily get a ceremonial dagger that by the end of your run is like plus 100 multiplier, which is super good, right?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah. I think knife is secretly good. Yeah, knife and egg is also very good because ceremonial dagger just cares about the sell value. So if you have like a really fat egg, you can dump it into the ceremonial joker, which if you have an egg that's like 50, and then you just feed it to the dagger, bada bing, unbelievable joker. Main thing with daggers, you have to remember usually to move it from the right side of your hand when you enter the blind to the left side of your hand when you're playing the blind, and then back to the right side of your hand afterwards.
Yeah.
So it doesn't eat anything.
It does actually have execution.
Yeah.
Which is very funny.
Yeah. Banner is absolutely unbelievable early carry. Falls off a cliff later on. This is so easy to underestimate, but plus 40 chips for each remaining discard if your deck has like 3, for example, is, you know, that's plus 120 chips, right? And what are base hand values for, like, is there a way to just see that? Base hand values?
I think like most of them.
Either way, they have any
are
multiplier,
like I think 2
right?
pairs like 20.
And the big thing is like, yeah, you have like 20 times 2. So turning that 20 times 2 that you just play instantly instead into 140 times 2, yeah, immediately that turns a 2 pair into something that wins the opening hand by itself. And Banner does that pretty well. Banner, you can just throw down 2 kind of bullshit hands and you'll win a lot of very early antes, which is very strong. It lets you focus your resources on like developing other parts of your plan.
Yeah, I think it's real good.
That being said, late Banner sucks. late Banner kind of ass.
Also true.
Yeah. Mystic Summit. This is one that I think is so easy to underestimate early on because the condition feels mad stupid. But the way I found is if you get Mystic Summit early, it can carry you to like ante 3 or 4, but you have to play like a crazy person. You have to just like discard everything, build 1 and ideally 1.5 hands in your hand, and then play that and just pray either the first play gets you over the line or that you redraw into something like close enough. It's
very consistent plus 15 at the start of a run, and that's usually good enough.
That's usually good enough, yeah. Marble Joker's hilarious. Unbelievably strong, but requires a lot of thought, you know, to use.
You would never take Marble Joker if you're playing towards flushes, probably even if you had 4 fingers.
Yeah, for example. Loyalty card is...
I think Loyalty card is good in exactly one situation. You also have Burglar.
Oh, yeah, because then you could orchestrate it going
Guarantees
off
it
once per round.
every time.
Yeah, that would do it, yeah.
Otherwise, I think it is one of the worst multiplier jokers in the game.
Yeah. 8-ball. So my problem with 8-ball is that it is a little bit tricky to get to go off for a payoff that's not that good. If it was like a planet of your most played hand, then this thing would be insane. But having it just be a random planet is like...
There is one other Joker that 8-ball plays amazingly with, and it's Constellation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. There are Jokers that are just not good on their own. But when you do have the other one, it ends up being quite good.
Yeah.
And that 8-ball is one of them.
8-ball's
it's unfortunate that 8-ball's a common, is my problem with it. It should be an uncommon.
It should be uncommon.
Maybe be slightly stronger.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Make it uncommon.
It shows up too much.
Make it uncommon, make it make 2 cards. I think is what it is make it make 2 planets. Because making 1 targeted planet is probably too strong, but I think 2 random planets for that payoff, if it was uncommon, would feel super good.
Maybe make it that has to be like 3 8s and 2 planets. Then I think that's because that's not that much harder to do than 2 8s, but it does make it slightly harder. And getting 2 planets random probably would be worth it, I think.
Dusk... You need to be on a trigger plan, and I feel like trigger plans are just the most inconsistent right now because they require you to get so much value.
They're also the strongest.
They are the strongest for ante like 12 plus, but currently winning the game of Balatro is not about going to ante 12 plus. It's about going to ante 8. Right. So in that case, like, they're probably better for trying
the thing
to
is, I don't think the Dusk is even good in that one.
But yeah, even then, I don't think Dusk, because exactly, it buffs. So the thing is about all these ones that only buff 1 hand, if you're playing 3 or 4 hands, that means at best you're getting, you know, this ×4 1 time. Consider that versus Card Sharp, a card that I regularly see people be like, ugh, I don't know about, which in that case would give you the 3x 3 times as opposed to a retrigger once. Like... so much better.
There's got to be a setup that you can do where you reduce your hands, the number of hands you can play to 1, and then all of a sudden all of the final ones are good, but it's such a stretch, it's such an extreme stretch to be able to do that.
Oh shit. Sorry, I found in my favorites, and thank God we're on Browser Source, so we're definitely listening to this shit. The Pendulum BBC Essential Mix from 2010.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Fuck
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I love Pendulum.
Anybody
Hold
who
Your Color
doesn't
is one of my favorite albums.
Anyone who doesn't know why I occasionally just go essential when listening to dumb shit, it's because of this exact track. Oh man. I get the essential drop. I want that essential drop so bad. Come on. In new music we trust. Oh, there was one essential. There was the first essential of the day. Essential. All right, sorry. Back to Balatro. Sorry. Fibonacci is crazy. So
Fibonacci is probably the best out of all. Gives a multiplier for a certain set of cards when played.
The club one is the club
Joker.
uncommon is the only one that's close, right? And that's because
The club one is probably the only one that's better because it's 8 for all clubs, and that's a lot. But
yeah,
because you can make that easier than making aces,
Fibonacci,
2, 5s, and 8s.
So
That's the only
it's
reason.
like Fibonacci and the clubs one, and the clubs one too is like a lot more restrictive on plan, whereas Fibonacci can fit into a lot more stuff. Is what I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Potential plus 40 is among the best, additive multiplier in the game.
Yeah.
This is the best multiplier Joker probably in Uncommon, easily.
I was going to say Steel Joker might just be like one of the best Jokers in the entire game.
In the game, yeah.
It gives you a bonus for playing Balatro good. That's like going to be a key component of a lot of the best Jokers is that... Whoop. Sorry, I punched my phone. They incentivize you playing Balatro good, as opposed to the ones that incentivize you playing Balatro bad. Because if something gives you, 1.5 multiplier for playing Balatro good, as opposed to something that gives you 1.5 for playing Balatro bad, you would much rather have the one that's upside for also playing the game good. And Steel Joker is 100% that, because having your hand full of steel is crazy good. Yeah.
Steel cards are the best enhancement for 99% of the game.
Yeah.
Glass ekes it out when you're on ante 20 plus.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, Steel Joker. Unbelievable.
Amazing.
Give it a try. Build into it. This thing's nuts. Scary Face. I think this one ends up being stronger than people think just because...
People underestimate chips in general.
Yeah, and even plus 90 chips is like really, really good. And it's not too hard to engineer getting 3 face cards in a hand. This one's real good. This one's real good. Abstract Joker, I think, is one of the early game solid Jokers. Because early game, it's like you can get plus 9 to plus 12 on it pretty quickly and then like sell out and shuffle stuff. Abstract is one of those Jokers that you pick up early on, you feel good about, and at some point you sell it out for something better and you just salute it and say, thank you, Abstract Joker. You did your job. You did great. Love you, babe. Delayed gratification, I think, is really good, but it requires you to make some really ballsy feel bad plays. But it's insane. It's so much value, man. Like I've had so many games where this thing is giving me $8 per hand.
Yeah, it can go kind of wild.
Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't say this directly. Common Joker, this one that's just +4 with nothing on it, is trash. It's probably the worst Joker in the game. Okay, next.
You only take it because it costs 2.
And
it's
you have an
extremely
empty
cheap,
slot.
and it will get you like, to ante 2, 3.
Yeah.
By itself.
It is the filler of fillers. It is not bad
Yeah.
unless you have stencil, in which case it is probably worse than an empty slot. Common Joker will not save your life, honestly. Like, unless you're going all out on ante 1, in which case you don't buy a Common Joker, you just go all out and try to win it. It's pretty bad. Hack. Hack wants there to be more synergy for Hack. Yo, what's good, Dan? Oh shit, was it a Yu-Gi-Oh day? Hell yeah,
Hack
dude.
is a retriggering. It's not the best retrigger in hand, but it actually is really good. Trust me.
Yeah.
Both Fibonacci and like Glass and Lucky and all of that. You have to play towards 2 through 5, but it's honestly nearly as good as most of the other ones that do that.
Tina Raid as well. Yeah, I think the big problem with Hack is I always see it so much later, and I never. It's always too late. And then,
You do have to build towards it, yeah.
Yeah, extremely. So it's showing up late is always bad. Speaking of build-arounds that are insane, Periodolia feels bad when you pick it up and you have nothing that synergizes with it. That being said, I still pretty regularly pick this up and just say, like, I'll figure out how to make it work later, because the payoffs for it are insane. They're absolutely crazy. Even with the one that says the boss that's like all face cards are debuffed, I still don't feel bad playing this. I just win anyway. I just play through it. I'm like, my cards are debuffed, whatever, and just win.
And if you have to, you can just sell it, and you wouldn't have to deal with it otherwise.
That too, yeah. At worst, you can just ditch it, and you usually don't have to. Gross Michelle is unbelievable. This thing is incredibly strong because it's super cheap. It's plus 15 multiplier early on, which is more than enough to carry you to like ante 3 or 4. And the thing that isn't written on this card, but when it gets blown up, it allows this to spawn.
It was right there, yeah.
And this
Cavendish,
is incredible. Times 3 multiplier, bottom text, which is way less important. And yo, thank you for the resub.
I know that the 1 in 1,000 has happened to people before. That's just bad luck, dog. I'm sorry to say.
Welcome to card games, motherfucker. Enjoy your stay. Welcome to card games. Sometimes you just draw like 7 lands, and then you mulligan and draw 6 lands, and then you mulligan and you draw 5 lands, and life's a bitch, and then you die. GG's. Yeah, next round, skill issue. But yeah, so Banana's like always worth taking, even in like later stuff, unless you are like, if you have a slot that's not doing an incredible amount, sometimes it's worth taking Gross Michael just so that it pops and gives you a chance to get Cavendish. Even Steven
and Odd Todd are the early game jokers that you will get rid of later. Like, even when you have plans that want these cards specifically that you're playing, I feel like they just do not do the work. They don't do enough work. They just don't. Yeah.
So the whole thing with Even Steven falls into the same trap of the early suit jokers, which is it caps out without retrigger effects, because the whole thing is like anything with is like, well, with retrigger effects, it's just like a separate category. Because again, that's runs that are not trying to go to ante 9 and win. Those are runs that are trying to go to ante 15, and
this doesn't even do that, unfortunately.
Dipping 1,000 of those. Yeah, but what I was just gonna say is like, so like whenever anybody's like, well, if you have retrigger effects, I'm like, yeah, if you have retrigger effects in a whole setup, you can just go to ante 20 and it's irrelevant to the conversation. But this one, it caps out for most players at like plus 20, which just,
and that's hard to make it work properly to get up to plus 20.
Yeah.
It is not easy to do that.
Also hold
and on top of that, 10 through 2, there's only a handful of plans really that love those specific numbers. Odd Todd has the benefit at least of working off of aces.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I think chips in general are a little more rare than multipliers. So whereas like this is like great, another plus multiplier that caps at 20. This is like up to plus 150 chips, which is actually a lot harder to get than most other things.
Yeah.
Like that's like scary face value. This is one where even if you get like 3 of them, if you don't have any other chip joker, plus 90 chips is like really good. If that's the only one you have, that is mad good. Sorry, I just wanted to pause and turn up so everyone could appreciate. I found a spot where they do the essential drop, and I need everyone to appreciate this. This is VOD muted, so anybody watching the VOD, I'm sorry. How many is it? It's still doing them.
It's an essential number.
They're still going in the back quietly. Oh, it's so funny. Okay, sorry, continue. Yeah, now everyone should know forever why I just think about essential, because they say it like 45 times in a row. Oh, thanks for the resub. All right, back to Balatro. Scholar.
Final point, though, I will also say.
Yeah.
There's Odd Todd has the advantage of going for aces. Face cards are on average the strongest cards in this game, even over aces in my experience. So I would say that Scary Face outperforms Odd Todd by a lot in practice.
I would agree. I would agree. Aces are, so they're plus 11 and they do have the 2-side straight advantage. So they're not like the worst number. I think the worst number is.
No, they're the best number is the thing of the numbers. But
yeah, they're just weaker than face cards still because there's so much incredible face value.
There's a lot of good face synergy is the thing.
Yeah. Speaking though of a rare piece of ace synergy, Scholar is really good if you're building towards an ace plan, but it is one that really does want you to build around it. But as opposed to the other ones we talked about where it's like it caps at a plus 20 multiplier. So remember I said like Odd Todd's pretty good because it can get you like plus 90 chips in a hand or whatever. Scholar often, if you play 3 aces as part of the plan, that's plus 60 chips and plus 12 multiplier. That's usually really solid.
That is enough for quite a large part of the game by itself. Scholar is quite good as far as these go.
Business card wants synergy, but any synergy with business card is so funny.
Yeah, so there's a thing about money jokers in general is that all of the money jokers fundamentally are good because money is always good, but they're always also the 5th joker in your set of jokers, basically.
Correct.
And they're there to make the later parts of the game easier, is fundamentally what it is.
Yeah.
And so all money jokers are literally just evaluated on, is my plan going to be able to make money with this enough, basically.
Yeah.
Face card can get you a lot of fucking money. It can get you a ton.
Yeah.
Supernova is extremely good. I think it's probably the overall best of the +1 scaling for every time you play jokers.
Yep. I would agree. The thing about Supernova is if you get it super early and it's just giving you random scattered +3 to +5 multipliers, dope. You need that shit.
That's still good.
Yeah, that's still good early on. That'll get you done. And then later on, if you do pivot to just always playing high card or always playing 2-pair or always playing 3 of a kind or always playing flush or always playing straight or whatever, then immediately it's just like, all right, Supernova's on plan, baby. And it will really rapidly reach +20 or higher, which for me, that's the line of if I can get
of a good
+20
baseline joker.
Exactly. If it goes over +20, that's officially a good plus multiplier joker. Like that is what I'm looking for. Is I want something that's either +20 times 2.5 or like +90 chips is like where you want to be, generally speaking.
It is also pointed out, it's also one of like only 3 jokers in the entire game that count retroactively, which is also really powerful.
True. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Also, it has full art, which is sick.
It does. Yeah, that's I'd pay for that and include it in my commander deck for sure.
100%. You gotta. Ride the Bus sucks.
Ride the Bus is the worst of these +1 per hand.
There's no reason for it to clear. There's no reason. So I don't think it sucks. I think
it doesn't need that restriction at all. But if
it didn't have that
anything that
restriction at all,
scales infinitely, like anything that scales infinitely is at minimum good, I think, in this game if you get it early enough.
I think it's solely extremely good in the one deck that doesn't have face cards.
Abandoned.
But the thing is, here's my problem with it is, it doesn't need the consecutive part. It just should be +1 per hand display was that's going face card.
Yeah.
And then it would be good.
Then it'd be
but
good.
It's not. It has extra text that makes it worse than the other two.
It makes you.
Green Joker just subtracts. Green Joker just subtracts per discard. You know, why doesn't this subtract per playing a face card, for instance? Why not? That would make it acceptable.
Yeah. If this was +1 for consecutive hand without a face card and -1 when you played one with a face, or like even -1 per scored face card. So if you try to play like 3, you get hit for -3 or something. I would still take that. Any day of the week. Or
you just work towards getting face cards out of your deck, and you wouldn't feel as bad about having to play one every now and again.
Because the thing is, like, even Matt, you say like anything that scales infinitely can't be that bad. The problem is the fastest it scales is +1 multiplier per hand, which just isn't fast enough of scaling for the unbelievable restriction it puts on your play.
Yeah, it's for sure the worst possible version of that type of card.
Mm-hmm.
Like Green Joker is leagues better than Ride the Bus. It just is, and it's a lot easier to work with.
Yeah, it's the same.
I'm not saying Ride the Bus is like great, but
the difference is
it's functional.
So the thing is, same rate as Supernova, but that's not the problem. The problem is, what restrictions does Supernova put on you?
Play the same hand over and over again.
Mostly
something you want to do anyway.
If you need to discard a hand, you can. If you need to play a bad hand to like burn cards to redraw into something else, like, or you get the water or something, you're fine. If you get the water and you need to get rid of a face card from your hand, or just like any situation where you need to dump a card and there's a face card in it, like you fucking lost, and you've lost like hundreds of rounds of progress, you know, as opposed to Supernova, where you just play one hand that's shit and life goes on. It doesn't change anything. That's the real difference.
It is true. Ride the Bus is actually designed, I think, for that challenge. But I think even then, it's like, I would just have a different version of Ride the Bus for the challenge, basically.
Yeah, I would buff Ride the Bus in one of many different ways. Like, there's so many different ways you could buff this card. And just switch it to uncommon. Make it stronger, so that it feels better to play, and just make it less common. I think it would be the way to do it.
Face Joker is a Joker that is outright bad until you can make it really, really, really good.
Yeah. Also,
it needs at least 1, preferably 2 of the dice. When you have 2 of the dice, this thing's fucked up.
Yeah.
But it's not good without at least 1 die.
Yeah. Egg is the funniest synergy card in the universe. Also, if you see the egg in the store and you have a slot for it that you're not using,
go for it.
Just buy the fucking egg. Yeah, even if you buy it and sell
it will pay for itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next shop, it gained you $1 fundamentally.
Yeah. And then worst comes worst, you go to the next shop and there's nothing you want. Hell yeah, brother. Time for that egg to fucking pay off. That's free value, baby. And there are actually quite a few things that care about how much money value is in your jokers, namely Swashbuckler, obviously, is one of them that cares about that. And then the one that I think people forget about that is cracked with the
Temperance
egg. Temperance,
card.
Baby. That's right. Temperance.
Yeah.
Because you know what's better than getting $50 for your egg one time? Getting $50 for your egg like 7 times, because you just see Temperance and you have an expensive egg. You just hold it out to the card and you go, look at this expensive egg. And it goes, here's $50, sir. And you go, thank you.
I'm doing the meme where I'm looking away and I'm smacking my credit card on the table right now when looking at this egg.
Egg.
Give it to me. Give it to me. I want that egg.
So yeah, egg is definitely, I think, easy to undervalue, but egg is really good. Egg's really good. If you haven't yet, consider egg. Most of the food items are like shockingly good in this game. Burglar is awesome.
This is a gimmick card. But it's really fun to play with, and it can be very good.
It's also a really good gimmick up front, because, like, So if you only have 2 or 3
Something
discards
fucking
and you
boy,
gain
but don't
3
fuck.
hands, even if, think about it, right? If you gain 3 hands, even if you play 3 hands and it takes you all 3 of those to win,
You're still up
get
1
more
discard
money.
functionally.
Yeah, you're still up a hand, so you still get $1 extra at the end. And a lot of early stuff, if you know how to play it, you can win in like 1 or 2 hands, even with kind of mid draws. And that means Burglar is just making you money. Also, yeah, Burglar with Mystic Summit is hilarious early on. And yeah,
Burglar has additional upsides of like, yeah, you can use it to play against the needle with 4 hands. You can use it to here's another thing. It gets stronger the higher the difficulty you're on because you go down to 2 discards anyway. And so getting rid of 2 of them, gaining plus their hands, you just gained a discard fundamentally because you got an additional hand that you can play out. And it does get you more money because it gives you more hands because you get money per hand played. It gets you more it gets you fundamentally, it makes the game easier to play in the long run and increases the, it's an interesting one where it's a utility joker that fundamentally also makes your play a little bit stronger because you can play more hands. Has a downside, but it's not as big of a downside as it seems.
Also, it gives you money.
It does give you money.
It just gives you money.
It's a does everything joker.
Yeah.
Fundamentally.
Yeah. It's like the kind of text that you read it at first and you're like, yeah, it seems okay. And then you play with it a little bit and you're like, no, this thing's actually crazy. Blackboard. This one, this is one of the ×3 conditional jokers. These are all incredible if you can get them set off. These are the kind of jokers that towards the end, if you have 2 of these, it's hard to lose. I think if you have a good plus multiplier, any source of chips, and 2 × 3 multipliers going off, like you
can beat anti-8 every time.
Every time. Blackboard is also easier to manipulate than people think because what you can do is just shoot to play everything in your hand that is not a spade or a club. So like. Even if your deck isn't all spades and clubs, you can still get it to set off. You can discard cards in advance to try and shuffle stuff out. You can play like a 2 pair and just put whatever other card in there so that what's left in your hand is there. Also, so weirdly enough, I think if you have an empty hand, it will still go off.
It still counts weirdly enough, even though that's not mentioned. It is turned off by a single wild card though, so make sure you play your wild cards when you're playing Blackboard.
Correct, because it counts as all 4 suits at the same time. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Runner is one of the build-up chip ones. If you start on this early, this is unbelievable. Scaling chip sources like this just are like the secret carry of a lot of runs because it's pretty easy to get plus multiplier. It's hard-ish to get the multiplier, and chips are weirdly hard to get in the late game, and having a huge amount of chips just leads to your game plan being like more stable. Having that blue number always be big. A lot of times if you have a chip joker and an okay source of multiplier, you can get to the point where you just play whatever and your jokers just win it for you, right?
Yeah, runner can kind of go wild in a really, really significant way. And it's just it's again infinite scaling gotten early enough just kind of like blows past a lot of soft caps that a lot of jokers seem to have.
Runner has the downside of I think straight plans are actually the hardest plan to work out in the long run.
Yeah.
But it still gets you chips and like it doesn't have a cap and it's not that hard to get it really high. And
you can start with like 4 fingers and juice up runner and then play hands that aren't straights later and just have runner with giant number.
The problem with the straight plan is that shortcut isn't uncommon. if they moved a couple other commons up to uncommon and moved shortcut down to common, I think instantly the straight plan would be 5 times better. Because the shortcut really turns straight on more than anything else. But yeah, like runner is really good. The problem with runner is it's the hardest one to get going because straight plans are just kind of inconsistent right now. Ice cream. People sleep on ice cream so fucking bad. This one's nuts.
Ice cream is great. Ice cream just kind of does itself
incredible.
by itself. All of the food ones are good. They do exactly what they're supposed to do. They give you a very powerful, brief amount of time where it basically they handle the game for you.
Yeah. Ice cream is just an plus 100 chips is nuts, and just getting it unconditionally, especially early on. If you get early ice cream, you can just play anything with a multiplier, and it'll immediately get you over. Yeah, this is still the BBC Essential Mix for 2010. So yeah, ice cream. Much like all the food, don't sleep on it. The food is so good. DNA is the king shit of you really want to get this in ante 1 to 3 mountain.
I think DNA ends up being worse than I feel like it should every time I use it.
I will disagree with that. I feel like DNA is incredibly powerful in practice if you do it right.
I think you have to get it very early is the thing about DNA that makes it messy. Just because like the cost of one hand is really high at certain points. It's more handleable at different points. It really comes down to, can you burn one hand every round? Because if you can, it's unbelievable. You just need the slack. I think that's the big thing is like DNA doesn't give you any value on its own, which can be a problem.
Also, you need to copy a card that does something.
Yeah.
You need to copy a card that is already like double upgraded is the thing. It needs to have a seal on it of any kind, really. Red is the best for that. It has to be like enhanced already. Ideally, it's also got an addition.
Yeah.
You need two of those three things. And then you have one of those cards, you just copy it forever, and DNA is amazing.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, chat, I'm evaluating these personally on you are trying to win the run, not endless high score run stuff, because first of all, I think the discussion for endless high score run stuff is just way less interesting because it's a lot more there is one or two correct options. Largely, like at the end of the road, it turns out there are just a couple things that scale higher, whereas I think like the stability of getting to ante 9 is like way more interesting overall. That being said, yeah, there's a couple that'll just have a caveat of like, for endless runs, these are incredible. And DNA is one of those where like for endless runs, yeah, it's one of the best things in the game because it lets you duplicate something that lets you get a multiplier, which is one of the
for just
core
winning
things. Yeah.
For just winning, I think the latest you want to see this is ante 3.
Yep. I'd say so. Yeah. Man splash. I feel like I never get the value out of Splash that I want.
Splash is highly variable in how good it is.
And like, it's a kind of weird thing where unless you're doing like some pervert stuff like high card score, everything else, it ends up being good if you're not doing things that are good. Like it gets the most, it cleans up your problems, but if you're playing like full hands that are good, it just doesn't do anything. So it never gets you ahead.
Splash does, however, have the benefit of all card enhancements that you play are active. So
Yeah,
if you're on like an Arcana heavy run, Splash is really, really good.
Yeah, Glass and Seals really like it. And like bonuses and all that stuff, yeah. Yeah.
It's not a universally good Joker. It is really good in the times when it is, though.
Yeah, it requires pretty specific plans. Blue Joker. Easy to under-evaluate, I think, is the trick to this one. So many times you'll play it and it'll still be like plus 70 chips. Which, as we've discussed,
it's one of my
pretty good.
It's one of my least favorite chip jokers, but all the chip jokers are pretty good, is the thing.
Yeah, this is the chip joker that I think is like the most likely to be stable and pretty good and feel bad at the same time. But yeah, it's good.
Sixth Sense is just for having fun. It's not actually a good joker.
Yeah. Because
there is no way for the spectral cards to end like all of this to outplay missing out on that first hand. Like it's funny. Sixth Sense is very funny. I like playing with it. It's a good time, but it's it's a novelty and it's a gimmick. It's
especially because it eats the thing that activates it. So like you need to specifically be making sixes for 6 cents to eat, which is crazy. That's a crazy thing to do.
And it gets harder and harder to hit every time it hits. So like it gets worse and worse the more you use it.
Mm-hmm.
Constellation is incredible. The
Constellation is exceptionally good.
Because I think for it to be great, you need to use 10 planet cards, which is very easy to do over the course of a run. And for it to be incredible, you need to use 20, which also isn't bad. Anything past 20, and it's just, like I said earlier, ×3, as soon as something has that text, the red ×3, it's one of the best cards in the game, full stop.
Mm-hmm. And once you, it can go over that pretty easily too as you keep on playing, because like vouchers exist to make planet cards or like cheaper and more common, and as you like do that kind of stuff, it's every single shop you go into. Oh shit! I give my constellation like plus 0.3. Oh dang! I have blue seals in my deck. Every single one of these gives a constellation plus 0.1. Every single like high priestess arcana card you play plus 0.2. It keeps on going and going and going and going. It's a lot easier to get that number up than it seems.
Mm-hmm.
It does have the downside of starting out just ×1, which means that if you see this early, it's not going to win you like hands by itself. You want to see it early, but you want to get something else first. Basically.
You need another support early
alongside
on.
it.
Yeah, it shows up on ante like 3 ideally. I think that's about when you want to start stacking it up.
Yeah, or
I think you wanted to start on ante 2, but you have a plus multiplier on ante 2 as well. That's all you need.
You consistently have what you need to get it going on around 3. I think.
Yeah, you can.
Like 2 is ideal, 3 is realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't want it on 1. That's the thing I feel about it. It's just it doesn't help you get to 3 if you get it on 1. Is what I feel about it.
Sorry, I had to answer a DM real quick. Yeah. It being uncommon is unbelievable too. This is just one of the best uncommon jokers in the game, because it's like it requires some setup, but even if it ends up being ×1.6, right? How long did I hold on to that scary face that was doing fuck and all because it was polychrome and just had ×1.5 on it? Right?
Yeah. Polychrome usually pays for itself. Like a polychrome is almost good enough to include by itself without any other text.
Yeah.
Almost. It's not quite there, but it's close.
Yeah. Legendaries are on page 10, so we have a ways to go till we get to those. Hiker is incredible and probably the best chip joker in the game if you get it early, and if you get it late, it does nothing.
Yep. It's really good on ante 1 through 3.
Yeah.
If you get it early enough for that. And then bad otherwise.
Yeah, you got it in 1.
Yep, that's Hiker. It just kind of is a yes/no statement on whether it's good or not. Faceless Joker is a little too hard to set up, in my opinion. It's a good, if you're already doing okay, this can be a cute way to make money. If you get it with like Peridola or whatever, then obviously it's like, yeah, I get $5 every time I discard, which like that's reasonable for a 2-color or for a 2-card pair, honestly. That's like the big thing is like, you're like, whoa, that's crazy. And then you think about it and you're like, that's 2 Joker slots. That's probably fair, actually, for 2 Joker slots.
And yeah, it's 2 Joker slots. And one of those Jokers is also pumping up other Jokers. So it's not like it's being wasted on the Faceless Joker.
100%. Faceless is just definitely one that you don't want on its own, in my opinion, unless you have some other way to make it more consistent.
Nah, because like you want to play face cards usually.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big problem is like face cards are good to play. Green Joker
best friend.
Green Joker's incredible. Yeah, like
it's so good. It's so good.
Because the thing is, it being -1 per discard means you can manipulate it up front to be pretty good. Like the first turn you use Green Joker, you should just do as many discards as you can, because like It can't go under 0. And then after that, you just in general try to play more than you discard. You can still discard, right? Like this is a really common mistake.
You're still allowed. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a common mistake I see people make with Green Joker and especially with Ramen is you can still discard. Like it's still in there. Like especially if your plus multiplier is at like plus 40 or plus 30 or something. Like, yeah, dog, fucking discard a hand. It's fine.
If it's already at plus 30 or plus 40, plus 39 is not that much worse than plus 40.
Exactly, yeah.
Even still.
It's a discard, dog. It's fine.
Sure, you want to build it so you don't have to discard if you can help it, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, you can work towards that. You can still do it occasionally.
And do you agree, Matt?
Yeah. 100%.
Superposition is probably the worst payoff card in the game.
I hate superposition, dude. It's so bad.
I think it's probably the worst.
I don't like superposition at all.
So there's
actually, I think it's the second worst. I think the worst is Seance. I think Seance is unusable. I think superposition happens
the problem with
sometimes
Seance is
ever.
that
here's the thing. Seance, you can set it up and it's incredibly hard, but if you do, it is hilarious and one of the most fun runs in the game. Superposition is a huge pain in the ass to set up. And then when you get it, it's worse Vagabond. It's just bad Vagabond.
Also, a thing about Seance, I have a problem with it, but it is still very fun to play with because all spectral cards are fun to play with overall. Unfortunately, almost no spectral cards actually help what Seance wants you to do.
Yeah.
That's the big problem I have with Seance of like, yeah, you want to play straight flushes. Almost all spectral cards make playing straight flushes harder.
Yeah.
So
Octo, yeah. So we actually had a run earlier today too where we had like 20 negative Jupiters and like 20 negative Fools. Perkalo is just so good. I love that little guy.
Once you get to Perkeo, yeah.
Yeah. Superposition, the big problem is the payoff is too weak for how demanding the requirement is. Because we already talked about how the straights are a little bit harder to get than normal. Ace straights would be better if they were fully legal to wrap and not just ace 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's only 2.
Or ace, king, queen, jack 10. Yeah, that's the thing is like, since there's only 2 hard set versions of that straight, it makes it so rough compared to everything else. No, there's no wrapping. Nah, you can only do ace to 5, ace to 4, or 10 to ace. That's it. You can't do like part way through. And yeah,
almost no card games actually let you do straight wraps. Those are very, very uncommon in card games.
Mm-hmm. It does feel like something that maybe like Four Fingers could do or something to make flush less, like make straight better without nerfing flush. To-do list is hilarious. To-do list is one that I always hate having until I get a polychrome one, and then I'm like, to-do list is the funniest Joker in the game.
I've had every single time I've gotten to-do list, it has immediately been a royal flush for the second hand. 100%.
Yeah, that's fine. That means it's time to get rid of it. You got $5 off of it, now sell it. That's fine.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, I know. I still keep buying it though. Like, even though this happens to me 100%, like I still keep purchasing this thing because it is plus money as long as you have the slot.
I had a to-do list go off like 14 times, which is badass. No, shortcut doesn't allow wraps. That's incorrect.
If it did, it would be an even better Joker than it was.
It'd be even better. It allows you to make gaps. It does not allow you to wrap. You still cannot do king, ace, 2, 3, 4. That still is not legal. I wish. Yeah. One day. Cavendish is so good, it makes taking Gross Mitchell early even better. Like,
yeah, it's godlike.
This right here is the proof in the pudding that ×3 red is just the gold standard for text. If it says that, it's Gucci, and it's an unconditional ×3. Again, the 1 in 1,000, yeah, that shit happens sometimes. It's just funny. Post about it on Twitter or whatever. But like, yeah,
get your Twitter clip and move on.
Yeah.
Cavendish is also a common once it gets it, so it's actually it shows up all the time.
That's the secret.
Reroll the shop until you find it. It's not going to take much time to get.
Yep, that's why it is. I almost wish they would put on Cavendish only spawns if Gross Michelle has been destroyed earlier this run. I know that's too many words for this game, but people need to know that that's required for Cavendish to spawn. Card Sharp is again just
exceptionally
incredible.
good at winning the game. I'll say that for certain.
Also, it's just if your deck is set up to play the same hand multiple times, which realistically most decks that go to ante 7 or farther do, it is essentially nothing on your first hand and then ×3 on all of the other ones, which if you're playing 4 hands or often 5 hands because you've gotten something that gives you an additional hand per turn, like the grabber or something, that means you have ×4 for 4 hands. That's pretty incredible. That's really good. That's really, really good. Card Sharp's really solid, and especially if you're playing something like a flush deck that just plays flush every single hand. Yeah, Card Sharp's great.
It does have the downside, as mentioned, of there's actually like 3 different bosses that immediately murder Card Sharp. Yeah. So you do have to play around that. But that's like it. That's the only real downside to Card Sharp.
100%. Red Card, I think, is probably the most underestimated Joker in the game that I've seen. I see so many people pass this early on, even if they already have clearance sale or something, and I'm just SMH my head, dude, every time. Extremely SMH my head. I know Minimat, you jumped in on a run I was doing, I think just on Discord, and you were like, whoa, that's the highest red card I've ever seen. And it was at like plus 60 or something.
It was ridiculous.
And I was like, that's not even close to the highest red card I've seen. The thing is, so first of all, once skipping packs is incentivized, if you have any form of discount and money supply, you can just look at and skip every single pack in shops, and there's 2 of those every store, so it is +6 everything. And then mega packs are extremely good with it because you open up the the jumbo size selection, pick whichever the best one is, and then skip your second card choice, and it still gives you the +3. So like red card is super cracked. It is one of the easiest plus multiplier jokers to activate, and it is one of the easiest to have go nuts, because like, you know how all those times we've said like, oh yeah, it's super easy, just get like 10 celestial packs and just use them or whatever. Hey, what if instead you just got some that you were disappointed in, and instead you rapidly had a joker that said +30 multiplier, because it's so easy to do with red card. Yeah, would you spend a pack's worth of money to buy 3 multiplier? And the answer most of the time is like, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. 100%.
Depends a little bit on the deck, but most of the time, yes.
Yeah. And honestly, I think red card is good all the way until orange stake. I think is orange stake the one that makes it packs get more expensive as you go?
Orange stake makes it the packs get more expensive for every thing you bump up.
Orange stake is a pretty big nerf to red card, but orange stake is a pretty big nerf to most jokers.
Everything's yeah.
It's a nerf to the game and how much fun the game is to play. Madness is the most conditional joker in the game, probably.
Madness gets better.
Black stake
on higher difficulties, unlike every other one of these, basically.
Yeah, Madness is almost unplayable below Black Stake, and then Black Stake, it just says on it, when blind is selected, destroys a random joker that is not eternal, which it turns out is a much more interesting line of text. And that +5 multiplier starts just scaling like crazy, because like, you hold that for a couple rounds and it's very quickly ×6, ×9, so on and so forth. So if you can get even a halfway, the trick with Madness is if you can get a halfway decent Eternal setup, it's Gucci. The other thing too, it still goes off even if you don't have any jokers for it to destroy. That's really important. And
it can't destroy itself.
Yeah. So like the text is in fact in order. It's when blind is selected, gain 0.5 multiplier, comma, then destroy a random joker other than itself, and it'll still go off. So you can just like have it and 4 multipliers or 4 eternal jokers and you're super set. That being said,
I still haven't had a run that plays with madness on higher difficulties. I'm sure it is very good in those. I just haven't had the chance to, though. It's a very, very specific time when you can do it, even.
That's the big thing, is it's very, very build-around-y. It's definitely one of the jokers that, like, if they did add a thing into this game eventually where, like, let's say you could turn off 10 jokers before a run or something, I would probably turn off madness, because most of the time I see it, it's not good. Because the thing is, even running into it early isn't particularly enough. It is the big thing. Like, you need to run into it with eternal jokers almost.
Yeah, pretty much.
Square Joker is one of those that demands you play specifically Square Joker for a while. And then it's one of the best scaling chip jokers in the game. Because the thing is, the thing that I think is easy to miss with Square Joker is you still get the built up chips even if you play a hand that is not 4 cards.
Yep.
So, like, you can just play 4 card hands a bunch. Because, like, how many times do you get into a round? How many times has this happened to you? You're playing a hand of BALATRO and you realize you can just win it in one hand. Well, what if instead you played 3 kind of dog shit hands that were 4 cards exactly to build up 12 more bonus chips and then play the big one, and then you get those 12 bonus chips for every hand for the rest of the run. And that's the secret of Square Joker is, if you have any spare resources vis-a-vis hands, you can kind of pump them into Square Joker, and Square Joker keeps getting bigger forever. It's really nice. It's also, I mean,
understandably,
yep.
Understandably, people don't like the sandbag because, you know, it just means you're playing the run longer necessarily.
Yeah.
But there's a large number of jokers actually that reward you for sandbagging, Square Joker included.
Hugely.
Playing out your hands to make the rest of the run easier and just keep on going and playing as much as you can. Square Joker will easily get to 200 chips. Trust me. It's not that hard to do.
It's not, yeah. And like I said, for most of the main game, if a Joker says plus 80 chips, it's really worth having at least one of those. And Square Joker is real easy to have be one of those. And once it's set up, it's unconditional. That's the other big thing. Seance is too hard to set up.
It's fun. It's another one of these rares that are fun when they go off, but they're not good.
It's not good,
Seance is, and like spectral cards can in fact be unplayably bad.
It's true.
So you have to get like the hardest hand to hit without like support, and then also not low roll. And so it just sits in a Joker slot the entire game, and then does nothing most games, and in the one time you do it, you get a spectral that ruins your deck.
Yeah, fundamentally, the other problem I have with this is, if it wasn't straight flush, this would be a lot easier to say, like, if this was like if the poker hand is illegal, create a random spectral card, I would play that. Because here's the problem. Almost all spectral cards make playing straight flushes harder.
But
not
make playing
easier,
illegal hands
harder.
better. Yeah, they can like
exactly.
Build, they can build towards things like flush house, flush five of a kind is like the seance hand. So
exactly.
I think if it said 5 of a kind, I would be like, let's fucking go, because then that is an engine into of itself, right? You just like roll a random Ouija, bada bing, we're setting off seance 2 or 3 times a day, you know. So there's that.
As is, though, it's just not good enough.
No, it's just too weak. Like, the only reason I put it above superposition is because I think from a mechanical,
it's more fun to play with.
Yeah, from a mechanical, I want to win the game standpoint, I think they're both 0 out of 10. So I just think it's more a matter of superposition has the potential, or, you know, Seance has the potential to have even though it's helping your deck 0 out of 10, it gives you 9 out of 10 fun for a rare run. Superposition is a 0 out of 10 mechanically, and I think it's a 2 out of 10 on fun at best. Because getting a bunch of tarot cards just isn't that exciting, and there's other things that do it way easier and better and more targeted and everything else. Yeah.
Also, I'm going to throw this out here. Honestly, once the engine is fully going, Seance is easier to set off than Superposition.
Yeah. There's more ways to build a straight flush than there are to build an ace flush or ace straight, which is silly, but the truth. Riffraff.
Once the engine's going. Riffraff is great. I love this guy.
Riffraff early on is the funniest Joker in the game. It forces you to play an entirely different game, but I think the entirely different game it forces you to play beats ass. I think it's super fun. So the
it also
Yeah.
Works really well with a number of other Jokers that are otherwise pretty bad on their own, but Riffraff makes them good.
Yeah, Riffraff with Knife is like hysterical. And for anyone who doesn't know, the order that all of those effects activate when you enter into a blind are ordered left to right. So for Riffraff, for example, you would want to have like the knife, something you want the knife to eat, and then Riffraff afterwards, because then it'll open up the slot and then Riffraff will get a chance to fill it. So like if you have 5 Joker slots and you have 4 out of 5, you can feed the knife and then have Riffraff still poop out 2 more guys. And the thing is, even if the knife is only eating 1 around, good news, you can just still sell the other one. Jokers still make money, it turns out. Like Riffraff at worst, even if it rolls really dog shit on both Jokers, that's still like $5. Yeah.
Yeah, it's $4 around minimum, basically, unless you roll the basic Joker, in which case it's $3 around minimum.
Or like double credit card, yeah.
Yeah, which makes it kind of almost just flat better than Gold Joker, but you know, that's how it be sometimes.
It takes the slot, yeah. But yeah, Riffraff is really good until the very end. Yo, Wooly! Wooly, how's it going, man? Thanks for the raid. I'm playing, hey, I'm Ty Tuesday, I'm playing too much Balatro. How's it going, gamers? We're talking about all of our favorite Jokers. But I'm Ty. I stream 6 days a week. We're playing too much Balatro. Thanks for the raid, Wooly. How's it going, man? I love the content. So Vampire. Vampire's cracked. Vampire's fucking crazy, man. Vampire's
for winning the game, Vampire is one of the best in the game.
The thing about Vampire is it's so easy to get caught up thinking just about like the high-end ultimate synergy that Vampire can set off, right? Like,
you don't need to do that shit. It's just good by itself.
Yeah,
it will get to ×3 by itself without issue.
Because it's really easy to think of stuff like, God, where is the JoJo mask? Where's the funny JoJo mask that makes everything gold? Oh, there it is. So it's easy to think about things like Midas Mask and Periodelia, which like makes it so everything you play pumps dragon. And that's crazy. Don't get me wrong. Midas Mask plus Vampire is bananas on its own. You don't need that though. You can just keep buying little buffs here and there. Like anytime you get, what's the one who makes 2 cards bonus? Is that Empress?
Empress or Hierophant. I think it's Hierophant because Empress makes the multiplier.
Right. Well, anything that makes
it's
2
same
enhancements.
Thing, same results.
Yeah, anything that makes 2 enhancements is crazy because that's plus 0.4 multiplier each time, which is so good. It's so easy to set this thing off because think about it. You do that 3 times. 3 times. 3 tarot cards, which is not a hard ask, and you're immediately at times 2.2. Yeah, times 2.2. I've seen men kill each other over that kind of text. That's like draw 3 cards. Are you crazy? So yeah, Vampire's nuts. So good. Goes off all the time. If you're not in the last ante, get Vampire.
Yeah, I will give the bit of lip service here of Vampire is absolutely amazing for winning the game and for getting even up to like fucking ante 13. At that point though, it doesn't matter.
It hits a hard wall.
At that point, it hits a hard wall
because
card enhancements become better than Vampire is.
Yeah, you need glass and steel for ante 13 plus. 100%.
Yeah, it robs you of your 5 hand slots, which is
but
enough.
That's the only downside you can. It's literally the only downside you can talk about Vampire, which means it doesn't have one for winning the game. It's just one of the best Jokers in the game. If you do, there you go.
And you know what? I think that's a good place to split on the Joker discussion so that we can save a little bit more of that for later. And so I can do a run right away for the Wooly raid so people can see what this damn game looks like. Because Wooly might have been streaming Balatro, but that does not feel like a Wooly core game to me. So So I will just go ahead. So this is Balatro for anybody from the raid. This is like a poker roguelike. You don't really need to know too much about poker. The only real value. He was. Oh shit. No kidding. Hell yeah, baby. Glad. It's a good ass game. So these are all you need for poker hand information is we have high card, pair, two pair, three of a kind, etc. And they're worth blue, which is commonly referred to as chips, and then red, which is the multiplier. These are the base values. You'll see they're level 1. We can level up hands, etc., etc. That's all you need to know about poker, though, is that these hands exist and cards also exist. See about it? Saw it played, now we can see it played. Hey, I try to be good at games. It's hard out here, though.
Ooh. Three of a kind to fives outright. That's an easy full house, or maybe even digging for four of a kind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do we ditch on this? I think we just ditch everything but queen.
Yeah, you want to keep one card in hand still if you're gonna go for full house. And there is one. Oh, is that enough to win outright? I don't think it is.
This puts us one off. You know what? It puts me in win position. I have 3 discards though. So
you can keep going, yeah.
What if I discarded for a better full house like a madman?
Well, keep the queen still if that was the case, I think. But yeah, otherwise you're good to go.
Yeah, and I did, for what it's worth.
And you can keep the king or whatever. It doesn't matter. They're the same value.
Yeah.
All right, you got it anyway.
Got it anyway. I love cards, baby. Ugh.
Exactly. So the reason why we tried to win on one hand there is because it makes it pay out more.
Yeah, and thank you, Molly Mouseworth, for gifting out 3 subs. Congrats, Maratastic, UC Classnl, and Mecha Madoka. Yeah, so especially in the later stakes, the only money you get is from how many hands you have left. We're limited to a certain number. Yeah, and so like we want to save as many plays as we can. I think I need to put my money where my mouth is and either take Blue Joker or Square Early. Square Early is a little rough to make move, but I think we can do it.
I think Square Early it gives you just enough chips to make it work.
We just have to play a little. We have to be willing to ditch hands early on like lower value plays. So we're 1 card off of a flush. I'm just gonna play Trash 4 to buff Square Joker, and then pull hopefully into flush. Yeah, there we go.
You could also play 2 pair here and get an additional rank of it while still contributing to your score.
We should. Yeah, that's not a bad plan. Weird draw. Yeah, I think we play one more because a flush will get us out of this at this point. And we have 4 discards.
With 28 extra chips, for sure.
Yeah, the chance of me not pulling another diamond are emphatically quite low.
This was almost a royal flush.
Close, yeah, close. Just raw dogging that shit. Humble is out of Steam keys for Balatro. Damn, they heard about Undernight 2 going on sale, and then everyone was like, oh fuck, also Balatro while I'm here. I'll take one of those too.
Ooh, I'm seeing a single rank of 2 pair makes it like a winning the round for anti-3. Not anti-3, anti-1, without having to dig for something more valuable.
Yeah.
Fun note, out of all of the possible poker hands in poker, a full half of them have a 2 pair in them.
I'd believe it. Big fan of 2 pair. Love their movies. I think we pitch these. Huh.
You might want to ditch it for the flush. Maybe.
Yeah. The question is,
you
what
have nothing like.
Do we flush for? I guess it would have to be club side.
Clubs are more likely to happen, yeah.
Yeah, we'll high card this one, get a square buff, and then club flush it. Yeah, easy. And yeah, already plus 36. God, oh man, the fun part about listening to a BBC Essential mix from 2010, you don't hear air horns like that randomly in music anymore. That shit's only done ironically. Back in these days, no, we did that on purpose. We liked it.
One of the worst jokers to play with Square Joker, unfortunately.
Yeah, Splash. Yeah, Splash is dog shit for it. Do we just take another level of 2-pair?
When you make 2-pair worth basically as much as a flush, that's good shit.
Yeah, that carries for a bit.
Like 60 base chips plus an additional...
I'm like 50-50 between do we take an extra $1 of investment or do we use Hierophant and start pushing for value on our cards? I think we take the money now though because we want to build towards Joker still.
Yeah, you don't have a multiplier Joker yet. I think you want to get your chance at a multiplier Joker.
We can't afford
I love negative Jokers, but you can't afford one.
Yeah, even if it came up, we couldn't buy it. Is this fucking shots but with horns? Sorry, my brain just hard locked for a second there due to shots. Just built different, man.
Okay, 2-pair now actually paying for itself.
And yeah, we easily get there on a flush and we have 4 discards, so I'm going to take some early...
You get there on a 2-pair.
Huh?
You get there on a 2-pair. Like, you don't even need to play for the flush.
Yeah.
You don't want to play this hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, hold on. I think anything that's not a high card will win in practice.
It's true, but now I do want to see... Oh, I only have 5 left. That's no good. Okay, tight. I was thinking I had the Jack of Diamonds. I do not. I was like, time to get a royal flush, baby. And then I thought about it more, and I was like, I cannot get a royal flush, baby. Whoops. The game is just really not giving us any kind of multiplier jokers.
Every so often this happens and never feels great.
You can beat the hook.
We can take the hook. I'll take the money.
You can take the hook.
Yeah. Especially if I just raw dog a straight and then redraw into something a little bit better for us.
Another straight?
Just another straight, huh? Okay, I mean, like...
It's a higher value straight, too.
Yeah, like, it'll carry us most of the way there. Now we pull for 2-pair.
Pairs.
Which,
very unfortunate that you don't have any, but...
Pretty unlikely, but hey, that's life. This is Walgreens or whatever.
So the 10 you'd also want to get rid of for sure? Ace, King, 4, and 5 are all good. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have one more pitch. I'll throw it on the 4.
Okay, you got 4s and kings or 10s, aces and kings and whatever. Yeah.
Love to see a plan come together, you know?
There you go. Now it's basically just play anything. You got it. Yeah, that 3 of a kind, as long as you... That'll do it. No problem. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
The numbers work out and they spell good stuff for you.
That sounds like a WWE map.
It is. There's red card if you wanted to go for that, and Space Joker.
Yeah, I think red card Space Joker is the play. We just go for 2 pairs really aggressively when we start doing the move.
So +1 multiplier, +1 +20 chips.
Or just +3 multiplier
versus
right now.
+3 multiplier.
I'm more thinking judgment or not, because random Joker is like...
I don't think you need judgment at the moment. I think you'd be better off buying one later. Like, obviously judgment can pay off really well, but I think this by itself kind of works for anti-3. You don't need much else.
Yeah. And we do want to start playing out more 2-pair. Really, Tie Tuesday, these draws, my brother, this is what you're drawing. You come into my house and you put these cards on the floor.
Well, That is a pair.
One pair. I'd prefer two of them.
Get rid of one of the jacks then.
But
because
like,
you already have a pair.
I don't think I can be that
unlikely to draw
picky
the fourth one.
Is the problem, because we need to play four hands that are all pretty good.
And I mean, with the +6 multiplier from the red card, and also the chance of it upgrading, and the bunch of
I mean, it won't because the Space Joker isn't real, but you know, if it was, that'd be sick. I guess I'm playing it straight.
It's real now.
Fuck. Damn it.
Mystic Summit's at its worst with red deck, I guess.
Yeah, because I have a lot of bonus discards.
Mm-hmm.
$6
is pretty good. Makes an
does
additional,
let me make
you know,
more tens or more queens.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, don't know if I would want more tens or more queens. Probably more tens.
And it depends on what you'd like hope for going for. Like the payoff for more queens is generally shoot the moon in AAA.
Yeah.
Whereas for tens, it's like even Steven and 10-4.
Yeah, let's go for queens then, yeah.
I think on average, queens they eke out as being better than tens for sure.
Yeah, already +9. Ooh, that's big 18 and it makes the pillar easier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's okay, airplane. That's okay, Space Joker. You'll get there one day, baby. I believe in you, little buddy. You'll do it. You can make it on your own.
All right, it's time. It wasn't time. I regret to inform you.
Queen is what I have the most of. Jacks, I'm dead on. Fours, I believe I'm also dead on.
Nice.
Do I just play the flush?
Yeah, why not? You have an additional one ace that you can draw. Hey, nice, and it upgraded. Love to see that on not the hand you're playing the most
God
of.
damn it! It keeps doing it! It keeps doing it, bro!
Hermit's $3, so that's
Yeah,
great.
Hermit's
48
always-
bucks.
Smear Joker because I don't have anything in the Joker slot.
I don't know, man. I think you have the money to reroll.
First, let's look at and consider passing these. I would like to pass that. $6.
Man. The thing is, I think you're still good. You're not actually in danger or anything. It's just annoying.
It's just really annoying, yeah. Yeah, that's where I am too. Like, I think we can totally win this. It's just like, come on. Like,
Just make it so it's not pulling teeth, motherfucker. Come on.
yeah, just imagine me looking at the camera and being like, come on. Space Joker, please!
You tried to trick it by playing that high card. Ooh, shoot the moon. There you go. That's a reason to have a lot of queens.
Here we go. It worked out.
Retrigger and hand effects are now also extremely good because then you get 26 multiplier per queen, which is that's a lot.
I'm gonna take the chips on this one. Because like that combined with square puts us in a really good spot, I think. $15. I think we need to keep playing for Space Joker, which feels bad to say because God knows Space Joker ain't done nothing for me. Am I right? I'm going to pitch these 3 to try and pull another queen. Sick.
There you go.
There we go.
Instant. Beautiful.
Much better.
Suddenly number.
That's a lot of money and it's holographic.
A lot of money,
And
which
that's
translates
easy
to a lot of multiplier for us, which also now our choices on packs are really easy, which is just, is there a queen? If so, we take it. If no, we pass it and we get the +3. Like I said, though, already plus 21, right? Like instantly red card is immediately good. Like it's already kick ass.
Yeah, it's already past like the 20 average cap where a lot of jokers stop.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, those 2 queens in hand, I think you win on high card here. Not win instantly, but I think you can win on high card.
Oh, right.
It's the psychic, though. You do have to play.
It is the psychic. You do have to play all of them. Yeah. Right. Psychic. Right. One rule.
Balatro player, remember to play 5 cards against the psychic challenge. Impossible.
Impossible. Cannot be done. No one's ever done it in history.
It's so infuriating because I tell myself it'll never happen to me again.
And then it keeps happening.
It just keeps happening.
Right, and we don't want to incentivize playing queens.
It keeps happening.
Sir.
Hi, I'm Ty Tuesday. I'm going to be
I get
streaming
it.
for Balatro for 12 hours. We're currently on hour 4. It's going great. My awareness is awesome. I'm having no misplays, as you can tell.
That was just for the content.
That's right, Mega Man. That's right. Thanks for the resub, Marjack. Oh, that no queens, huh?
BALATRO got me high card.
All right. I'm going to play, and I'm not going to discard. And it's going to be good. And we're going to win anyway.
Yeah. Instantly for Exaxes.
Yeah, I knew. I didn't know. Yeah, I knew. No, I didn't.
I'm going to make an argument real quick before you do anything.
Yeah.
That Joker is going to be better than Space Joker.
Which one? Hallucination?
Hallucination, yeah.
Yeah, considering we really aggressively want to open and throw out packs. If only we had 1,000,000 jacks. This one's so hard, man. It turns out get cards into your hand and then also discard them every single hand is like really a high requirement.
Hit the road is for, okay, I turned my entire, deck into jacks. And unfortunately, compared to the turn your entire deck into queens or turn your entire deck into kings for like rewards, because there are ones for those as well, it's not as good as either of them. It's just the worst of those 3.
I like hanged manning the 3s, just so we have something to more easily pull away from in 2-pair.
Yeah, especially because you upgraded those 4s already, so you can use them more easily. Oh, and hanged man, not strength, but whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think I eat the judgment. I just sell it, probably.
Probably.
What's square at? Ooh, almost at like.
Where's 88 already?
Yeah, that's
nice.
really good. Yeah.
At 90, it starts to outperform over a lot of other chip jokers.
Yeah. And there's that delayed gratification payoff, man. Huge value. We really want a multiplier more than anything else, I think, right now.
You can get away without one, but it's gonna be pretty rough by the end.
Yeah. Plus 36.
All face cards are debuffed. You may as well get rid of the queens unless you're gonna include them for a include them into a pair.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're already more likely to draw them, so.
Yeah, the debuffs on queens are pretty annoying. Yeah, I was gonna try and play for delayed gratification, but I don't think we can. I don't think we get away with that, sadly.
Cool hand.
I mean, they're a pair. They're a pair. You may as well include them in a pair late, like afterwards. There you go.
Like, it's probably still enough, right? That's the thing about having your plan split up into multiple pieces. Yeah. Like, what if you got all your queens? We just play them. People freak out really hard about their cards being debuffed. You still get the value of the hands plus the jokers, which in most cases is most of the value. People panic. Like, there's a boss that is all of your cards are debuffed until you sell a joker, and I see people just like snap sell a joker so many times when I'm like, you could have just won that and kept all your joker. Like, yeah, like you easily, without counting the face cards up, make like 1.3 million. Why the fuck are you selling a joker? Like, what are you doing? Curse of Ra. Curse of Ra.
I love the Curse of Ra.
I love the Curse of Ra. How deep
make
am I?
your square joker better.
Curse of Ra. Curse of Ra. Back a blind Curse of Ra.
Well, they did -1 hand first and -1 discard second, because you would always take the -1 discard one and then not do the -1 hand one.
Yeah.
They wanted to incentivize you to do the -1 hand one.
Yeah, because they knew that one is that one's way better. Yeah. Yeah, Curse of Cave is way fucking better because it forces you to deal with Curse of Ra, which is notably harder. Yeah, that is very much by design.
Mm-hmm. It's annoying to you because it's designed to be annoying to you, but the payoff is still worth it most of the time, so it works out in its favor.
Yeah. It's the same reason as like, yeah, I really hate that they make you take the tag that does nothing before they let you get the one that just gives you a joker slot.
Is the best tag in the game.
Is the best tag in the game. Yeah, precisely. So delayed gratification is definitely the first one on the chopping block for us. Because it's just times 10.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not playing towards it a lot. Even though it is like good money value, it's really hard to play around.
I think you could play with it in that you don't actually need to play 2-pair for your tens to be high value.
True, yeah.
You're adding a ton of multiplier and chips for every hand you play.
Yeah, you're probably right. Especially with the glass in
This
hand.
one you'll want to do though, because it's 44,000 still. It's not a small number.
Yeah. I need to pull for queens.
There they are.
2 of them.
Nice.
Ideally, we want to get another pair that we can play that is not queen related. So yeah, we want to pitch those. How much value are we getting off it being 2-pair? Only ×5 multiplier versus just holding.
Not really.
These
You could play
queens.
this as just a pair and you'll get 39 from that alone.
I think so. Yeah, I think this is the play.
Yeah. That was worth a pretty good amount still. Well, like I think you could get away with just playing high card from this point forward and still wait. No, you only have one hand left. Whoops.
Oh, right.
Curse of Ra. So you want to play something high value here.
Yep. Sure do.
Forgot about Curse of Ra.
Curse of Ra, yep. Okay. Oh, I only had one queen in hand. I thought I still had two.
You're fine.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Wow. Whew, how about that?
DNA, when you have a thing that cares about the number of cards in your hand.
Or just card sharp. And I only have 3 hands, but that is still times 3 on the back too if we always play 2 pair. I think we just need multiplier so bad because we have plus 42 constant right now. Question is,
I think it depends on what you're going to play towards. I think in the long run, DNA is actually stronger of these two, but card sharp will let you win. So.
We're at ante 6 and I want to win. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Well, card sharp won't activate on this one. This is a delicate dance of trying to play for both card sharp and delayed gratification at the same time, which is...
You can just play out high cards here.
Probably.
I would play out 4 card high cards buff square joker.
Right, chip joker, right, square joker, right.
And that is a 2 pair. It's fine.
Okay, and we get delayed gratification for what, 8?
Yes, $8. That's a lot. Good money.
I think this is just a open, and if there's no queens, we skip. Yep. I still think we just take red card because like +3 and like we already have chips from Square Joker.
Plus 20 chips on top of that. This is like a specific range in which it's like, I think with the higher value of chips that you're getting off of Square Joker specifically, it's not as valuable to grab this now, but it was much more valuable to grab it early, if you know what I mean. So yeah, going for a red card is probably better.
This is another delayed grat. Oh, another case of not really incredible jokers. I want to get that delayed gratification out of here is the reality of it. And like the queen shoot the moon's nice, but I don't think we super need it with plus 48.
If you had any queens in here with chariot, I would have like recommended you do that because
100%.
That's further incentivization for keeping queens in hand.
Yeah.
But it's kind of whatever without, yeah.
Okay, we're light on jacks actually, so I'm gonna buff 9s to 10s to make it so that we now are heavy on queens and heavy on 10s, and we're light on 9s and jacks. Yeah, like that increases our probability of pulling for specific 2 pairs a lot, which is what we're going for. So I think that's the right play.
I agree. It's like the only 2 tarot you really care about are, well, I mean, aside from the money ones, are Strength and Hanged Man. Technically, I think you want to play the lower value 4 instead, off the chance of getting those being queens, and then you'd be able to know if they were queens as they go off.
We have a queen.
Okay, there is 1 queen.
1 queen. So we know to keep that one, and then we can throw the rest.
Yeah.
3 kings, huh?
Nice. 3 kings, baby. This is actually an easier one to win than the wall was, and a whole ante ago. It's 4,000 less than the wall, and it didn't like meaningfully affect your.
I think I just high card one of these.
4 cards.
Well, I'm thinking if I want to high card this, if I want to discard it. I think I want to discard one more. Okay.
You could also play it out for keeping one of those cards in hand, making it at least slightly more valuable to draw a second pair, is where my train of thought was on it. But that worked out just fine, so no big difference.
Yeah.
You do have extra 10s, so ditching the ace and king. Well, yeah. Well, that 3 of a kind is probably going to do it for what it's worth. It doesn't need to be any further than that, but because you get plus 60. Yeah.
Yeah. Just pull that didn't feel great. Sure, I guess we sell delayed grad and have Setzer for a bit.
Seltzer will be better than that, yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of money for not a lot of value, so it feels wicked stupid, but...
You get plus 3 multiplier for every time you skip one. That's going to be better than the 3 of a kind one.
Yeah. Plus 54. Like I said, red card. It's good, baby. This is a great example. It's just like, it's so much better than people give it credit for. Wow, no queens in hand, huh? All right, let's play out a bad 4. Try and break that too. Damn. I think just playing...
ace high card is tripled right now.
What?
Ace high card is tripled because you played a high card before.
Oh, good call.
4 of them.
Sick. Sick. Card sharp. Thanks, babe. Wow.
That's rough. Man, that glass 2 is gonna make this hand huge.
Yeah, it's gonna re-trigger, so. And it'll never break.
Well, yeah, because you can't get one in force.
Yeah. Speaking of which, could upgrade to Gross Michael.
Yeah, Gross Michael will do just fine.
Yeah, it's likely going to be.
And that can be an
value.
unconditional. And that can become an unconditional ×3. So.
Yeah.
If Minimao was still here, obviously Wheel of Fortune's the pick, but
yeah, he's not.
I don't have his luck.
So I think we go for 3 and 9. 3-9 Jack destruction is what we want.
Which unfortunately only 3 is here, so it's probably better to just skip for red card. You want to keep the 2 because of your glass 2.
Yeah. 0 discards, huh?
Oh, I don't think you give a shit. You have a 4 of a kind of queens in your hand. A high card wins this in 2 plays.
Ooh, it might not. It might actually be a little short.
No, it is. It's extremely going to.
Oh, because
remember, it's tripled.
Card sharp, right? Card sharp. Forgot about card sharp. Great point, Mega Man. I forgot about card sharp. Word. Ooh, okay. Now we're talking about something a little more interesting. So I play 2 pair.
Shoot the moon then. Get rid of Shoot the Moon and replace it with Supernova.
Yeah, because Supernova is just.
You can just play the queens that you generated as pair fodder now, and that's great too.
Yeah. Maybe Buffoon Pack for the skip, and we might open like a rare negative or something. No. Wow, a negative. That's great for all the
With
money.
$0.
Don't have for it. Yeah.
Yeah. The great thing about getting rid of Shoot the Moon is now all cards are playable, and hey, that's great when you have a bunch to play.
I was running into a lot of consistency issues where, yeah, we were having to juggle the decision between hold the queens in hand versus play them out, and now the math is just way easier. It's just fucking play them, boys, 100%, which,
yep.
Yeah, that makes my life so much easier, man. Card Sharp's your favorite Joker? It's really good. It's really good, because, like, the thing is, if you're playing the same hand every time, which most decks of Balatro are.
Most decks will be. Yep.
Yeah, like most decks, by the time you get to, I don't know, like like 6 are trying to play the same hand repeatedly. Yeah, it's just upside.
There you go. And of course, right before the final boss blind, there he goes. Gross Michael is gone. You may as well grab the face card, Joker. Like, that's going to pay out because you're going to get +8 from your queens. It's not great, but it's like it does an impression at least of Gross Michael.
The only thing we care about ordering is Card Sharp, right?
That's the only thing that matters in its order.
And everything else is guaranteed to go off if I play a queen, so we just look for which one doesn't go off and put it on the end.
Yep.
Word.
Yeah, you do want to get the other queen. Or the kings will do it as well, so it's fine.
Hold up.
Yeah, I do this exact same thing.
Yeah.
All right, so that. It's already on the end.
Card Sharp's in the right spot.
It
Great.
doesn't matter.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sick.
Nothing else matters. You win.
Sick. Love that for me. Love that for me. No. Give me the queens.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, boys. Good work, Card Sharp. Best Jokers in position already.
And there you go. That's a win.
Woo! And yeah, so everybody from the Woolly Raid, hey, this is Balatro. This game's pretty cool. It can be a little hard to follow if you haven't played it before, but a lot like Solitaire, you play 1 or 2 and you immediately are hooked. It's so funny. Everyone I know, yeah, wow, literally just like all the rest of them shuffled except for Card Sharp. It's just vibing.
That's so funny.
Keep it up, Card Sharp.
+1 hand picks out your the Curse of Ra. Uncurse yourself.
Yes, a big
Cleanse
glove.
body of Mummy's curse.
I'll be honest, this deck is the definition of a deck that gets a win and does not get more than a win. Like, that's it.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Yeah,
this
like,
is not going to be
we're
a
turbo
killer here.
dead. Yeah, 100%. Are we
It
hot?
might be actually fine to get rid of one of those queens for a king, because you already have 7 of them, right? And having five kings, specifically because you want 2 pairs. Having 2 values of roughly equivalent value is better for 2 pair than it is to have 1 of slightly higher, I think.
I was trying to think if there's anything
I don't have
else.
proof of that, but
Yeah, because we're like a little hot on 6s, or 10s, and that would put us to being even on both, which I don't want. I might just hold on to that strength for now and use it later.
yeah, that's also fair.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
I
Just
think
use it
you
later.
technically. I do think actually in practice it is better to have 2 at 6 for 2 pair than to have 1 at 7 and 1 at 4.
Probably. I would have to do the math, which I don't want to.
Understandable.
So, like, right now, yeah. Shit. Also, how many jacks do I have? In the full deck, 2. So in theory, I could eat both of the jacks, which would be great.
Hard to land, but yeah, it would be fantastic to pull that off.
It would be incredible. All right, I can just play the queens now. But yeah, just purely as a showcase of red card is very good, don't underestimate it, and square joker is very good, don't underestimate it. I'm very glad with how this run turned out, right? Because like this is the definition of what these do, is the rest of your stuff isn't super exciting. It isn't popping off like crazy. You're not going to get a run that goes to ante 14 or whatever. But you're probably going to win because you have plus 63 multiplier and 208 chips, which means even if you play high card, it starts at 208 times 63. Like that's the base level. Like they'll just win, man. They'll get there on their own. They're solid as hell. Yo, what's good, Punchy? This game, dude. It's so Jover for me. It's never been more Jover. Damn it.
You could turn them into jacks to replace your 10. That's not very good, though.
No, that ends up splitting the value more. No, I think at this point I just say we're doing this. Yo, Avian answer, thanks for the raid. What's good, gamer?
Yeah.
Yeah, because now we're a little hotter on 5s. We're super dry on, we're drier on 4s. Like, it still changes our values better towards a 2-pair plan. Just in kind of a goofy way. But yeah, what's good, gamers? We're playing some BALATRO. I'm showing folks how to get some stable-ass plans that'll win them those early stakes. When you're struggling to learn BALATRO early on, I think the big thing to just take in is that there are 3 major components of your score, and it is your chips, it's your additive multiplier, and then your multiplier. And you need these first 2 pieces to get through the first couple antes, and then at least 1 or 2 of the multipliers to really get over the finish line guaranteed. And then you're Gucci. The Strange Poker's amazing. I have so many hours in this game, and we've got another like 8 hours today. I'm gonna have to go get some poker snacks soon. I ate the diamonds. I'm just gonna throw these out and hopefully pull another queen. Wow, life's crazy, you know that? Flush it is. But we're about to start a brand new run. So if you're just showing up from a raid, from a previous one or this one that just happened, hey, stick around. We're about to start a new one. You can learn about how BALATRO functions. I love to have my glass be debuffed. This little shithead made it to the end. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? What a wad.
It does mean that, I mean, when the glass is debuffed, that means it can't break, so it's great.
That's right. It's great. It's just what I want.
Love that stuff. You're hot on 10s, so you should have kept the 10.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you still have a lot of 10s in your deck.
Oh, yeah. It's fine. We're dead here. Actually, if we win this, we might actually get out of this. Shit. Okay, ante 11 will definitely kill us because that's what they start asking for.
Oh yeah, you're dead at ante 11 instantly, but you can get there probably.
Also, yeah, I think this might be the best square joker I've ever pulled off, actually. 228 is like...
228 is good.
That's like
a lot.
I was going to say, that's like 3 jokers worth of joker, functionally. Like, that's the same as having like 3 activated chip jokers, which is, yeah, super cracked.
Yeah, you actually might be dead on 10, but that's okay.
Again, yeah, we were here to win, which we super did, because we have so much winning to do before we're done with BALATRO, gamers, because there are all of these decks, all these decks, and all of them have a whole slew of difficulty options. On PC, I still have only gotten up to purple on them because I've been spreading them out because, I'll be honest, I think purple is where BALATRO kind of goes from being a good game to kind of a bad, not a bad game, but like a much less forgiving game. A game that is it's less about fun. Purple.
for a lot of like deck building roguelikes like this have this system in them, the Ascensions and Slay the Spire and all of
100%.
that. For what it's worth, given it takes until the third to last one for
really
the difficulty to become annoying, that means it's one of the best versions of this,
Easily,
in my opinion.
Yeah, because most roguelike deck builders that have this kind of ascending difficulty, like when I play Slay the Spire, I think I put it on like Ascension 3, and like that's only as high as I ever go, because like one of them is like more elite enemy spawn, and I'm like, sick, that's just upside. And then after that, it's like, fuck this. I think Balatro is at its best at Black Stake. I think Black Stake is where it like really...
Black's where it's yeah.
Yeah, if you can handle the increase of green, which takes a little bit of understanding, a little bit of practice, a little bit of like knowing when you just need to play a hand out, because you will need to use all of your hands and discards, and it will be better to use this as a medium value play that also redraws, as opposed to doing a discard and then just having a blank hand at the end. Decisions like that you have to be able to make correctly for green stake to be consistent with it. But it doesn't require just full on dumb luck, which purple often requires just dumb fucking luck. And green, I think black is like a totally fine thing. Red feels really bad at first, and then it just incentivizes you either to take skip tags more, which is like probably good, or it incentivizes you to have some kind of other money making plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Red stake's not that big of a deal, and I earnestly think that the increased anti values on green.
Yeah.
It feels, once you've played a lot of green and onward,
green is normal.
Honestly, yeah, green is the normal. It feels like baseline actually becomes a little bit easy in practice.
I think green is where the game is balanced around to be like consistently winnable if you play it correctly. I could see a streamer doing a full win streak of every deck on green or black difficulty. Blue probably as well. Hurts. It just is less fun than black, but like you could probably do blue. Purple though is definitely where it'd be like, nah, you need to get pretty fucking lucky.
You need to make something that's fucked up, and you need to be lucky to do that.
And to do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times in a row back to back. I don't think so, Tim. I don't know. I don't see that happening. Oh, we could do a challenge as well. Yeah, let's do one of the challenges. Oh, what did I unlock? Is that like permanent? Huh.
Oh, double or nothing it's a challenge.
Huh. So it's 100. You get a permanent debuff upon playing a card, but you start with all red seals.
Yes. And there's no other restrictions on this otherwise. There's no restricted jokers. It's purely, man, you want to turn your entire deck into glass for this is what you want. That's ideal.
Yeah.
So it doubles up once and then becomes nothing. There's a number of different ways to play that. You can play with only jokers that basically apply their value at the end. Nothing that counts your hand. Or you can go like extremely hard on high card re-triggering something on a single play, and that works really well. That makes steel amazing because steel gets re-triggered off of red seals. And you just don't want to play steel cards anyway.
Yeah. So it would be trying to play the same cards a lot while holding the steel in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's try the no money in your hand, or you get yelled at by the cops. Do I just take an initial skip? If you get down to zero,
I mean, this is a challenge, right? So you have you will be making money off of the small blind.
But like double tag is...
Double tag's great. Yeah, no, if you want to go for it, go for it.
Okay, yeah, double tag's really good. I think we just take double tag, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, there's not a huge downside to playing out small blind. That's all.
Yeah.
But double tag is great. Don't get me wrong. I think I agree.
Yeah.
That's a straight 10 Jack 9 Jack 10 9 8 7.
Yeah.
I think that's actually. Oh, it's a big blind. That's
it's
right,
big blind, but that'll be. I think that puts us to like 296 or something.
Yeah, it's close to it. Yeah. 296.
76543. That is definitely half. That'll do it.
If you get down to 0 cards left in deck, you're not immediately killed. If you then play out all your hands and have a hand left somehow, then you do instantly lose.
Yeah.
Because you don't redraw in this game. You get your cards and that's it. You play them all once or discard them all once, fundamentally.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to spend our money.
Because this is luxury tax, right? The one
correct.
Okay, so you want to spend your money.
Paying attention, let me pull up deck list. So yeah, it's -1 cards in hand for every $5 we have. And I'm going to leave this up for a second. I actually have been going for 4 hours. I need to go grab a drink and use the restroom. it just hit me like a truck. Also, hey, if you aren't already following, please do. I'm Ty. I fucking love card games, baby. Other games too. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a every Garfield game off itch. I say every. It's probably going to be like 4 or 5 of them because a lot of them are just like a 2-page visual novel someone threw together in 10 seconds. But like a bunch of Garfield games tomorrow. It should be really fun. Yeah, sick. All right, I'm going to go grab stuff. I'll be back.
I think that Ty's best plan. Oh, nice. He's going to enjoy that when he gets back. I think his best plan actually is to grab this own voucher. And that's it. Just move on. Because you can still win, especially with 10 cards in hand. You can easily win the anti-1 boss like that. I think that Campfire is quite good in some respects, but here's the problem. This right here does count up in the middle of rounds. So you can use Campfire here, but unfortunately it's like you have to do all of your selling in shops or it will punish him to use it, basically. You can pull it off, though. Yeah, it's very good. Campfire is a pretty good joker. Campfire is that you get a 0.5 multiplier per round for everything you sell. Not per round. Round includes your... it's until you beat the boss blind. Not round. Yeah, sorry. Round has its own terminology of... Round is whenever you play a round of poker. So against each blind. So yeah, it's per ante. Exactly. It resets after you beat the boss. It's extremely good with Riff Raff, for sure. Yeah, 100%. Credit card is the winner of this challenge, if we can find that, because it's not illegal in this challenge, I believe. I would personally just grab the own here because I feel like that getting holographic and polychrome is more likely is good. And yes, being a negative actually does give you hand size for this. It's funny. That's why credit card would be ideal. Well, Hangman, the concept of win more is hard to apply to this game. There is absolutely win more in that if you are considering solely for actually winning a round by getting to ante 8 and beating the boss, then yeah, if you approach from that perspective, it's win more. But if you want to like go beyond an endless mode, then because it scales up as hard as it does, you can't really win more. You can only win, you know? You can only win or lose when it keeps on going. But the ideal like gameplay loop for this is to There is the gameplay loop fundamentally of you kind of want to just barely win every single round and make a bunch of money to make the end easier. I almost activated shield mode unintentionally because I click like a dumbass all the time. Because there's no reward in this game for winning. Like if you play out a hand that's worth 100,000 chips against an ante that only needs you to win at 25,000, you don't get anything for doing that 75,000 beyond. So that's where the question of win more comes in or not. But later on down the line, that actually does pay out fundamentally because you do eventually get up to having to win that, Whether or not there is even like a concept of win more in this game is actually something that I think you could actually analyze thoroughly on a I think you could analyze that thoroughly on a in a paper, basically.
Well,
I'm just talking about things and what's going on of if there's even really a concept of win more in this game when eventually winning as hard as you're trying to get to is what the game is asking of you. And it really does depend only on what's your goal in the run.
Yeah.
I think you could earnestly write a paper on that.
Yeah. 100%. Big thing for me is just in general, I find the scaling infinitely stuff a lot more boring. Just because it's only got kind of at some point 2 or 3 answers is the reality of it. Whereas how you maneuver a run between 1 and 9 to get it to the end when you're not just being handed every theoretical best option. Cause that's the thing, right? Is a lot of the, I could get to ante 25 or whatever. It's just wishful thinking. And it's playing Hope Balatro where you're just well, I hope this thing shows up and I hope this thing shows up and I hope this thing shows up. And sure, you force 1,000 tries, you'll get it, once or twice for sure. But that's not my goal. Yeah, 100%. I think people get too locked into that mindset too. Now, luxury tax. How do we deal with this?
It's a question. Because you have larger hand size, both flush and straight are stronger hands. Straight scales better than flush does.
Yeah. I'm gonna try it just because I do too many flush runs and I want to try and get more straight runs off the ground.
And that is a straight joker right there. So
yeah, let's try
for doing that. Well, there's a full house.
Well, if it isn't 2 different full houses.
It's only 1.5 full houses, sir. Now it's now it's 2 full houses.
Oh, okay, great.
If you discard for 5, you can get a straight here too. Not that you need to. All you need to do is play a pair and you win. That 2 pair will do it, but
what about
sorry,
full house?
Never mind. How about a full house?
What about a full house? How about a full house, Mega Man? By the way, the poker snack I got this time, I got a couple of them little mochi ice creams just because it's always hard to find red bean treats, and I fucking love red bean. I'm a little freak for red bean. Holy shit. I love red bean. Do we just buy a celestial pack and hope we get straight?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That's likely that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's Saturn right there. So you did get it.
Yeah, it's so funny. I'll go ages and ages without finding anything with red bean, and then I go into a Korean or Japanese or Chinese grocery store and just immediately get 1,000 of it. and it's the best. When are white people gonna learn about how good the sweet bean is? It's so good.
Emperor and Arcana pack, or just another jumbo celestial pack.
I love that Ride the Bus isn't even on the menu.
I wouldn't take Ride the Bus when you're going for straights. Not even close.
No.
You want to be able to play as many of your cards as possible on straights.
Mm-hmm. We could start doing some cheeky shit towards straight flush, leaning towards hearts and diamonds, going for mono red, seeing if we can pull a Blur Joker.
Sure. Yeah, you could go for that. That's not a bad idea. Although, if you want to get that to go off early, that you'd have to get it off there as early as it can, because you are already on level 3 or 4 straight, and straight will just be worth more than straight flush pretty quickly at that rate.
Yeah, true. I think I just pulled for the
2, 6, 7, Jack. You need a 7 regardless. I think abandoning one of these like sides of the straight entirely is the better idea, like getting rid of the 4s and 3s.
Or just play this out as a 2-pair and then pull on draws.
You can do that too.
Because, we have enough hands. I don't need to be super greedy. Also, we can just resolve this Emperor. I'm thinking about it. Okay, that could be useful too. What if this 5-4 was instead 6-4? So I think
6-5.
That's right, Mega Man. I think what you do is with strength for straights is you just try and pull everything towards the center, right? Or like pull everything up, like pull the bottom end up.
Pulling the bottom end up is your best bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like playing strength. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just, I don't like personally playing strength when I am going for straight plans. I try to leave my deck numbers as untouched as possible, because that's, unless you really aggressively make the deck an entirely a single range, it's really difficult to affect meaningfully the rate of which you get straights.
I was going to say, the
hand size is the biggest thing that matters for that.
Hand size helps a lot. If you can get rid of all your 2s and 3s, that can help a little bit. Like you miss out on the ace wrap ones, but those are trash anyway. You only get one and it's the lowest value possible. Well. Hey, were you here earlier for the Showman incident?
I was not. Did you get hit with Showman just really fucking you over?
So, really late into a run, I take 2 skip tags. One is it makes a negative Joker appear. The next one is it makes a polychrome Joker appear. Go into the shop. Negative Showman. Fine. Whatever. I buy it. It's negative. Who cares? Maybe I'll get a duplicate of one of the other crazy Jokers I have and it'll be great, you know?
Did you get a polychrome Showman?
Polychrome Showman is the next thing that pops up and spawns. That's right, Mega Man. I got a polychrome Showman immediately.
How dare you, Showman, do this? Making the repeat one that you have being Showman again.
It was fucking insane. I was like, come on.
Of all fucking things to happen, you know? I love it. It's so funny. I hate Showman, but I find it funny how much I hate Showman, if I'm being honest.
It's like far and away the worst Joker in the game, with the exception of you're going for a funny high score run. Otherwise, it's just ass. Like, people wonder,
it's still bad for that. There are better ways to get copies of Jokers than
there
Showman.
are, but that's the caveat I always have to put. But like, it actively makes packs worse. Like, unless you're getting a mega celestial pack and you get really lucky and roll the same planet twice, which, like, wow, that sure is a lot of hypotheticals coming together for like really mid value. Wow, that's like 12 things, and your reward is not a lot. Whoa.
Yeah, like, and fundamentally, even if you are going into anti-14 and beyond and whatnot, when you do want to get multiples of the same Joker, it's not even a good way to get multiples of the same Joker. It just isn't. Like, you're going to be better off with you will find invisible Joker more frequently than Showman will pay out for you, is how it ends up working out.
Yeah.
An invisible Joker is great because that'll just, copy something that you have. And if you got your deck set up, your one set up right, you don't care which one it copies because they all pay out equally.
Yeah.
Showman just fundamentally ends up being just bad.
It's just downside.
I don't think there's actually a fundamental real. There's the very theoretical use case for it, and even then, I think it's just not as good as most use cases.
Come on.
It's better with literally any other joke in the slot. It doesn't matter what it is.
Come on, Polychrome Showman, show up again, you piece of shit. No. Can't even do that.
Okay, you're just looking for 9 or 4. There you go.
What are we at on that egg? Hell yeah.
8 already. I actually love Burnt Joker, but it's obviously only good with a tiny number of hands. Like, it's only like the first 3.
Yeah, because like the trick with Burnt Joker is that means you either need to draw that hand in your opener or be close enough that you're willing to play and sack a hand so that you can then discard the hand. And then you still need to find one to play after. Like, Burnt Joker, if you go for anything above like 3 of a kind with it, like already with consistency built in, it's scary, man.
I think that 3 of a kind is actually still too inconsistent to play with Burnt Joker. I think Burnt Joker only really works with pair and high card.
3 of a kind where you already have a fixed deck, to be clear. Like, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if you
deck,
have,
it already needs to be fixed in some way, shape, or form. 100%.
Yeah. But Burnt Joker and fucking high card is hilarious. It's a beautiful combination.
Yeah.
I really wish that I had gotten Burnt Joker on that run. I had 2 Polychrome dice and Space Joker on as well, because I got high card to be level 51 in that run, and if I had Burnt Joker as well, then like it would have been an additional 20, you know.
Yeah, I would love to see an early Burnt Joker now that you mention it. I've just not had that luck.
With a properly set up flush deck as well. Yeah, it works with flushes too. You're right, because with a properly set up deck, it's really easy to get flushes.
Yeah. Good news, man. I've got Chi Toy. I fucking hate when I draw Chi Toy in this game. Cool. Well. Fine. I'll play a full house. This is what you want, game? Yes, emphatically, says the game. I want you to play a full house for me.
It's a pretty good egg.
Yeah, I'm like hoping I get a pirate.
It's also cryptid. That's not particularly great for straights, but it is neat. Oh, Deja Vu. Deja Vu gets a red tag. That's good. A red seal. Which I guess you'd probably want to put on like a jack or a 10 or something like that. Because you want to have it be the highest value, but you don't want it to be on the ends.
I want it to be something that's pretty commonly used. And I think jack hits the most because jack can go at the bottom of it's. I think 10 would be the optimal because 10 can go at the bottom of ace, king, queen, jack, 10, and it can also be at the top of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and then it can be anywhere shifted in that window. So Jack is one.
That would be the
perfect.
ideal, but
yeah,
but Jack is still good. Jack could still be very good. Jack and 9. Jack is better than 9 specifically because just fundamentally you get value better off of Deja Vu with Jacks.
Yep. Do I just sell the egg and get a grabber?
What what blind are you on? Did you just start this blind?
We just started this blind.
Then you don't need to get the grabber yet. You can get more value out of your egg if you hold off until like right before the boss, you know?
I don't want to play a full house game. 2, 3, 4 is just looking for a 5. Right?
You want to keep the 6s then, because you do need to have
ace.
Because it's closed. I guess, yeah, I suppose the ace, true. Well, now you're looking for a 10.
Yeah, I just play 2 pair and then dig for 10.
There you go.
Good news, I found a 10. Like a couple.
Oh, there's the swashbuckler. So now you don't even need to sell that egg.
Sick.
You'll probably still want to grab the grabber, but you'd like probably sell like the smiley face joker and get the money from this to get that instead.
Yeah.
I need 9 gets you a straight there, or a 4 and a queen.
I'm thinking like
at queen, ace, 9. Like there's a large number of ways you can improve your weight.
I think this is how I would want to discard.
I would do the same, yeah.
Yeah.
8, 7, 6, 9.
Cheat toy.
It's kind of cheat toy.
I wish I could stop being so cheat toy coded.
All you need is a queen. There you go. You got it.
Trying to think if there's a way we can maneuver ourselves down to having under $5 while also getting the grabber.
You'd have to sell the face joker. Or raised fist, I guess.
Yeah.
Suppose raised fist is actually the better one to get rid of because you're playing on average the left side of your hand.
Yeah. And then we keep in mind the possibility of selling egg.
Ideally, you don't have to, but yeah, you keep it in mind.
We have 1 sack play. I'm gonna take it early while we have a 3 of a kind, which is like decent value.
And there's a straight right there.
Yep.
Okay, now basically anything that has a face card in wins. Or a flush. A flush will do fine too, I guess.
Yeah, I was like, we need like 200, yeah. Oh.
That's pretty good.
The straight payoff. Well.
Importantly, that's ×3 for a straight, which is like, that's better than the flush one, which is only ×2.
×2, which is correct because straight is much harder to create. I think this is why the 3 of a kind ×3 is like actually the best out of these, Because 3 of a kind is
I agree.
not that hard to make, whereas 4 of a kind is like a big pain in the ass. But as soon, I mean, if you get the 4 of a kind one, that thing's cracked. But you have to be very on
3
the
of a
ball
kind.
first.
My opinions on 3 of a kind as a hand, like not completely flip flop between the demo and the final game, but like they very strongly changed. Because during the demo, I was like, 3 of a kind is pretty clearly the worst hand I can build. It's not worth that much, and it doesn't have that many synergies going on.
Easily the worst. 3 of a kind, the thing is, 3 of a kind scales way better than any other hand of its like consistency to build. My biggest problem with 3 of a kind is like similar to my same problem with 4 of a kind, but I think 4 of a kind has it much worse. Which is, by the time I'm building something that's like 3 of a kind capable, I almost always would rather be building towards full house or 5 of a kind eventually, right? And that's kind of the big problem with 4 of a kind is like I want to leapfrog over 4 of a kind to get to 5 of a kind as fast as possible. So like building value on 4 of a kind always feels so bad to me.
With that, it's not that big of a deal in practice because 4 of a kind and 5 of a kind get very similar amounts of value out of increasing their value. Mm-hmm. They both get plus the multiplier. 5 of a kind gets like plus 30 chips as opposed to plus 20.
Yeah, whatever.
But it's not a giant difference in practice.
Yeah.
And at least when I like to play 4 of a kinds if I can help it on that front, specifically because it makes it more likely for me to be able to play more 4 of a kinds rather than running out of those as I go.
So I think based on our discussion, I think I want more 10s.
I think so. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think we solved that part correctly. I might early Emperor.
Yeah, see what since it's a mega pack, you can use them instantly.
Bug.
It's good when you're in the shop. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sun is fine because you plan on getting rid of your black cards anyway.
Yeah.
My actual big problem with Full House is that Full House doesn't actually scale like hugely better than 3 of a kind does.
Full House is my big problem with Full House is easy to trick yourself into thinking it's more likely than it is. Because you'll have 2 copies of each of them and you'll be like, oh, I just need 1 more of these. The problem is you are in fact pulling for a 4 of if they're all still in the deck. God forbid you're actually down to 1 of them and 2 of the other. Then you're pulling for a 3 of, which like is pretty likely, but it's also nowhere near as likely as it feels because people will be like, oh yeah, I'll ditch for this. It's like 90% chance. No, it's like a 27% chance, which like if you roll it 3 times is pretty likely, but nowhere near as good as it feels. That's one of those moments of the human brain being really bad at doing statistics intuitively. Maybe one of the most egregious cases.
Which is, it should be more clear than it is given how high valued Full House is normally in the game of poker, right? Of like, why is this worth so much if it's not hard to do, you know? Sure, it's only 1 more card off of a 2 pair, but like turns out that 1 more card actually is kind of hard to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other part of it is easier to get in a 8 card hand, but it's still not like easy in practice. But I do find it as a problem to go for it specifically as a plan. Purely because it's only plus 25 chips and 2 multiplier each time it gets upgraded. That's my big problem with it. It's the largest hand that only gets plus 2.
Good egg. Big egg.
Pretty big egg.
Time to make $8.
That's the best hermit I've ever heard.
My God. Sun? Like, it's a little late to pivot to straight flush, but since we have the order, it probably doesn't matter. Like, the order makes it fine. Like,
also, you've only upgraded straight like 4 times, I think.
Yeah.
Ooh, black hole. Nice.
I'm so glad this exists in the game now. Black hole is maybe like... Black hole is like right behind soul for like things you open up and you're like, oh, oh! I pog so hard for soul, bro.
Yeah, you're not too late to skip over to straight flush purely because you haven't upgraded straight that much. Right now, straight flush is still worth more. Nice full house, by the way.
I'm full on Michael looking at The Office about this shit. I'm distraught. I guess I want to actually throw out the 10s so that I'm pulling towards the straight again.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid, dumb game, BALATRO. Stupid, dumb game, BALATRO. I love it. Oh, what does black hole do? It just upgrades every hand by 1 level. It is literally just...
you see black hole, you take it every time. There's no reason not to.
It is strictly the correct choice. Yeah, like I literally do not think there is even an edge case where you don't want to take black hole.
There is one false edge case with black hole, and that false edge case is taking black hole actually doesn't upgrade constellation because it's not a planet, it's a spectral card.
Oh, okay.
But in practice, the bonus to all possible hands is likely going to be worth more than the 0.1. Yeah, the 0.1. So in general, it's actually still not an edge case. It's a false one.
Time to spend $33 on something. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Hey, there's a straight flush you can go for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually worth noting, by the way, out of all of the possible hands in the game, even including the illegal hands, straight flush is actually the one that scales the best.
Huh.
Yeah, it's 3 multiplier and 40 chips. Even flush 5, I think, is 35 chips and 3 multiplier.
I think flush 5 is easier to build towards, is the thing. Yeah,
it is. It extremely is. That's why. Yeah. That's why they did that. So like you can tell where they're trying. Oh baby, the best thing that you can get in this this challenge. You want to buy this and just buy the pair. You don't have to. You're still less 3 or less.
I just want to hold on to it. I just want to keep it company. I think we dunk the 2 pair and maybe the ace outside as well. I think so, yeah. This motherfucker full house keeps walking up to my home and slapping me in the mouth and calling me Susie. I don't love it.
Coming to my house, suck my dick, call me gay.
That's right. Outrage.
How dare you?
Can I stop drawing Cheetoy?
No. I should probably stop watching if you're having that problem.
No, it's fine. Oh, nice. That's on straight. Come on.
Nice full house. It's also straight. You're good. You're good.
It is, and it's
also close to, but is not a straight flush. Wait, Jack 10. Oh yeah, no, it is a straight flush. Jack 10 9 8 7. Yeah, or yeah, that too. All right, time for the plan to pivot properly. Hello, Mime. One of the
This is
the
like
steel lover.
This is the post game card for sure.
It's also really good early because it's not like you have to have the stupid plans to make it good because, you know, it just wants you to play steel cards. That's all really. But it is also one of the 3 things that makes going into the Super Pairs game easy. Yeah. It's like, unlike the other ones, it's completely viable to just play with just making steel cards.
I think 7s are the most likely ones we are to hold in our hands but not get to play. It's like 7 or 8. It's all blue seal 7. Don't laugh at my pain.
I find it very funny.
It's very funny. That's why I hate it.
That's a straight right there.
It is. I'm
completely good. Ooh, lucky 6. Be careful this doesn't win you the be careful that you hope that this wins you the hand. It doesn't get you $20.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Whatever. We're down a vagabond because we got lucky. That's life.
No, it's not the vagabond that I'm concerned about. It's the challenge giving you -4 hand size.
That's a great point, Mega Man. I forgot about that. Oh, shit. Hey, good point, dude. Woo! I mean, if I ever want to die, I can just sell the egg. I think we actually get rid of Crazy Joker because this is just...
It's not that great, yeah.
Yeah, this is like almost the same multiplier with an additional upside.
All of those hand-based plus multiplier jokers are nearly the level of basic joker, in how easily get riddable they are.
100%. It's 3 or less for Vagabond, correct? Yeah.
3 or less, yeah. You're good.
I have to check because it was what, 4 or 5 or less, I think.
It was 4 or less before. Yeah,
so free, dude. It was so fucking free.
Easy to do.
It was so free in the beta. Holy shit.
Sure fucking was.
Yeah. Tier list of jokers in the beta. Vagabond is like still in
top
like,
1.
And I still think Vagabond is probably like A to like A plus. In beta, it was just S plus. Nothing else could touch Vagabond. Vagabond was the freest value engine on the fucking planet. Like, oh man, Vagabond was so fucked up in the original. Or in the beta.
You want to kill a 2 into 4 with Hangman?
Yeah. I love eating cards. And I think we discard all of these.
9876. All you need is a 10. You also don't need to win very hard. Like, anything here will really do it.
But what if I want my viewers to think I'm cool when I win?
Good news, they already do.
Oh my god! That's so sweet of them. That makes one of us, am I right, you bunch of fucking jabronis? $20, please. Damn. I want to get hit by $20 at the worst possible time. Ooh, free hanged man, huh?
Truly no wifing in the club. Give me $20.
Cheap rerolls. I think we just take Celestial packs here, honestly.
And you sell the Fool to afford the other one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes sense.
I guess first we use it at...
Now you can't afford the other Celestial pack.
If I use it, yeah.
Oh, you know, you get an offered enough full houses. You may as well upgrade it.
Yeah, the reality of the damn thing. What's this egg at? Damn, good egg.
The solid fucking egg. That is almost the best possible like thing you can put out right there.
Yeah.
If that jack was red, specifically a heart.
Also, you're not
that'd
gonna
be the
believe
way
this.
to go.
I almost have a full house in the back.
True.
Also, for what it's worth, weirdly enough, having 3 of one side and 1 of the other on a full house, almost always better than the other side, depending, like if you can draw a different pair as well. That math gets really weird though.
Credit card.
Kinetic card.
Okay, so
the only problem
here's
is,
the thing about credit card.
Yeah.
It does work in reverse, this challenge.
What?
If you get down to -20, I believe you do in fact get plus like the 4 hand size.
What? What are you? Is that true?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that is the case.
I'll try it. You only live once. You hear about that? You hear about this? Cheaper rerolls, please. Yeah, if they let me get away with that criminal act, we're gonna do some fucking criminal acts is what we're gonna do, gamers. God bless science, indeed.
Wild on the queen?
Probably, yeah, start working towards straight flush consistency.
And you have fool now that could do the same.
Yeah. Strength to eliminate our final 2. Do I want a fool for something else before that? Probably. I think the lovers are probably going to be better overall and do it on another queen. Just have all of our queens be wild, why not? And then we can just strength up a 2 and a 4. And then yeah, like we're really starting to push our deck to the top half, which is nice. It takes a while and it's like never gonna be perfect, but it does help eventually. And now to re-roll and
oh hey, these are both good.
Yeah, good re-roll. All right, well, time to have time to draw, baby. Time to play fucking Pokemon TCG at that one point where you just would do Shaman EX and draw 45 cards. Woo!
Yeah, there it is. 14 card hands, baby. Oh, I'm so glad that that's real.
I would like to play 2 4 of a kinds, please. Don't have a straight though. Can you believe that shit?
I can. You want to keep one of those kings of red kings.
Ugh. Fine.
You could just play out this full house, I guess. Yeah.
I guess I will begrudgingly play full house. I can just shove this one into my mouth while no one's looking.
How do you have no 10s? It's, I think, one of your 2. Yeah, it's like your one upgraded one.
Yeah.
More 10s and God damn it. That makes me vicariously mad.
Yeah, welcome to every day of my life, man. Well, time to play a full house begrudgingly. RNG! You were supposed to owe me this time! It was different! Oh no, it was a mega, I didn't realize. No.
Steel 6, actually?
Yeah, steel is just kind of always good.
Yeah, it's hard to pass up steel.
Especially when my hand size is like 14. Well.
You have 14 face down cards?
Wow, 5 looks really pathetic. I gotta get half of them turned over. Let's go! Fucking stupid, man. Fucking stupid. Dumb. Stupid and dumb. Alright, let's redraw some face cards, hopefully, here. Jack 10,
You got it straight
9,
right
8,
now.
7.
It's no problem.
Yeah, and I can, Empress 2 of them.
Yeah, no problem. Love the stupid game.
Fucking stupid game. Me angrily plays Full House, the game. Oh, sir, did you mean to play Full House? Fuck you. Yeah, I did. Here, ma'am. Probably just a Queen of Hearts, I think.
Or the Wild 10.
Yeah, Wild 10's also on the table. Yeah, I'll take Wild 10. Actually, I like that better. You're right. You're right. Upgrade that, get an extra card in hand that we obviously need. Spectral Pack, just to see if we can ruin this run right at the last second. No.
Putting Aura on one of these is pretty good too.
Or just have a million 10s since we can't draw them. What if I had 8 10s? What do you mean that makes me more likely to pull Full House? Huh?
It's up to you. You want to have that happen? That's fine with me.
I don't. Now what I do want to do, however, is also devil a card while I'm in here. And
I
then,
think that 10 is the one you want to make. Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
Foil. That's good.
It's value. Value. Wait, hold on. What about this? What about this instead? It's so hard having so many cards in my hand. Tough life. So many decisions to make. How do I play Full House instead of straight, for example? Fuck you, I'm playing a straight. You can't stop me. You can't stop me, game. I'll find it. I'll find the straight. It's too late for you. Fuck. 6, 5, 4. Okay, so I can glass the 4 as well.
Yeah, make it so you can possibly drop it.
Please explode. I need you to explode.
You can't win 1 in 4s. It's fine.
Like blocking chip mix. It's just fake. I hate it.
If you buy that Emperor and take a Celestial pack, you can get to -20 again. Buy but don't use is my thought.
Yeah, just like scoop, go -20. Yeah, this is really intense for poker. I just like told SoundCloud to have fun with it, so too long of a stream for me to be doing music management the whole time. So SoundCloud, you know what? Take it away, buddy. That we're having browser source on, so your boy doesn't have to think very hard. Because your boy has to think very hard with BALATRO.
You don't get to play with your vagabond this turn. Oh no.
I hate that I'm like, do I just throw away the 4 of a kind? Just try to pull a 10 instead. Thank you. Oh, which of my wild queens do I want to play?
Wild Flush.
I'm gonna devil this up first. And then eat the Emperor. Ooh,
nice. Well, those are already wild, so you don't have to touch those.
I think like these are the only ones that would be on plan.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah, SoundCloud is becoming the Sound Clown. That's right, Rum.
I'm curious. We'll find out in a second here. Does that turn make the swashbuckler worse? I don't think it does. I think that's like one of the few things that it keeps, right?
No, it's still plus 51.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so disabling egg does fuck and all. You have another straight flush available to you.
Oh. Good eye, Mega Man. Please give me $20, don't win and kill me instantly. It would be the funniest way for this run to die.
You wouldn't get killed instantly is the thing, because you would go up to 0. Yes, there you go. One in the luxury tax. Credit card is the secret, like, superpower of this.
Curse of Ra? Credit card Curse of Ra? Big value Curse of Ra.
Strengthening up the 5 and 4, probably.
Yeah.
Or Chariot for more steel, but
I was thinking Chariot or Death to just move something all the way up to Queen. But I think we're getting rid of the low values enough that it's time to start goosing 5s and 4s, which is crazy, but that's very good. Yeah, this is a challenge.
The funny thing about doing Curse of Ra on the boss round bosses. Is that you have to fight another boss.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of those today.
Every blind you play makes you more powerful.
Yeah, because I have a $53 egg. Everyone else should try having a $53 egg. It's wonderful. We were converting off of black, correct? Okay.
Threes in the trash.
Damn, that puts us on 1, 3, 1, 4, and no 2s. Liberation is what that is. Could sell tower by a standard pack.
Yeah. Red 5 or
Steel.
Red Jack.
Just steal because we have so much hand size. On. Sorry, just having a moment of drawing my hand, looking at it, being like, there has to be a straight in here, right? And then looking and being like, there's not a straight in here. That's crazy. How about that? The good news is I can throw out all dupes, which is great for a deck that wants to build a straight. I've got like 9 full houses in here. Hear about this? Okay, what do we got? Ooh, me get another hanged man, please. Yes.
You can manually destroy that glass if you want. You have an extra 6 as well.
The lucky card killing me is too funny long term. I have to give it a chance. I have to let it try. No, they were just Chariot.
So weirdly enough, now I think you want to start paying attention to clearing out the opposite end a little bit, where you want to get rid of your aces.
I believe it, yeah.
Because you've cut out one of the one of the sides of where ace can go. You know?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
So the next thing you'd want to start to hangman away is your aces, weirdly enough. And I find that very funny. I think that that's a very funny end result here.
I almost have a straight flush in the wrong suit.
Hmm?
You know what I do have? Hate it here, dude.
I like that you,
I hate it here, man. I hate it here so much.
Listen, when you have a 14 card hand and also a lot of like deck thinning going on, you are so likely to get, you've put the queen in, that's yeah, never mind, you're right. You are so likely to get full houses. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, this just shows how like hand size really plays nice with that in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
hand
man.
size is weird as a thing of like, you really feel it when it starts to get restricted, but it's not as powerful as increasing. Like increasing, it's not as powerful because it only digs through your deck a little bit more than fucking when it comes to just like card selection. It only digs through your deck a little bit more than baseline. Like even one extra discard technically digs through more of your deck. But hand size has a bunch of other benefits too, like, you know, more chances to have trigger and hand effects, more, what do you call it? It still at least does get you that initial draw.
What an annoying set of draws. Okay, there we go. I don't know if it gets there though. Funny enough, we might have beat the boss the first time, Cursive Rod, and no, okay, we got there. I was like, there's a chance we're gonna Cursive Rod and lose, which is hysterical to me. Also, one of those
you're
lucky
at positive
cards.
money now.
Yeah, one of those lucky cards just gave us a shitload of money. Cool. It tried to kill me. Too late.
One of my favorite jokers in the game I just find the run that it's a keystone of fun is Lucky Cards and the Lucky Cat Joker. It's like, it's not a super good setup, but it's really fun. And there is the advantage for Lucky Cat. It actually gets a bonus separately for the things that Lucky Card can go off for. So it can be 0.4 for everyone if both of them go off. Which, if you have a lot of dice, is not unlikely in practice.
Yeah. I think I have to like just dump my money. It's like the eternal joy of this run is like I don't have a say in it. I just have to spend all this money. Wow, jungler. Egg.
Nice. That's the weirdest straight flush I've ever seen, given that it also contains all 4 suits.
It's a really cursed straight flush, yeah. So Ivy Snow, the reason my hand is
the tribe is probably better than Vagabond.
At this point, yeah, absolutely. So what this challenge is it is you can hold -1 cards in your hand for every $5 you have, and you start with a 10 hand size instead of 8, so you already have like a larger than normal hand. So it turns out there's a synergy with this challenge and the bank card, which lets you go up to -20 in debt. It turns out it works the other way too. So if I'm at -20 when I start a run, or when I start a level, it just is like, all right, sick, here's 14 cards. Which we're gonna be a little off on this time, but it was super worth it for getting the tribe.
Yeah, because now a straight flush is worth ×6.
An insane amount, yeah, really, really high.
Do you not have one actually? I think you might have one. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. No, you need 10 or 4.
I have like a regular straight.
That's true. You actually do have one. Actually, you had one in diamonds.
Oh fuck that!
No,
right, there's other ones.
No.
Right.
Sorry, you didn't actually. You only had 1 7 and it was in hearts. I was wrong.
This deck is a nightmare to play.
This time you have one in diamonds. Actually,
this time I do have one in diamonds. Actually, okay, there it is.
Yeah,
this deck is a nightmare to play, man. I love it.
It's very funny.
Yeah, this is a fun one. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a deck that's like this goofy.
Hello, Green Joker. No, not right now.
No, bud. Yeah, not today, buddy. We just take both packs.
Strength, huh?
Strength makes a 4. That makes a 6. You could also lovers up like one of these, that like black 10. Moves another.
I'm gonna go for this just because it means like truly 2, 3, 4 is just we do not care. Our window for straights has now gone from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to like functionally 10. So it's probably like an extra like 50% consistency on straights at this point, something like that. Because like shifting the window
something
down
like that for sure
is like a crazy increase. Yeah, it's one of those where like at first you're like 50%, that seems too high, and then like actually we do the math and it turns out it's like 80%. That's one of those where I'm like, sure, it's backwards, right? I think we just skip this.
I love seeing a lucky ace and you go, I think I skipped this because hey, play as many cards as you can.
Is it time for me to dump Dookie on the field?
I think so.
Sir, going Dookie mode.
All right, that's another entire hand, like card to put in your hand.
I think I do need to worry about winning.
You do need to win still, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. We play a low value straight, and that should get us 80,000, I think.
140,000.
Okay, that's fine. We still need a 10. we need the number 10.
I'll play a full house about it then.
Fine, I'll play a full house angrily about it.
All right, you got it. It's even a straight flush.
Wait.
You need to put your queen in.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Royal flush. Nice.
God, I love seeing -40 and like being like, that's good for me actually.
Yeah,
you don't understand
-40.
what you've done.
This is good. We want this. Oh no, I made so much money back. No. Let me buy it.
I mean, you still got an extra fucking. You still have an extra draw.
16 cards in hand in Balatro is nightmare. I love it. All right, we're officially ready for Seance. I think we're finally at a place where Seance would be good. This, as you may notice, is the problem with Seance.
Just too hard to set up. It just is, fundamentally. There's no way around it.
Yep.
God, 4 of a kind? Who gives a shit?
Trash. Trash hand for dummies. What is it with me in 10s? I'm just playing this to have put down 5 of a kind this run. I think I'm worth it. You know there's 10s in this deck. I promise. I put them there.
They're good too. Like, you know.
Hey! Very late and
that's one. It's not going to be enough without it being a straight flush. I
don't think it will.
Might be.
We'll find out. Nope, barely.
Okay, it was very close.
Ooh. All right.
All right.
Now.
I enjoyed hanging out for that bit, but I'm gonna
Okay,
hop off now.
Thank you for hanging out, Doc. Let me give you a shout out real quick.
No problem. Thank you.
Everybody drop Doc a follow
I'm
if you
that
haven't
guy.
already. One of the members of Pit Crew also has been streaming a little bit too much Balatro, and soon will be the Dragon's Dogma 2 guy. So if you like Dragon's Dogma 2... Oh
Actually,
yeah.
starting tomorrow, if someone was interested in getting that, if you were gonna get it at all, I'm not saying you gotta grab it. I'm gonna have a link where people can buy it, and I actually get a kickback from people buying it.
Nice.
Yeah, starting tomorrow. But I'll see ya. Enjoy.
Yeah, catch you later. Okay. All right, chat, what are we thinking? We could get red deck up a little bit. I've barely played green deck. Let's do a little green. So green is, to remind everybody, +2 per remaining hand and +1 for discard, but you get no interest, and there's no rewards on first ones. I'm just gonna reset this because I want to take the first skip blind, and that one just isn't great. I think we get more money by actually playing this and just winning it in one hand. Well, we drew most of what we need to just win in one. There it is. High straight gets you more than 300. All right, nice. So that's a lot of money, actually. Yeah, 8 early on is really nice. Now, to do a regular run again. This card is so bad. Let's play it, baby. Who gives a shit? It sucks. So do I. Big whoop. Sometimes you just don't draw no sixes. Like, it's just how it is. Actually, wait. So Queen Jack 10-9 is a two-sided weight on kings or eights. So, okay, this is a great example, right? So let's actually take a second. Let's slow down. Let's talk about some math, if you'll indulge me, chat. If you'll indulge me. So, we kind of have two choices here, right? We throw away these 4 cards and try to dig for a full house on queens and nines, or we throw out the queen, the other 9, the 6, and the 4, and we dig for either a king or an 8. And so this feels like maybe they're about even, but let's check. Let's do the actual math, right? So we have 39 cards left in our deck. So I'm going to put population size 39 in the calculator. So the successes on full house, and this is where it gets tricky, we would be we have 2 queens we can grab and 2 9s we can grab. So that's 4 successes total in the population. So population size 39, successes 4. Sample size is going to be 4 because that's how many cards we're drawing. And we only need 1 success. So the chance of us pulling a full house on this pitch and redraw is 36%. A 36% chance that we will draw at least 1 queen or 1 9. We could draw more. We could draw 2 queens and 2 9s. You know what? Like that could happen, but 36% chance, 36.3 that we pull that. Now, on the other hand, if we were to go for the straight here and pitch again 4 cards, but what we got to remember is sample size is still, or population is still 39 because that's how many cards we have in our deck. And we're looking for any kings or any 8s, which means we have 8 successes in the population. Same sample size, and we still need the same number of successes. We just need 1 of any of those. And our chances of redrawing it are now 61%. So it's like, that's one of those things where it might feel like it's pretty close. Like you might think like it's like about there, but like, nah, dog, it's way better to go for the straight here. Like literally twice as good. And I don't know about y'all, but it doesn't feel like twice as good to me, raw dog in my spirit, but you got to do the math. You got to trust the math. And the math has picked us up and carried it on its big back and gave us, not only did it give us one side, it gave us a bonus. It gave us an even higher straight. Thank you, hypergeometric calculator. Blessed. I love you, baby. We might just take this because it's $2 and we have the slot. We don't have any deck manipulation yet. We might pull Wrathful just to have something. We don't have interest, so it's not super valuable for us to hold on to our money. In fact, generally speaking, it's more valuable for us to get out faster. You didn't get any 6 cents value. Yep. Welcome to the real world of 6 cents. This card's bad. That's why when we were doing our tier list, we're like, this one is bad. But it's funny. It's bad. It is funny though. Free gold seal's pretty good. I'll take that 30% chance. Oh, this is another great edge case. This is actually wonderful. This is another one I wanted to talk about that comes up a lot. So let me pull up the calculator again. I hope you'll indulge me in another short bit of math, because this is a condition that comes up a lot. Let's see. Do we have 2 of all of them? We do. So we have 3 pairs in our hand, right? And we have 6 total copies of the other stuff in our deck. So the question that I pose is it better to discard 2 and search for a 9, a 5, or a 3? Or is it better to pitch 4 and search for just a 9 or a 5? And I think it's like legitimately a pretty tough question that not a lot of people would be able to answer. Luckily, we have 39 in the population again, which is wonderful. So first theoretical, throwing away just 2 cards. So that means we have 6 successes in the population because we have 2 9s, 2 5s, and 2 3s. Our sample size will only be 2. That's where this plan gets hit. And then we need only 1 success. So the chances of us ditching 2 cards and pulling a 9, a 5, or a 3 is 28%, 28.7. So not amazing. On the flip side, if we throw out all of these, there's only 4 successes in the population, but sample size is 4. And that makes it go up to 36%. So like, this is one of those where I see, yeah, no, I don't put the calculator on screen. I'm just doing it. I'm just telling you what the numbers are. Yeah, you're good. No, that's me. I'm telling you what it is. Yeah, so this is one where I see a lot of streamers I've watched play this game fuck this one up. This is an easy one to fuck up. Ditching 2 cards to try to pull for 6 cards is notably worse, like 50% worse than ditching 4 to dig for 4. Not something I expect people to just know, but it is truth. That being said, I'm just going to play this pair to save us 1 discard and get a little bit of bucks. The fun thing about 30% is sometimes you roll 30% as many times as you physically can and it just doesn't show up. And that happens sometimes and it doesn't feel great. You don't love it. You don't love rolling a dice that says 36% on it 4 times and not getting it. But that's poker, baby. Do we get away with it? Yes. I hate you, 6 cents. You're the worst Joker, man. I hate you so much, 6 cents, you piece of shit. All right. I'm almost wondering if we just re-roll here, right? Because we could play Odd Todd. Brian, so yeah, what that is that's in options. There's high contrast cards. I do it for two reasons. First of all, if I'm playing with my funny World Series of Poker shades on, which I am today, it is notably easier to read them if they're high contrast. Also, I just have some colorblind viewers who actually, I have many colorblind viewers is the reality of it, because like colorblindness is really common. They say it helps a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. It's good for me just because I play so much that like I'm going to fuck it up at some point, right? I'll take all the help I can get, man. I'm trying to play this game for like, honestly, I'm probably going to play like 7 hours today and then 7 hours another day, because I'm quickly feeling that like I don't know if I will be able to make good decisions or be a coherent human being by the end of 12 hours of Balatro. I'm like, damn, there's a lot of thinking in this game. You hear about this? Give me a 6. A 6. Swing me a 6. A 6. I hate you, Sixth Sense. Having been watching a lot of streamers over the past few years has made me realize color blindness is way more common than I thought it was. So the big thing, right, is color blindness is a hugely common thing in the just population in general. And it's like, if something is more than 1%, 0.5% or whatever, if you're in a stream chat and there's like over 200 viewers, like there's a good chance at least 1 to 4, you know? Yeah. Also, a lot of colorblind people in the games industry, like an above average amount, it feels like. All right, I love you, baby Joker. You did your best. Actually, first, let's check what Buffoon gives us. Okay. So now this starts to become a little bit more of, I want this to be a plan. Because Arrowhead is a pretty 250 chips. Like, remember that Square Joker run that was kind of going crazy because we were getting like 228 chips? This is similar. With Sock and Buskin, we can actually make it even more. I think we start building towards Spade's plan, and I want to sell 6 cents, but I want to get 6 cents to go off so I feel less bad about it. Yeah, so like I said, we're gonna try and build towards a spade flush. Well, anyway, the prestige, here's a straight. Here's a very high value straight. Ta-da! 8% of men. Yeah, wild. Yeah. So like super common, right? I think we just cryptid a jack of spades because with Sock and Buskin, those spades are gonna be really good. Crafty Joker isn't worth it. We're gonna get enough off Arrowhead that it's just gonna blow that thing out of the water. I'm gonna take early seed money. We're only on ante 2. We already have a little bit of value in hand. We could probably make that pay off. 1 in 7 cards, huh? Hold on. Is this higher than an 8? It's lower than an 8, so that's a spade. Everything else in our hand is not a spade. These are all spades. Thank God. Oh, does seed money not work? I forgot we're green deck. No interest. No. Shit. Oh, it doesn't put it to 1. No. So Silver Fox Flame, I believe Blackboard is able to tell what suit it is underneath it. So if underneath the stone it is a spade or club, I think you're okay. But like, you'll notice when you look at your deck and have stone, they do show up in one because they do have a suit under there. That, or it might just be that any stone in your hand doesn't work. Hey, you don't need to drop that here right now out of nowhere. That's kind of rude to do in the middle of a stream when we're just hanging out playing cards. That's not really time or place. I'm actually just gonna say like, hey, not right now. Hi, really big Dragon Ball fan. Not right now, please. I'll deal with that later when I have the emotional capacity to think that my favorite creator just passed away. Thank you, though. So we're still gunning for a flush. Temperance is 13, which is probably what we want. High Priestess rolling for flush feels bad. Yeah, we'll still take it. Really the big thing right now is we want to get the world and we want to get the Sixth Sense out of our hand for something better. I'm gonna take a Mega Arcana, hope we get the world here. I'm gonna Emperor and hope we roll a world. Come on. I guess I strength up my spades a little bit. We can start adding multipliers to them as well. Because they'll need the help with the scaling, I think is a big part of it. So the thing is, we almost have a flush, but that unfortunately is just no good for us. Oh, come on. All right, we're going to discard one more. We're going to discard one more, and the good thing is we've thinned our deck down to almost double the amount of spades and everything else. So theoretically, this should be an almost guaranteed flush. You know what? Let's see, actually. Hold on. So, we have 35 cards in our deck. We have 13 successes in the population, sample size 5, but we need to hit 2 because we have death. We'll be able to copy this into one of them. So the chances of us pulling 2 spades is 62%. So like 2/3, like it's pretty good. Thank you. The chance of getting 3 was less good. The chance of pulling all 3 raw was only 25%, to give you an idea of how math scales. Also, one sec. I didn't mean that to be a full timeout. Just a message clear. Hold up. No, I told it 10 seconds and it did 600. Oh, it did 10 minutes. No. Okay. You should be good. The world exists. The world exists, I promise you. They put that into this game. Yeah, the Lovers is like the World Junior. One hand type. Okay, thank God. Get out of here, you. Ooh, almost 3 of a kind on accident. Congratulations. You've been promoted. Time to turn the left card into the right card. Great. The 6 value? No. Because then that would lock me to high card, my friend. that would let me that would force me to do the bad thing. Man. Get in here, drunkard. You're gonna do it, buddy. You're better value for Swashbuckler. And also you're better value for the game BALATRO. Yo, just started listening to the podcast and it rips. Thank you. Yeah, the podcast is one of the things I try to put out for when I'm not streaming, because even though I stream like 5 or 6 days a week, somehow I feel like it's still not enough. I don't know. It's just my nature, I guess. But yeah. So every Wednesday morning at like 7 a.m. Mountain Time, usually we drop an episode of Great and Terrible AHS, which is a super fun podcast. It's a fun podcast to do. All right, we want this. If we can copy that, we're so in the money. We want to find some like choice death pulls is the big thing here. Death and Hanged Man are going to be like our 2 best cards at this point. Because this theoretically is going to add so much, right? Because it should like re-trigger and then re-trigger. Yeah. We got hologram any earlier. I mean, we could start trying to build towards holo. Space Joker. Is Space Joker better than Drunkard? It's actually probably better than Swashbuckler. Because Swashbuckler's only 11 and Drunkard is 10 and a discard. It isn't that late for holo, but also... it's between holo and Space Joker for sure. I think holo's just still better, like even though we are technically on plan for Space Joker. Yeah. All right, let's try and pull for a flush though. No. How about full house? Base cards are debuffed. That's annoying. My deck doesn't rely on them, but it does like them. We found no level ups for flush, by the way. The thing is, I think we already have the cards I want to copy, frankly. Like, holo is a case of I'll probably just add whatever, because you can just cut the stuff later. Also, they need to show me a pack of cards, you know, for holo to work. With only 2 spades in hand, one is very high value. I think Immolate is still the right play. Yeah. Yeah. Aura Queen is very good though. Yeah, you know what? If we can get Death to copy this and we get an Aura retrigger Holo Queen, that's nuts. That is nuts actually. That's more than good enough. What's my overall progress on unlocks? Like a million, dog. This game has so much shit in it. There's so much shit. I'm working through finishing every stake with every deck, so like a lot is a lot. I don't even know how many playthroughs you like theoretically need. It's what, like 15 decks times like how many stakes? Like 10? It's like 150 wins minimum. And that's not including challenges and the runs I just do for funsies. It's like a lot. There's a lot of Balatro. There we go. Okay, so if I get the world, if I get the world on this, it becomes crazy, right? This is immediate good value now. This is possible insane value later. It's the right answer. It's not the fun answer. It's the right answer, though. We should be able to win with this deck. I don't know. Huh. I think we just need the flush levels really badly. We're really short on those. We keep on plan. Hologram's already at 1.5 though. It's already good. Nice, okay. A little late for Constellation unless we were on a really fat money build. Okay, yeah. Sorry, my draws, every so often I just like look at the cards I draw, I think about how improbable they are, and I go, damn, the universe is crazy, you know that? Yeah, the arm is here to eat all like 4 of my flush levels that I've worked so hard for. Unless... what if I pull an ace out of my butt? Ta-da! What if I just make it up? Ooh, hand size is like the best one, man. Like Mega Spectral Pack is so funny, but hand size plus lovers is like the best stability possible. That's like an insane value play. Yeah, that's just too good. Wow, $23 is actually quite good. Okay, so we're definitely gonna hold on to lovers until we need it to finish a hand. Fine, off color flush. Why not? Just to see how much worse it is. Way worse. way worse. Another off-color flush for your viewing pleasure. What is my deck like right now? What does my remaining deck look like? Almost out of everything that is not a spade. That makes sense to me. I don't know why, but I agree. Oh, I really want to get one of those juicy queens. Those are still all in there, right? Oh yeah, that one is still in there. Yes! Molto Benny. Let's see. Now we're getting somewhere. Yo, thank you for the big bits, Orojoros. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now we get to get a spectral pack. And then, I guess we just continue to aura up our face cards. Nope. It's like maybe we'll pull a better Joker. All right, I think we just hold. No face cards means we don't get the full, like, wild value doubling play. Yeesh. Ooh, with the glass? With the glass? With the glass? With the glass after the holographic queen? Yeah, that'll do it. Don't you always want glass cards last? Yeah. Which is why it was last, yeah. There was like an ace after it, but who fucking cares? Whatever. It was like 11 points. Who gives a shit? It's 11 chips, so it doesn't matter. The chip side doesn't get multiplied. Thank God. Well, one of these is a spade that we can actually take. And one of these is a Jack of Hearts that I hope later on we hit with lovers. But we need it. What's more important is the hologram value at this point. We'll take the glass card again on the off chance we lovers it. Because, yeah, this is the big thing is holo is going to, yeah, get us over the line. Every time we add hologram, it's 0.25 of our total value, right? Before that, which is like, it's a lot. I don't think we really want anything from here. We can just hold this one. Ugh, needle, what a pain in the ass. All right, let's lovers this. Oh, that gets rid of glass. Oh, right. I always forget glass and wild are on the same layer. I always forget that one, man. That one fucks me up more than any other, like far and away. I always forget that. Glass and multi-glass and wild, like glass and all the things glass can be, I always forget they're the same layer. That's a me problem, 100%, to be clear. That is absolutely a Ty Tuesday making mistakes problem. Ooh, high value queen. Like, normally you'd be like, oh, baby seals, but I think it's the queen here. Please let me add 100 cards to my deck. Random rank. Ugh. Yeah, blue seal on you. Needle, huh? Nice. Nice. Yo! Dollop raid! Yo, what's good? Good. Ew-wow! Ew-wow! I feel it. I see the big chat message, the big ew-wow! Hey, what's good, everybody? Hi, I'm Ty. We're playing a little bit of BALATRO, and by a little bit, I mean we're in hour 6 of BALATRO, and this isn't the first time I've had this many brain problems with BALATRO. But thanks for the raid. What's good, everybody? How's it going? What were you all playing? What were you checking out? Now, we're playing some BALATRO, which if you're not familiar, BALATRO is a poker roguelike. Don't worry, you don't need to know shit about poker. I will hold your hand. Come to me, you beautiful, perfect children. Let me show you. All you need to know, Rhythm Heaven Fever? Fuck yeah. Oh my God. Oh, I love last time I tried to stream, Rhythm Heaven, the one that was for the, Wii a really long time ago, but there was so much weird input delay stuff that it was just a struggle. Oh my God. It was like trying to play Rhythm Heaven with like 17 frames of input delay was just like a nightmare, but those games are so sick. I hope you had a great time with it. Man, I love those. And yeah, thank you for, that is the Wii one. Hell yeah. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. You're so right, bestie. I just met you and you're so right, bestie. But thank you for sharing your community with me. I appreciate it. We're on the back part of a BALATRO run. I'm about to play a bunch of cards and it's going to make a ding noise a bunch. And then there's going to be a huge number and we all love it. Dollop, it's so good. It's so good. There's so many funny ways for monkeys to make noise and kill me with a clock. Having the mental image of doing lockstep with nearly a second of delay, it's so hard. The reason I always think about the monkey clock one is because like there's one of them where it does like weird thirds in the rhythm of it, and oh my God, it'll ruin you so bad. It'll ruin you so bad. But yeah. Thank you again for the raid. If you're new here, I'm Ty. I stream 6 days a week. Today we're doing a bunch of BALATRO. Tomorrow I'm going on itch.io, which is like a indie developer website, generally speaking, like small projects. And just playing everything that's listed as Garfield or like shows up when I search for Garfield. It'll be fun. It's gonna be good. All right. Now, we're trying to make our entire deck just spades. So I'm going to use the lovers to make this a wild card. So our current deck, we have more spades than everything else. The big thing is we have a lot of wild cards. Yeah, effectively we have 25 spades, which is super Gucci, super juicy. Love that. We want to add cards to our deck because the hologram Joker, which gets stronger every time you add a card to your deck. None of these are great, but the hologram's really good, so we take it. Magician for later. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. If you're not much for card games, I totally get it. Drop a follow. I'd love to see you around later. Like I said, we stream so much wild content around here. Like it is truly wild, the things they will let you stream on Twitch. I think it's funny. I'm like thinking about all the recent streams we've done, and I think the only one that was like low key, kind of like actively a little unpleasant and probably questionable is like streaming all those TED Talks. Those TED Talks sucked so much butt, dude. Yo, Gilder. Yeah, Gilder, that's like the tough part, dude. Purple up is just a nightmare. Like, purple stake is a nightmare. Everything past it is just pulling teeth. But I get it. You want that good deck. How can you not? All right, so we're playing for hologram. Also, oh, by the way, anyone from the raid, I don't normally wear glasses. I'm not like a glasses on stream guy. I'm not like a doctor. What was that guy? Who like a CIA plant killed his wife or whatever. I can't remember what the fuck happened. Dr. Disrespect. I'm not like one of those guys. I would say, if anything, I'm Dr. Respect. I respect the hell out of you. I'm just wearing glasses because it's World Series of Poker vibes today. Yeah, Dr. Divorce. That's the one. No, not the Dark Id. No. That's a different funny guy who lied about a wife. You're that wrong one. Wrong wife. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, what does your hat say? I believe it says something along the lines of, hold my drink, I gotta pet this dog. Something along those lines, which is accurate. That's me. Sorry, there's a lot of those. Unfortunately, understandable. Have a nice day. Yeah, we're still trying to push for flush here. Not too much luck. Honestly, Amber Acorn is just going to be a case of we need to locate the hologram and scoot it over, but it procs every single time, so that's not bad for us. I thought it was a fish hat. It's close. It's like spiritually a fishing hat. It's true. Men do fear me. I get this all the time. I am often alone on this barren earth. Okay.
Poker is fishing for numbers.
That's a great point, Loon. Hey, what's up, man?
Doing all right?
Ooh. Okay, so this is weird because I think Grim procs hologram twice, but I don't think Cryptid procs it at all. That being said, oh no, it does. Okay, sick. It totally does. Hell yeah. Love to be wrong. Love to fucking be wrong, baby. Because now we have 3 of the most fucked up queens I've ever seen, which is Queen of Spades that is holographic with a red seal.
Holographic double queens.
Yeah.
Fine stack of words there.
Yeah. And our hologram, which chat was right. I was like, I don't know if I should take hologram. It feels a little late. And chat was like, nah, dog, it's not too late. And I was like, I don't know. And now it's at 3.75. So like, it was me who was wrong. Oh, okay, sick. We just play a handout and we see what goes off last. It's probably this one or this one. It was that one.
Nice.
Yo, newbie raid. Oh my gosh. All the raids tonight. Thank you. Hello.
Good. Bueno.
How's it going, newbie? We just won our like 6th run of the day. You know what? I will say that for myself. When we stream Balatro, we win like 80 or 90% of runs, which is pretty incredible. Like there's just enough slowing down and having a think and letting chat double check my paperwork. I think this is right. One day I'll get seeing double a pop off. Yeah, hologram is so good if you're willing to go for it, which like, we'll check my statistics, but I think Hanged Man is still my most used tarot. Maybe not. It might be one of the money ones now, just because I've been doing runs where like money's more at a premium. Speaking of which.
Yeah, kind of a thing about all of the scaling jokers is generically you want them to show up earlier so you have more time to rev them up. But it's also the case that the deeper you are in the run, the more tools you have to force them to happen.
Yeah. That's definitely the strength of the Dracula flow, for sure, is even if you don't get the other parts, you can just buff Dracula, you can just make it work. I'll just take another... Yeah, because unfortunately we can't really turn any of these into... We can turn this one into a face card, and that does give it... You know what? Long term, I say after having already finished the run. Longer term. But hey, thanks for the raid, newbie. I appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing all right. I don't know if it was Fire Emblem or whatever tonight, but I hope the Fire Emblem was good. Or whatever, if it wasn't Fire Emblem. I don't think the order matters here because we don't have any glass in hand. It was new mystery time. What is that? Yeah, so like it has been mentioned in chat and I have mentioned a bunch of times, hey, please don't bring that here. I don't want to talk about that in my funny card game stream. Thank you. Like that creator means a lot to me. I don't really want to have that talk or that thought process right now. That is someone who's like wicked important to me, but I'll cope with that in my own time, please. Thank you. Oh, that's one of the fire emblems that never left. I see. Yeah, I'm gonna need a moment with that one. I don't know if y'all know, but like Dragon Ball Fighters, for example, was the thing that got me super into fighting games, which like I am now gonna go legally, professionally go commentate some fighting games on Saturday with Mini Matt as a paid gig because of Dragon Ball largely. I thought fighting games weren't for me, but then they made a really good one with Goku in it, and I said, yeah, maybe this time they are for me. Goku's in it. I'll try. And it was right. Thought I was drinking out of a soup can. No, this was the last of... Let me hold it up to the camera for you. Let me enhance it. God, sorry. 0 dropped frames. Love to see it, man. After how bad the Comcast issues have been before, it is so nice just looking down and seeing no Comcast issues. Fuck me, dude. It's Mr. Brown vanilla coffee. It's like a really little can. I was at the Mart. It does match my shirt though, which is nice. Need that hat? It's pretty good. Got it at a Buc-ee's. Got it at a Buc-ee's in Texas. This one is crazy, by the way. The trio, if you see the trio early, I think it's legitimately worth pivoting to the trio. Because like ×3 is unbelievable, and you can do this with a 3 of a kind or a full house plan, and it still works out okay. Oh, world, finally. Holy shit. Sorry, it's been so long without seeing one that I forgot what they looked like. We've been wanting them for literally the whole run, and they just haven't shown up.
Even at baseline, 3 of a kinds aren't difficult to put together, and then once you start doing any manipulation of the ranks in the deck, yeah, just pick any number, and now you have more of them. Those are your triples.
Yeah, like that strategy we were doing last time of just strengthening up and getting rid of the numbers like 2, 3, 4, and 5 is a great example of something that works great for straights. It works great for 3 of a kind. It works for all sorts of stuff. Oh, I've had some Milkies. The Milkies are really good. Yeah. I'm a big proponent of, so I eventually want to like go to H Mart with a plan and like get some ingredients I'm not familiar with and make like a really nice, unique dish. But for now, it's mostly just like they have way better frozen stuff than we do. So I just like get my refrigerated and on the desk groceries from Kroger, and then the fun stuff for the snacks in the freezer from H Mart. No clubs. Damn. Wait, hold on. 2 glass cards? I had a blue seal in my hand. I always get confused when a planet just pops up out of nowhere and I'm like, oh, who are you? Where'd you come from? Extra value added 2 and a spade. Hell yeah. I should have done that first legally, but we already won, so it's whatever. We're in party town. Ooh, speaking of which, Party Town loves to get $6. Nice. Betamax Hipster, have you been to the website partytent.city for a while? It's still up. You should go there. God bless Kavanaugh for making sure partytent.city is still going after all these years. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? I just want everyone to look at the distribution of my deck right now of 21 effective spades, 4 hearts, 3 clubs, and 1 diamond, and realize that I did not draw enough of the spades.
Well, this might just be the hill you die on.
This might just be where I die, brother.
You can go out with a house. Just get your retirement home.
Yeah, build a little house, make a little love. I can build 2 different houses even. Check that out. Have you ever splurged for the fish skin chips? No, I haven't been there that often. Party Tent City is my new Bible. Oh yeah, if you've never seen that website's fucking amazing. Hold up. Yeah, let me just put party. You know what? Kavanaugh has done the work, and I want to share the joy of Party Tent City because you're worth it, chat. Let me get it captured real quick. Hell yeah, dude. So this is it on a really big monitor, so it should probably be a little closer to like this. So the thing that's awesome about Party Tent City is that it like slowly but surely gets more and more and more messed up and like more wild. It is like the perfect old internet website where it's just a fucking wall of mess. It's indiscernible. It's impossible. I love it. And yeah, Kavanaugh has hosted it, made sure it stays up, and has gone through and replaced all of the phone numbers with not real phone numbers and whatnot. But the internet preservation of Party Tent City, which, yeah, full of bad formatting, inexplicable tables, random diagram links all over. Yeah. This is the real shit. Yeah, I love partytent.city. It's a huge classic. All right. Yeah, I think I'll probably run like one more Balatro, and we'll just make this 2 6-hour streams, because I'm realizing very quickly I don't think I have 12 hours of Balatro quality decision making in me. As much as I would love to, I don't think I'm that much of a mental monster. Let's do a ghost deck run. Yeah, I think the reality is I'm just gonna be making bad decisions by like halfway through. Huh. Polychrome tag is kind of bad, huh? Unless we buy something else first and then polychrome it and then...
I'd say pick up the double here, but don't use it on that polychrome tag.
Yeah.
Just play out the big.
Yo, what's good, Spiky? Yeah, same dog. I love when the numbers get big in this game. Okay, let's see. 4-3-2 isn't that good of a weight because it's a weight for a very low value straight. I'm gonna pull towards high straight. Okay, 2 pair. Queen Jack 10-9 is a 2-sided weight and almost certainly better to go for. Yeah. Probability. Probability. Probability.
Being that 3-pair life.
It's cards, baby. That's cards. But that's why we take those kind of risks early on, right? Like, whatever. That cost us no time restarting there. As opposed to if we tried to do that shit on like ante 9. If you're gonna be risky, do it when you don't lose time. Polychrome Dracula, you say? Yeah, that's about the best start you can hope for. We just need to get a lot of buffed cards now. I need to stop living the 3-pair lifestyle, Loon. That's the issue. The issue is I don't want to live the 3-pair life. I don't want to live the 3-pair lifestyle. I don't think it gets me there either now because it's going to be like 350 times 1.5. Yeah, it's a little short. Just a little short though. We still get there.
You have another house.
But I don't want to be a pirate. Yeah. I mean, I fucking love an early banana. Early banana with a polychrome on the end of it. That's what, like times 22.5 for early game? That's a carry, baby. Ooh, wait. 2 negatives, but they're free. One in 7 cards gets drawn face down, huh? 1 in 7? 1 in 7, huh? Okay. And of course, no fucking Joker spawn. Of course, no fucking Joker spawn. No Joker spawn, and none of the other part of our plan spawns either. Man. God, it would be nice. And the banana immediately explodes. I love probability. I love probability. I love it. I love probability. I love how much probability loves me back.
Well, you eat those free planets. Either use them or, yeah, buy and sell them.
Sell them, yeah.
Flip an entire planet.
The real trouble now is we have to win this without any multiplier because the Gross Michelle popped and then we got no replacements for it, which is not good. I don't think we live through this, frankly. Because, yeah, we're making like 500-600 a hand. I think that's a reroll. I think that was literally like all 3 things at the same time happening that we explicitly could not have happen. No, I needed that fucking banana for like 1 more second. I needed 1 more second of banana time.
It might have been stronger to pick up the blue back there.
It might have been, yeah. It's alright though, that was a large series of unfortunate coincidences. Main one being having no Joker spawn in after taking a double skip into a free shop hoping at least 1 Joker would spawn in as a free negative and then getting 0 because sometimes the universe does not want you to win. And that's okay. Yeah, 2-sided wait for a straight that gets most of the way there.
Worst legendary Joker, Godot.
Everyone keeps telling me this bitch is about to show up, and I don't know. I've been sitting here for quite a while, and I ain't seen him do a damn thing. I haven't seen him be anywhere. 7-6. Trying to think what the best way to wait for this is, and I think it's to throw this out. And then just play 2-pair. And it is not
Diamond?
nearly enough. Flush.
Diamond flush?
Flushes, yeah. All right. All right, Hex, roll me something that works now.
Chrome ramen.
So just ramen, and then we hold on to our Hex. As annoying as it is, we continue to hold on to Hex. Start giving us value cards. Yeah, that should do it. Oh. Yeah, runs like this or the Pain of Ghost deck is like, my Hex is not going to get value.
Now Chrome hand.
At least not as bad. Had attempts where I sell the Hex. Yeah, I would need to see something capital B broken before I did that. I would just press and hold down the R button to restart the run, I think. All right, there we go. Now this is something. Okay, re-triggering these low numbers might be good because it pushes us towards holding more of the high ones in our hand.
Playing out your small numbers. Retaining the rest.
I guess we hold on to Mr. Bones for now. Okay, can we try to push towards 2-suit stuff? Or do we just take early rocket because early rocket is cracked? Or do we take early rocket and red card and those are like actually just a combo together? Probably that with fist at the end. Yeah, early rocket is pretty nutty. We just dump bottom of hand here. Yeah, look at the resub test B. All right, we want to play out low stuff for that reason. Oh no, is it out of music? What the? Oh, there we go. I just lost its place. No, I don't think any of these are for us. God, 72 months. Sorry, that just clicked. That's like 6 years. Thank you so much for 6 years of support. Holy shit. It's wild because like every so often a number like that hits and it makes me think like, God, that was before I came to Colorado, which is like, holy shit, you were dealing with me when I was that fucking guy. Thank you. I appreciate it. That guy sucked. Thanks for hanging out past the that guy phase. Ooh, early hologram is like opposite of red card, but it's probably still worth it. Oh, I'm one short. Oh, I wish I could do math. No big deal. We're still pretty ahead. Nice. That discard was juicy. Thank you, Hook. Okay, so Rocket is now gonna start being good. Ooh, four of a kind is so hard to build towards, but like, what if we just like did it anyway? What if we made it out? First thing we want to take is this mega standard.
Yeah, what's in
pack,
that standard pack?
Yeah. I mean, that's a double foil, that's 100 chips just on its own, which is probably worth it. And we either can get +3 multiplier or +1. This is better long term. This is better right now. That being said, I guess we just start pulling for low value spades and just have that be like our general zone. Or we could take the +3 early. I think we want to take hollow when we can. I mean, unfortunately, JT Jag, you've thrown down like 3 hypotheticals on top of each other, and that is where I cross into too many hypotheticals. Not doing it. Too many. That's too many things going right too long, and too many times in a row. Yeah. Damn, some of the songs on this playlist, I'm like, I haven't listened to this in a while. I should, man. Which one is this? Can't Stop Loving You by Prelude 88. Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. Yeah, polychrome and negative jokers look so cool. We're early enough. We could start trying to high card with Burnt Joker.
Yeah, burnt instead of red card? Or burnt instead of hack.
No, I like the.
You have like the one very good card for hack to work off of.
Yeah. Ooh, gold seal on a 5 would be great because that's retriggered, right? Yeah. Rock it is. You got it.
Always bet on rock.
Show me rock. Children love rock. So it's first hand discarded, right? So all I have to do is discard a high card every round. And then immediately I'm in value town for high card. Oh, the only thing
The
I have level
5
ups.
rock would give you a hack high card.
Oh, yeah, that's probably better. I'm just thinking this pulls me towards a flush. But we have 2 more discards, so
Yeah, launching the queen is also good, but
I think you're right, though. I think we go for this. We play it bold. It gets there either way.
yeah, it's the same immediate value.
Oh, I'd have to get 3 cards. Erosion is so good if you're even like neutral on it. Because you can just start immediately slamming Hanged Man, and Hanged Man being +8 multiplier and also increase. Like, Hanged Man is secretly one of the best tarot in the game because removing 2 cards is a huge improvement to consistency. So having it be that +8 multiplier on top of it just like clearly makes the Hanged Man the best tarot card. Like, it takes it from being one that's like pretty good, definitely in competition for being the best, to like, no, it's just the best one, and if you don't think it's the best, it's just because you don't understand cards well enough yet. Which is like a little rude, but it's like, no, really, like it's so good. High card. Let's just start pushing high card. High card. Oh, first card I discard is... First hand I discard's upgraded, you say? What if I discard high card? Now 1 flush and I think we win. One more high card and we win, though. Certainly. Yes. Adding cards to your deck is good, but it's way less good than removing cards. That's the thing. It's easy to be like, yeah, adding a good card is good. 100%. It's the lesson that every limited player in Magic the Gathering has to go through, which is the deck limit is a minimum for a very good reason. In Limited in particular, you draft a bunch of cards and get unlimited basic lands and have to make a 40 card deck. And there is literally no vibe check that has been more 100% accurate in the history of Magic the Gathering than if I sit down at a draft game or at like a sealed event or something like any form of Limited, and I see my opponent has more than 40 cards in their deck, and I know I'm about to beat their fucking ass. I know I'm about to free them the fuck up. Like, there's just like nothing they can do. I'm like absolutely gonna light them up, and I'm not gonna feel bad about it. Yeah, it's gonna be like such a free thing. Oh my god. Yeah, if you could play Magic the Gathering with a 7-card deck, you could just draw a perfect opener every game. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, if somebody is like trying to play extra cards and they don't have a very good... The thing is, like, it's so rare that you play a card over 40 if you're good at the game that it almost always, like, has a story behind it when you do. That's the level of, like, kind of a bad idea it is. So I don't think we're actually getting anything off of Hack at this point. We're just not playing re-triggers at this point a lot. So I'm going to say we get rid of that. Now the question is, do we take Misprint or Popcorn, which is higher initial value, or Misprint, which swings all over, but is more stable long term? I think the reality is we're planning on getting rid of it, so I might just take Popcorn. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yeah, the benefit to get people to play more than 60. Yeah, all of the companions were completely unhinged. What would I want to copy? Burnt Joker? Have a hologram on both
You could
sides.
you could copy burnt and then afterwards swap in anything
Fist.
else.
Yeah, probably fist or hologram. Oh, I should have done this first. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry, everybody. I didn't see the hermit there. I was so lost in the sauce. That's okay. One tiny mistake over the course of 6 hours of cards. Everyone can hold that. Okay. First discarded hand. So let's just discard us up a high card. Okay, 2 high card upgrades per run is like pretty good. Well, okay, we'd want it here so that we double this and then that gets 1.75.
Is it compatible with the rocket? Because if you're confident in your ability to land the killing blow,
It is
okay,
not.
never mind.
Sadly. Because, yeah, that would be crazy. You're right. So I just do this. I hate high card decks. They always make me feel stupid. They make me feel like I'm playing cards wrong. Let me just play around this flush really quick. Good. Goose the Pluto. Finally. Higher than a regular card. Oh, right. Raised fist. Damn. Oh, it's the first discarded. Right. Whew. Like I said, everybody, I don't think 12 hours is advisable. I think it's better for us to do 6 hours multiple times because I'm already starting to make some silly mistakes here and there. Yeah, we just high card. Slap down to ever. Yeah, pretty close. Whoa, since when is it a turtle bean? Has it always been turtle bean? I thought it was just the bean. I've just always missed, my brain has never read it as turtle bean. Unbelievable. Good to know. The more I know. Oh, you just got that this is a clown egg? Yeah. Yeah, it's a beloved
Also, yeah, it's pretty natural to only parse that card as bean or non-bean.
Yeah.
You have training in this.
That's bean. Yeah, I know that one. I was so busy thinking whether or not something was bean that I never thought, what if it was also something else? I guess I just want to make really valuable cards now. Ooh, we might be in trouble here. The base value getting hit really hurts. Do I just high card glass?
Swap your raised fist back into.
Oh yeah, good point.
You want to rely on the glass card, yeah, death it into.
What I'm thinking is try to do a glass low. stupid. I have to throw out a bunch of other cards to try and find something lower than a 6. Great. All right, Rocket Bucks are. Oh, hello. Sure. Is it banana time? God, the Rocket makes so much money now, though. Also, yeah, Spine Shark, the unnerfed arm on Switch is like legitimately why I occasionally I'll like go to do a run on my Switch when I'm like hanging out at night in bed or whatever, and then I'll like get to the arm and be like, actually fuck this, and then go to bed. Yeah. Unnerfed. If you hit the, oh my God, this is. The problem with To the Moon is, so To the Moon, it needs to have another piece of text on it, which is up to your current cap of interest, because it doesn't just let it go crazy. Like, it only doubles your allowed amount of interest. So, like, if you're at 25, which would normally give you 5, it will give you 10. But if you're at 30, it will not give you 11. It'll just still give you 10, which is the problem I have with To the Moon. To the Moon is really good if you have a slot for it, but not quite as crazy as it seems. Okay, finally. Now this is what we need, though, is to add cards. Oh, rock. And yeah, I think we've just got too much value overall. All right, well, first things first. Time to throw out a high card. Oh, right, except this is in my hand for a raised fist. That's fine. Wow, I almost played a pair. Can you believe that? What a gaffe that would have been. Unbelievable. Ooh, red seal.
That red stamp, though.
Red seal's really good. Like, I want to probably stamp Lucky something. Yeah, let's stamp Lucky it.
A lot of temperance money.
Yeah, I think it's just the temperance bucks. It's just too much value. We don't really care about celestial packs because we just make them by doing this. Discarded. Did you know that, Loon? Did you know it's discarded? So crazy, man. They should write that on there. Fuck.
This UI has 2 buttons.
I'm so stupid. So many people wake up and they're like smart all day and they don't get how much of a blessing that is. Fuck. Oh, it's so much money. All right, let's buff that hollow. We want mostly things that have value just on their face, right? Like just while being played. Or while held in hand, honestly, because we'll be playing other stuff. So if they're just sitting on our hand, that's fine too.
Yeah, idle cards if they're reasonably high face value.
Ooh, we're really close to this. How much more do we need? Because we have 2 there. We need 4 more enhanced cards with hologram is a big part of our plan. I think it might be time to get rid of Rocket.
Yeah, driver's license is almost ready, so.
Yeah, I think driver's license is just
not that much believe.
Yeah, it's really close to going off. And then like that is so good with Burnt Joker that we might start copying. We have Brainstorm copy driver's license. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have walking around money now.
Yeah. Discarded. It's the first discarded. God. Damn it. See, that's why I can't be greedy, JT Jack, because I'm fucking dumb. I'm going to make a million mistakes. Before I forget. Hierophant. 12. Great. Storm count 12. Definitely wanted to see that earlier, but still very good. All right, enhanced, is it a premium now? Because we're at 13. Storm count 13. Empress is 2 more storm count. Perfect, so that puts us at 15. So 1 more enhanced card. Also some bullshit, thanks. Oh, a level for high card. I was hoping for any other enhancement for what it's worth. Just anything to get us over the line on that last one. Okay. Time to play and have the first hand discarded. That was a pair! No! I didn't think of... God damn you, pair! I hate pair.
Why do they even make more than one of the same card?
Thank you.
I've already got this one.
There we go. Yo. We did it. All right. So yeah, we'll do our 1 high card discard that we will look carefully and make sure it's high card before we press the discard button, Ty. We'll make sure it's a high card, Ty. Great. And what's our base high card multiplier? 21. So I think it's actually better to have driver's license at the beginning. Because the thing that sucks is that means this multiplier is applied before we get the raised fist. But like... most of our multiplier is coming from that, so that's ×3 and an additional ×3 at the end, and then ×3. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I didn't realize hologram is already better than driver's license. That's crazy. I'm gonna actually be really careful with playing.
That's 7. Get that purple stamp.
Yeah, I could get the value for it. Ooh. And now I just play this. Yeah, there we go. Oh,
play a
yeah.
5, deal $250,000 damage. Yeah, it seems fine.
Yeah, and yeah, chat. To be clear, if this wasn't polychrome, it would not be here. It would not be holding a candle to the rest of this kit. Deja Vu is obviously bananas for us. Aura is a combo with Deja Vu, so I guess we just do both. So I still want more enhanced cards. I can't. Seal doesn't count as an enhancement. Is enhanced only like malt glass?
Yeah, enhance is like the bonus. Surface changes to the body of the card. Yeah, but bonus malt glass, steel, gold.
Not seals and not. What's the other
not
thing?
Foil wrap.
Not foils, right. Yeah, not foil poly, etc. Okay. We'll take this just to have a little bit more shore up for driver's license. Also, we're hitting the point where we might consider getting rid of Burnt Joker. Just because, like, it's basically done its work at this point.
Hey, you want to make a foil stamp rock?
I was thinking about it. I was definitely thinking about it. I was like, I'll save this for when we need it a little more, but I'd be lying if I didn't say I was thinking about it. Ooh, enhanced with a stamp. That's good shit. Starting to think what we look for with Burnt Joker. I think we just keep going for a bit. We'll see if anything shows up. Oh, nice. I can discard a high card with a rock. I forgot to move it for the brainstorm. No. Ooh. Yo, polychrome deja vu ace. That's kind of sick. Have you considered, chat, if the card was high? I feel like not enough people are talking about if the card was high. Wow, negative to a Joker for -1 hand size. Long term, it's probably still correct because we're just playing high card.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was going to be any of them but the Burnt Joker, but that's life, you know. This is Walgreens, etc. At least now we don't feel bad about keeping the Burnt Joker, I guess.
Reload and discard that 7.
Oh, right. Yeah, discard. Good call. I keep forgetting the purple one is the one you want to throw away. I'll keep that fool around. It might be more useful later. Yeah, having a ×4. So normally one of the big problems with Brainstorm rather is that it forces you, if you're copying your best multiplier, to put it on the left side and the right, which means it won't hit any of your jokers in the middle, right? That's normally what the big downside is you don't get your additives before the multiplicative. Because the multiplicative can be in any order, right? That's how math works. 4 times 3 is the same as 3 times 4. That being said, 5 plus 2 times 3 times 4 is different than 5 plus 2 times, or like 5 times 3, you know, or times 3 plus that and then times 4. Like if you did 1 times 3 and then added it and then did the multiplier, it would be much worse than adding everything and then times 3 times 4. So like you just really want, it's not even PEMDAS, right? It's just like you really want to make sure you want to get these multipliers as close to the right side as possible. Normally, that's a really big downside of Brainstorm is you force it to be on the wrong side. But most of our multiplier is coming from this, so it doesn't matter that much. Like we just get 26 from putting a card down. Actually, I'm sorry, we get 27 for putting a card down. Please excuse my dope ass swag. Now that's the PEMDAS I'm talking about, baby. I have a slot for a Joker, but I need like a good Joker to show up. I think we just Magician. I think we just keep making as many good cards as possible. And then we play on from here. All right. High card. Oh. There we go. All right, Burnt Joker, I see you. I see you, Burnt Joker. You do good work, babe. I'm sorry. I talked a little shit, and I was wrong. You clearly do work. Another.
A square hole.
Actually, shit.
High card, you don't lose anything to playing 4-card hands.
The only problem is we already get 300
Increases
chips.
your risk of pairs.
Well, it's just like we already get 300 chips. So like even if we get this thing revving for like 10 cycles, it can't keep up. It can't
Slightly more scaling.
It can't possibly. Luna can't possibly keep up, bud.
A square hole.
Blue seal, sure. This is like the most seals I think I've ever had in a deck. I'll buy a strength reroll here. Chat. Is this too bad of an idea? I'm speaking directly to you. Is taking -2 hand size too stupid here? Because I feel like it might be too stupid, but at the same time, I mean, we're already winning, right? Might as well party. Ooh, negative driver's license is kind of goated. All right, now we just need like any jokers.
The negative driver's license is your parole ticket from road jail. You go into town, you have to show them your bad driver card that says, "Do not let me operate a vehicle."
Oh, I forgot to move it. No. Hell yeah. I'll remember now in advance. Sure. It's nope, sure. Sure.
Splash when you're high carding.
Sure, why not? Yeah, fuck it. We just hope to get more bonuses on stuff. What is full right now? Magician. I actually don't hate that. Wheel.
If you're not big on any of the two you just added, you could sell one and then judgment, and then if you don't like what it gives you, you could fool the judgment again. You want to just spin the other wheel.
My biggest problem with
Sound the
Abstract
horn.
Joker, right, is it is 21 right now when we're base 30 with a 4-2-5-1-5 all the, like I think our multipliers are so good that additive is just almost never going to be worth it. That being said, I don't know if judgment can actually roll stuff that helps us much. Also, for the record, I had no clue that these packs open based on your hand size, so I get the dinky options.
Yep. You're on the challenge run where money restricts your hand size, and you're in the middle of a shop and being like, "Well, time to start spending." Then you draw 2 for your Arcana pack.
I'm just going mini Mat Core. Fuck yeah! I love going mini Mat
Wheel
Core.
is kind.
Thank you, Mini Matt. Thank you for your spirit. With you and your spirit. So that means I actually have to move Brainstorm in, which is very funny. So I still want Hologram on the end, but I want Brainstorm not on the end. I want all of my multipliers not named Brainstorm on the right, and I want Brainstorm on the left of those, and then I want one multiplier all the way on the left for Brainstorm to copy. Yes. Correct. This is the ordering we want, and we just swap these two occasionally. Yes.
That's fair.
Oh, we already did the
Oh,
discard.
okay. You already did your burn. Yeah.
Pretty good temperance. All the cards popped up, Loon, and it scared the shit out of me. I thought I somehow made a 3-card hand and I about shit my pants. I hate Splash. I fucking hate Splash. Why does it trick me? Ooh. So you might ask earlier, chat, Ty, why did you take Magic Trick? And the answer is because with Hologram, Magic Trick eventually becomes pay $1, get plus 0.25 multiplier, which especially
get another 25% score.
Which with Brainstorm goes from hee hee to ha ha very quickly. $20. I think I just take $21. Seed money. Buy and use this because, like, why not? Reroll 1 time. I don't think I want a full high card, actually. I do want this, and I want to see if I can buy 1 more playing card. Thank you. And then I can look at the bus and flip the bus off and go about my day. No, my cards are debuffed. Oh my god. I played a pair. I didn't notice because they were all debuffed. Oh, and I forgot to move hologram. It doesn't matter.
Luckily, get your high card with a base value of 12,000 before counting anything.
345. Wait, holy shit. Yeah, whoa. What is that? I've never seen that number go that high. What the fuck? 345 times 35. You aren't kidding, Loon. That's over 12,000. Cool. And then, so that's why this is so good though, right? Is because we get the hologram on that, and then it also gets Brainstorm, also gets Polychrome, also gets driver's license.
Yeah, even though it started very small and very slowly, it is scaling geometrically.
Yeah.
Every time that you activate Burnt.
And then occasionally I draw a hand of 5 and it's just very funny being like, oh yeah, the downside. Imagine if I was good at using the burnt Joker too with Brainstorm. It'd be like level 50 at this point. That being said, this is a 5 million value high card. That's pretty good. Oh my God, hologram baby, keep it up. Hologram is absolutely making the fucking donuts. That's the reality of the damn thing. Yeah, sure. And 1 more reroll to buy a 6 of diamonds. Sure, whatever. Oh, some bullshit? Give it to me. I think oddly enough, Splash is way better than Misprint. Way better than Misprint just because of how crazy our scaling is. 1 more to try and buy a card, no dice. $40. No time for that, Akatsuki. I've got a high card to get rid of.
Hey, you want to duplicate that Chrome stamp? Good time to use Death.
That's a good point, Loon. I love using Death, which converts the left card into the right card. Always say it out loud, chat. Always. The one time you don't will be the time it costs you your life. 9 million ace. That's the stuff. How did High Card get 40 levels? Sucked a lot of dick. No, we got Burnt Joker, and we're multiplying it with Brainstorm. Do I Hanging Chad over Splashed? I think so.
Yes, for the one card that you're playing that's worth points.
Yeah, I think so. Instead, we just make one very good card and play that. I don't really want either of these packs. Uh-oh. All right. Decrease the level of the hand. What am I gonna do? This guy's gonna lower the level of my.
It means you're only
card.
gonna gain one level.
My high card will only go up one level. So yeah, this is how we have Burnt Joker, which then is copied by Brainstorm. I then swoosh them around, and play.
Flex that king into an ace.
Oh yeah. Sure.
It's higher than a regular card.
It's notably higher than a regular card at this point. I'd go as far as to say, too high. Ooh, I'm making the meme of a guy looking at the butt of a fine lady walking by face over that. Ooh. Extra card slot when we have Magic Trick means extra chance to get plus 0.25 multiplier with hologram for very cheap, which is what we want. The rest of this store sucks ass. Next question. Oh, first discarded hand, huh? I would like to play a single 5 for $6 and oh, Loon, what if instead of that I got $12 and then played another hand and won later? Does that work? It does.
That is tactics.
Yes. Win anyway.
You'll win anyway.
Ooh, catch the big buck. Ooh, and more standard packs. Oh, Poly King. Just like me. I think I want the rock.
You want that rock.
I think I want the rock. A random rare Joker could be anything. And if I get rid of this abstract Joker, which frankly isn't doing a lot, other than adding chips, which again, we get 435 chips by putting down a card.
Buy, but don't use immediately. Yeah. Spend out the rest of your cash first. Get that 9.
And a medium for a purple seal later. And a Sky Bills raid right now. Oh my god. Is it my birthday? It's not. My birthday was recently. Detroit. What's good, Sky? How you doing? Hey gamers, what's up? We've been playing Balatro. And I'm about to win. We already won. Great, I can sell this later for something else. But yeah, we're playing Balatro. This game's like a poker roguelike, and I'm doing crime. Yo, what's good, Nintendesi? So here's the crime I'm committing. Let me show you. So this is Balatro. It is a poker roguelike. It is a poker roguelike. It is a roguelike. It's not really poker. What we have right now is a build that uses the Burnt Joker, which upgrades the level of the first hand we throw out per like hand per round. And then we have the blue Brainstorm, which just copies that. It just does it again. So I've been just throwing out a random card at the beginning of each match. And now our high card is level 46. Normally most runs, I would say you end with your best hand being what, like level like 7 to 10, maybe like 15 if you're really all in on it. This is 46. You might notice most of these numbers, like even a straight flush, like a royal flush, the biggest hand in poker, the baddest hand in poker is worth 100 times 8. Whoa! Our high card is 455 times 46. We just play anything and it's the best thing in the game. I'm actually also going to put this here so we get value for throwing it in the toilet. To the toilet with you. Oh, nice. Wait, these can still get multiplied, right?
Yes, because
they have polychrome and seal
stamp are not enhancements. Now that card is even higher.
It's even higher, Loon!
Tried to get you a combat multiplier, even higher.
Do we double trigger that or do we double trigger hologram? Hologram, right? But it's a retrigger. Oh, man.
The hologram, the hologram is worth more. Because it is so well fed.
Yeah. So everyone from the Sky Bills raid, to give you an idea of how many layers deep this stupid game goes, this card has 3 different types of magic on it. It gives more red number, which is good. It gives a multiplier to the red number, which is crazy good, and it goes off multiple times, which is crazy good, especially because I have it going off multiple times, and then also that multiple times. So there's multiples on the multiples. Yeah. Bada bing. Show me a million. Pretty good. You need 5 re-triggers on 1.5. Okay, yeah. So it is the other way still, unless we get an additional re-trigger. Oh, hi. So this just does nothing for us because we don't do that. That was just a randomly generated one. This does something for us though because we play every hand. We don't.
Hey there, more scaling. Scaling. Oh, wait, you do 1 discard for the burn.
We do 1 discard,
and then you play 1 hand that wins the match.
It still does as much as the flush one did. $20. But yeah, so between playing the hands, you go to shops. Shops have all sorts of fun stuff. For example, jokers, which change the way you get your multipliers and stuff. They'll have additional cards, packs of arcana, which a lot of the tarot cards let you make changes to cards in your deck or copy them, for example. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to turn the left card into the right card and get another Steel 3. Steel cards are cool because if they're in your hand, even without playing them, they give you a multiplier, which is really valuable. I'm going to try and find a single extra card to throw in my deck. There it is. And a death in case we find that really good ace again. So we need to discard 1. We're going to discard this purple seal so that we get a card. Also, discarding high card buffs it again. We then move our jokers back around to duplicate the hologram. And then since we did draw that ace that I was talking about, we're going to go ahead and turn the left card into the right card and make another one of these. Thank you for explaining this. My son told me to check this out and see how it works. Oh, it's so good.
That 9,
it's so good. Your son is...
That 9 could be a rock.
Your son's onto that shit. Your son's right. your son's got your back.
What if you had... brick?
Yeah, so we're gonna play this ace of spades. It's gonna drop as a high card. It'll go off a couple times because of hanging Chad. It'll also go off because it got a red seal. It'll get multiplied by the hologram, which will be multiplied by the brainstorm again, and then raised fist and all that. So this is gonna be just a huge cash out on value. $29 million. That'll do. Oh yeah, also yeah, this is on Switch, which is really nice. Immolate, huh? Destroy 5 random cards? Well, I don't need all these. Also, if I remember correctly, that doesn't remove hologram value, if anyone's wondering. That just
hologram cares about adding, not removing.
Correct. It's per playing card added, not per playing card over starting capacity or whatever. So Some are like that. Like there's a Joker Erosion, and Erosion is additional multiplier for every card underneath your starting size. And that one does explicitly care about the starting size of your deck. Because otherwise you would find that Joker with the abandoned deck and it would immediately be like what, like plus like 80 or something. It would just be like the best Joker in the game immediately on the spot.
If you immolate 5 cards out of your 5-card hand, what happens? Are you still allowed to push a button?
Man, that's why I'm so glad I hang out with you, Loon, because I never would have been smart enough to have that question. And now I'm like emphatic. Now I'm enraptured with that question. Let's destroy 7 cards out of our 5-card hand. What do I do now? Oh, it just draws another. Did that eat a discard, or did it just like give me, did it go like, fuck you and give me a new hand? Did it just give me a new hand for free? Let's go. It just gave me a new hand. All right. Woo. Yes. I love cheating. Just destroy your whole hand, stupid. Oh, I forgot to move my jonkers.
You got that Wheel of Fortune, huh?
Wheel which has never failed. Wheel failed. No one could have seen this coming. Cool 9 milli. Yeah, we do this just to keep pumping hologram because hologram is now at 7.75.
Blue instead of green because the deck is very large.
In your opinion, does Full House need a buff? No. So we were actually talking about this earlier, Stelpa. The biggest problem with Full House is the human brain is really bad at the probability involved in Full House. People will hold all the cards in their hand, right? And they'll say, I have 2 of one number, I have 2 of another, and then I have 4 cards that I'm gonna dig for. And even if you pitch all 4 of those cards to dig for, you know, like let's say you have 2 6s and 2 5s, and then you throw out everything else, dig for 4 more cards to try and get either of your 2 6s or 2 5s. The human brain feels like that should be pretty likely. Like, oh yeah, I only need 1 more of either of these 2 numbers. I'm in there. That should be almost guaranteed. That's a 32% chance. It's not as good as it feels. And I think that's the big trick, is it feels way worse. And with the hand sizes involved, a lot of times flush is going to be just way more consistent. Full House is really, really strong if you build towards it. I think the hand that probably needs a buff is 4 of a kind, all told. 4 of a kind and maybe a little love for straight flush. But that's more just it's hard to get going. What's the move instead? What about straight? Straight is so much better than people realize. So the thing is, flush is going to be the easiest and most consistent. The way the value scales is a little tougher though. Straight is definitely the hardest one to get working overall, just because it's hard to increase the consistency on straights. The only thing you can really do is compress the total values you have, right? So if you have, thanks for the follow. I'll love to see a first time chat talk about their son and then follow. That's that stuff. But you go from Ace to 2 and you're looking for anything in there. And the only way to make it more consistent is to bring either of the edges in. So what you might have seen what I did was I was trying to like raise up my 2s, 3s, and 4s so that like we were more likely to pull from this smaller range. And it's just really hard to get that manipulation versus pulling something like the world and just being like, bam, 3 of my cards are spades. Oh, a single fool, 6 of my cards are spades, so on and so forth. And it just like proliferates really aggressively that way, as opposed to straights, which straights kind of require you get like a good joker or 2, which like 4 fingers also just enables flush, right? And shortcut is incredible. Shortcut turns straight from being like very hard to make to being totally trivial IMO. That's the thing too, is like straights also are pretty likely. The other thing too is straights, the math for whether you're going to pull into a completed straight are comparatively kind of complicated but more favorable. So if you have, again, let's talk about that example of, instead of you having 2 3s and 2 6s, let's say you have 3 4 5 6. So you now only need to pull one of either a 2 or a 7, which if you have 4 copies of each in your deck, that's so much better, right? Because with the full house, even though it feels like it should be about the same as a full house, it's so different. Let's say you have 40 cards left in your deck and you're trying to pull for either sides of the outside of a straight. So a dual-sided weight, as we would say in Mahjong, where you're just like, you have 4 out of the 5 cards and either end is okay. So the thing is, that means you have 8 successes in the population, which is so huge. So if you're drawing 4 cards for that and you only need 1, and again, with a 40 card deck, drawing for either side of a straight 4 cards, you actually have a 60.6% chance of pulling it off in one shot, which is really good. That's really high. Compare that to the exact same case, except you're pulling for your 2 copies of 2 cards for a flush, and that 60.6 drops down to 35.5. So a pretty big reduction. Again, 35.5, not as terrible as it sounds. That being said, 60, notably higher. Definitely go for it. Straights, the big thing with straights is, if you do want to add cards, you're pretty correct. So what it is you want to add things between, like, I think the ideal is between 10 and 5, anything in there, because it makes straights from any of the cards on the outside. So even as you're compressing in, that's going to be the envelope you're like pushing towards, right? From both sides. So technically, if you can remove your 2s, 3s, 4s, and aces and kings and slowly close that in while adding those mid numbers, it helps. But again, right, think about all the steps I'm talking about, all the different things you have to consider, balance out, and compare that to play the world again, play another the world. Okay, your deck is ready for flushes. It's just one of them is like you're picking Bardock at character select and winning, and one of them is you're picking, Super Brawly and spending 6 weeks labbing and then winning. You can make either work, but one is so much harder than the other. And as somebody who's played card games competitively since I was like 9 and has played fighting games competitively for 5 or 6 years now, people, especially really close to a game's release, over-evaluate the easier, more straightforward, easy to complete strategies, and way underestimate the ones that take like a lot more line. Because it's not that the lines are rarer. It's not that like you're hoping for more parts to come together. It's just you need to be aware of more possible pieces, right? Like the flush stuff is all very straightforward. It's turn this to this value. But the straight stuff, you need to be like, okay, I need to be looking to get rid of certain cards. I need to look to raise values of certain cards. I need to be adding these certain cards. Like it's all these little facets you got to put together to make the plan happen, as opposed to flush, which is usually pretty straightforward, pretty easy to see. I hope that answers the question. Sorry if I got rambly. I tend to do that when I talk about cards. That being said, I am currently at the part of my plan where I am just shoving as many cards in my mouth as the game will let me.
See, if you build towards high card, where you just need the one card that's really big, no other cards matter. Either you drew the right card or you didn't.
That's right. It's a 50-50. All right, let's double buff our high card here. Get an extra planet for funsies. Remove you back over there to get ×9 at the beginning and ×9 at the end. Ooh, that's the stuff. Ooh. It's helpful. I'm unsure how to make full house build work. So, here, let me link you something that I think will help. And I'm sorry, this one looks so boring. I promise you want to use this one because the site is better. The site just loads faster. That's what you want to use. stattrek.com/online calculator/hypergeometric. Learn to use that to evaluate stuff. And I think you'll be shocked how much better you get at like pulling off like full house and stuff like that.
Also, as someone who often in this game ends up going for full house, the key thing is to, as quickly as possible, look for ways to start changing the composition of the deck. You want to pick any number and get it out of there. And pick any other number and make more of it, even if it's small, because that's what starts to get you your consistency.
That is much more concise and much more actionable advice from my friend a Raving Loon. Damn, he's good. Yeah, that's a great point. If you're doing full house or like 3 of a kind
when
builds,
you begin with the normal deck of playing cards that is built for fair and interesting gambling games of skill, you want to destroy that shit as soon as possible. You want to wait till no one's looking and start bleeding the corners off.
Yeah, and strength is incredible for that. I think a lot of folks severely underestimate just the value of that. Strength in particular. So what you can do, right, is let's say you're going for a 3 of a kind deck or a 4 of a kind or full house or whatever. You have strength and you have 2 8s in your hand, or 2. The ones I would recommend, if you can, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, I think are the ones you want to try and get rid of long term. 2, 3, 4, just because they're kind of low value. 6, 7, because they don't really have any like super strong synergies, right? The only Joker that cares about 6 is the one that says eat the 6. And the only one that cares about 7 is, I think, none of them other than Odd Todd, legally, kind of. So those you want to get rid of, but strength in particular, right? So like, let's say we do that. Let's say we take 2 of our 7s and turn them into 8s. What you have to remember, this has increased that quality on both sides because you're now more likely to draw multiples of 8s, so you can dig for your 8s more aggressively. And it's also less likely to pull those 7s. Because the thing you can do, and why I recommend using the hypergeometric calculator for it, is when you start doing those shifts like that, you'll have times where you're looking to dig and you're like, okay, I need to pull a single 8 out of my 9 I have in my deck. And so then you get these weird things where you're pulling for one number, but there's like 11 successes in the population or whatever. So you're like, okay, I need one of this card, but then it actually turns out that like it's like a 75% chance because you just have so goddamn many of them. And it's one reason I just recommend learning to use a hypergeometric calculator. It's also a good thing to do just once in a while, anytime you're playing cards. Like seriously, if you play Magic the Gathering, I recommend just occasionally vibe check yourself with a hypergeometric calculator. Like some decision point you make where you think it's like super free and super automatic, you're like, oh yeah, I just discard to try and redraw for this thing. Like actually pull out the calculator and check and be like, okay, is this as good as I feel? Because what you'll find is the human condition with statistics in particular, and any game developer who's made a strategy RPG will tell you this, human beings are really good at feeling like a 55% chance is an 85% chance and that a 70% chance is a 100% chance. Human beings are also very good at feeling like a 20% chance is like a 50-50. So we're a hopeful species, and that's beautiful, but like sometimes you need the computer to tell you that life is hard. So I recommend using it. That being said, immolate, baby. I'm eating the cards. You can't stop me. Do you think I sat down to this poker table to not eat? First hand's drawn face down? Fuck it, new hand. Damn it, that one's drawn face down too. Well, you know what?
Well, the highest card is on the left.
That's right, and I want to throw out the second highest card to buff up my high cards. I'm learning all sorts of this stuff.
And now you know it's at least 8.
I know it's at least 8. Oh, that one's so good. Love to see it. An extra hand means I get to play one more high card, which I could make glass.
Yeah, 12, this is where the blinds are going to start catching up with your current scaling.
Correct. I think this first one is going to be like, I think the boss for this is like 80 million or something. So we might die here finally. We might have hit the end of the rainbow on how hard can you get away with high card? How far can you get without ever playing poker in Balatro? And the answer is roughly this far, which is pretty good. Cryptid, huh?
Oh, that cryptid though. Sell the world.
Yeah, shove the world up my butt. Eat it. Whatever. Use it later. 300 million,
Yeah,
huh?
welcome to 100 millions.
Big gulps, huh? Take her easy. Oh, I almost threw out a pair.
Don't you do it.
I was so close. Exactly. Yeah. So like the thing is, I really like the way the endless mode anti-scale, because a really common problem I've seen in games that have like an endless keep the run going mode is you scale so hard in like so eventually every run goes long enough that it starts converging on like one of 3 points. And there's 2 things I really hate about that. First of all, it means you're spending so much time in these overpowered runs that you kind of like get bored with them, which I don't think is good. I think you want to like have some restraint on how much you let players engage with, you know, that kind of stuff, or else you get burnt out on it really quickly. Also, I just like getting back into that early part of runs. It also gives you a really quick check of like how messed up was this build, and 90% of the time it's like pretty messed up, not that messed up. But then when you do get one that's like that messed up, like the scientific notation starts showing up on screen, you're like, oh baby, oh baby. It makes those really, really messed up runs something like truly special. That being said, let's crypt it up some steel. And then discard a single high. Did I already do that? I did. I already did that. In which case, I put it the wrong direction. No. Still pretty good. Is glass better than lucky? I think so. With hanging Chad, I think we actually want the double glass. Yeah. Give me that. It's a pretty high card, chat. It's like a pretty high card. Oh, nice. I hadn't done that one yet.
You
nice.
become the stuntman.
Off of high card. That should count for double, I think. Oh my god, are we gonna get through an anti-12 hand with high card?
Still have room to get a bit stronger if something better than green.
Yeah, green's pretty
green
bad.
Is doing nothing right now.
Yeah, green's pretty bad. I think I take this because it is hollow value. Which is
hollow
at
value generates faces.
Times 10. We don't really want to re-trigger hands is the thing. I guess Baron is better than Green Joker if it procs even a little. If I happen to have a king in hand, it's better.
If you had a hand to store kings in.
You don't gotta say it like that. It makes it feel really small.
Fibonacci, though.
What's Fibonacci? You mean for 1 + 8? For a maybe even 2 + 8s for +16.
2 + 8s. That's +16.
I regret to inform you, we start at 65 base, and then we have a 10 multiplier, so it's gonna need to be at least like +90 before it gets this off the table.
That perfect golden spiral.
I mean, it's pretty sexy. I do love shapes. You know me, brother.
That's as many as 4 4s, and that's terrible.
I think it could be good, but thank you, Blue and SA. Thank you for the resub. 600,000 feels like it's gonna take some real horse piss. I didn't move it right. No. Please don't blow up the 3. Thanks, babe. Oh, wait. I want to have a king in my hand. What Joker was that? Wait.
Glass, I think.
Oh, had I
just
never...
accumulated more glass. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I've ever had the, I guess I've only done that on Switch side. Damn. That's the 5 glass cards in your deck at the same time. That's probably what that was. Great. I think the glass is still better.
Yeah, playing it out for the 2 instead of holding it back for the 1.5.
Or yeah, the 4 rather. Oh shit. Oh, I have 2 hands. I can just play high card twice. How many cards do we have in deck? Imagining a guy walking up to a poker table and sitting down a 76 card deck of cards, just being like, "What? What do you want? What's the problems, officer?" Now 35.
That's more than Baron.
That ends up being more than Baron if we put it here, specifically right here. Also, yeah, we can continue juicing it. 76 cards, and yet I only need 1, chat. Some say he's the greatest poker player who ever lived. Some are wrong. Do I just keep stealing it just so we have a better chance of having 3 steals in hand?
More steel does help.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to do at this point. Also, just shove shit in our deck because holograms at 11.
Watch out, it's going to charge you a service fee for each card you play.
Oh my god. What? Throw them all out. Could throw them all out again. I think I will.
That 10 could be bigger. 10 could be death.
I could turn the left card into the right card. That's a great point, Loon. And then they could also just be hearts. No real reason for that. I just like doing it. I'm going to play this 9 with it just to get out of my hand and have a higher chance of redrawing into like some metal, because I do think we need that. Yeah, I'm actually going to discard 1 here. And now we just play some very aggressive high cards, and we let it eat the bones, and we feel bad about it. But you got to do what you got to do on this B of an E. We need to play that and this. Ooh, this math gets really hard, actually. I think this is correct. And then we just save back another glass for the multiplier, because the multiplier is just so important. Because it's a ×4, like, right away. Oh, do we not get there? Is this finally it?
This could be
it.
The end of the line.
It is. Damn, what a run, though, man. High card.
By 2 million.
High card. Oh, nice. That also, damn, I had like 10 unlocks left, and I think we just did 3 of them. Yeah, because that was the 100 million chips, which I guess I hadn't done before, which, hell yeah. If you haven't tried this Joker, by the way, it's funny as hell. Incredibly funny one. Oh, yeah, I had never done the Glass Joker. Sick. God, you want to talk about a Joker that also would have been pretty wacky. Oh yeah, I guess I had just never bought that many cards before. Ooh, I didn't realize this was an option. This feels like maybe a bit too much for having to buy 2 vouchers to make it happen, but I could see it being good. It feels a little win-more-y. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess I should check what unlocks I have for Jokers left. Oh, right, we only did the first 5 pages when we were talking about our rankings of Joker. We got to Vampire and stopped. I think that's a good thing to do here for a sec. Take a break, talk about the other Jokers. Because, Vampire, unbelievable. Shortcut is probably the strongest utility Joker in the game overall. It's like this or Four Fingers. That being said, all it does is increase consistency. So like if you can get your consistency increased without using a Joker slot, it is going to be better. But man, Shortcut is so good. Shortcut is like absolutely insane. Nothing makes making straights easier. It's basically required for Seance to even be on the table. That kind of stuff. Shortcut's really strong though. Quick shorthand for any new players who want to know. So there's 3 kind of numbers you want to pay attention to. There is plus chips, which is, for example, this guy. It's the blue number. You want to have 1 Joker that adds a bunch of chips or a bunch of planet levels to get chips. But usually you only need like 1. Any more than that, and it's going to kind of be overkill most of the time. Then you have additive multiplier, which is plus a red number. You want to have 1 or 2 of these that are going off. These, if you have more of them, you don't feel bad about it. They're just in general pretty good. You can also get some red number from the planets, but it's much harder to get that. The chips come from planet levels, like the hand levels, like leveling up 2 pair, leveling up high card pretty quickly, as you may have noticed by me getting like plus 500 chips by playing a high card at the end. That being said, that isn't typical. But it's more likely, you're more likely to get over the blue number hump by using your planet cards than you are by, get over the red number hump. But the most important number, and the one you really want to be looking for, and the one you want to be trying to get at all times, assuming you have any of the other stuff, is the times red number. Because the way it works is the blue chips get added to your blue number, the red, numbers get added to your red number, and then the multiplier is in fact it's a multiplier. So it takes the red number and multiplies it by these. So these are the ones that are absolutely nuts. So that's the reason our last run popped off so hard, was because this hologram was taking all the numbers we had gotten up to that point and then multiplying them by 11, which is like good. You want that. And then the real Joker's trick there, which God, I can't believe I can finally say Joker's trick and it's actually appropriate. Was this guy, which we were using to copy it. So essentially we were getting to take our entire score, multiply it times 11.5, and then multiply it times 11.5 again, and then again and again and again, so on and so forth. That's where it scales out of control. If you're looking for the super post game stuff, the red numbers are absolutely what you're looking for, more than anything else. In general, unless something is impossible to go off or will just destroy your build like madness, these are incredible, just generally speaking. I still have a couple Jokers I haven't seen. So Shortcut's really good utility. Hologram, as you just learned, is absolutely cracked. Is it always going to go to times 11? God, no. Is it pretty often going to go to times 2 or times 3? Yeah, buddy. Super easily, too. There's all sorts of ways to add cards to your deck. And as you're going to find out, times 3 red is the gold standard for, like, this is a card that can go into the post game. Like, that's the good stuff. And that's what Hologram does so easily. Like, it easily goes up to times 3, often goes above it. Okay, Vagabond. Vagabond, it's so funny. This Joker actually caught a nerf between the open beta and release. It used to be create a tarot card if hand is played with $4 or less. it sounds like a small difference. This thing is already still crazy. For the record, we had a run earlier with Vagabond today where Vagabond just popped off and basically made infinite value over the course of the run. It used to be even better, which is hysterical. It turns out that $3 versus $4, just with the way costs of things in the shop work, $4 or less, you can engineer 100% of the time, no questions asked. $3, it's pretty easy to accidentally lock yourself out at $4. So it's just like the tiniest little change on the planet, but it used to be you could not screw up Vagabond math. Like there was always a way to make it work, and now it's like sometimes you go in and you're like, I can't set my Vagabond off. That being said, this Joker is still nuts. Because, like, what is it asking you to do, right? What are the requirements for Vagabond to go off? Because remember how earlier we were talking about how, where is it? Superposition. This one, dookie. Totally trash. Because creating a tarot card, but it requires you to play straights are already pretty hard, and it wants you to play one of only 2 straights. Because that's what you have to remember is the ace has to be on the end either way. So it's either ace, king, jack 10, or ace 2, 3, 4, 5, or of course, if you have shortcut, then it can get a little more loosey-goosey. You can do things like ace 2, 3, 5, 7, so on and so forth. But like, that's such a specific requirement, right? That's so hard to get, and you get a single tarot card for it. And that's why this card is rough, because the payoff isn't that high, and the requirements are nut specific. Compare that to the Vagabond, which is like, spend your money. Good. You should be doing that. Like, unless you're doing some very like high level interest plays, you probably want to be spending your money most times if you can. And Vagabond is a great example of it. Just tells you like, spend your resources, play the game good, and I'll give you an extra chicken nugget on top of it. Like sometimes is the Vagabond like playing down for it a little bit of a downside? Sure. Is it usually just outrageous amounts of upside? Yeah, man. Yeah. Because here's the thing, too, with Vagabond. You can play junk hands to get it to proc, right? Like, that last run we just did, I was winning all of them in one hand, right? Well, what if I instead just, like, took a turn to play a pair or something so that it wouldn't win instantly? Vagabond still goes off. So, like, you can just convert your leftover hands into tarot cards, which... That's a crazy amount of value, right? Like being able to just take your 4 hands you play every round, dump 3 of them and turn them into 3 tarot cards. Holy shit. Like, yeah, even if you just sell them so that like sell them up to the, the Vagabond limit, like you're still getting so much value. Yeah, Vagabond is unbelievable. Vagabond Vampire is solid. It's not the Vampire combo. Vampire is just like little combo city. Baron is good. Baron is a lot like the Queen one, where it can feel rough if you find it late. That being said, the value of plus 13 multiplier versus times 1.5, Baron is more likely to be big payoff towards the end game, whereas Queen multiplier is more likely to be set up for the early game, right? Because if you can get plus 26 multiplier for just like holding 2 queens in your hand, that'll win the game up to like ante 4 or 5. The Baron, on the other hand, will do nothing by itself, right? Like it'll be times 1.5 on top of your pathetic hand value or something, so it's nothing. But then in the post game, Baron goes absolutely insane, and in particular, if you have anything that makes held in hand abilities or face card abilities go off multiple times, this thing goes nuts. There's a reason the Baron is
very
rare.
Deep into a run, you have say manufactured a steel red stamp king.
Yeah.
And you make him Baron.
Yeah, then you just hold that in your hand. Because yeah, like if you have that with Mime, for example, it'll just keep proccing and it scales like crazy. Yeah. So yeah, Baron, it definitely better than the Queen variation, in my opinion. But yeah, the Steel Joker is unbelievable. Cloud9! Cloud9 is a Joker that's really easy to underestimate, in my opinion. And here's why. If you get Cloud9 early on, it's just the gold Joker that you can make better. Like, there is a Joker that's just get $4 at the end of a hand, right? It's like one of the baby basic ones, but like it exists. and it's worth it sometimes. Where did they put the gold? Oh, there it is, Gold Joker. Yeah, so like this one's just get $4 at the end of the round. And like that's usually what Cloud9 starts at. But then like you can just start making more of it. You can just start doing more of them.
Yeah, like you see that around, and that is a soft signal to go for pairs, for houses, for many of a kind, because just make more nines. Things that are not nines, turn them into nines.
Yeah.
If you see more nines, take them and put them in the pile, and now you have more nines. You spend $1 for a 9 at the shop, it will pay you back next round, and then it's pure profit on your investment.
Yeah.
In nines.
And the other thing too is like, I think the thing I gotta give Cloud9 is of the money jokers, it's the one that like scales the most wildly, and also as you shape your deck towards your build, it will naturally scale Cloud9 as well. Because like usually Cloud9, if you're really going for it, starts building towards like a 5 of a kind or a flush 5 build, which again, for anyone who is new to Balatro, there are 3 illegal hands. There's flush house, which is a full house with all of the same suit, because that requires you to have 3 aces of hearts and 2 kings of hearts, for example, so hellaciously illegal. 5 of a kind, which is 5 of the same rank, so like 5 kings, 5 fours, 5 threes, so on and so forth. Also illegal, because you don't normally have 5 of that. And then the last one, which is flush 5, which is 5 identical cards. So like, it's not just 5 kings, it's 5 king of hearts specifically. And Cloud9 really naturally builds towards 5 of a kind / flush 5 or whatever. And as you keep scaling it and you make your deck better, the Cloud9 money just keeps going. I had one run where I think I ended with like $23 at the end of every single hand, just because my deck was like 23 nines. So Cloud9, easy one to sleep on, but like, especially if you're going for it early on, just think that you're buying a gold joker that has a chance to scale.
Or also, if you're thinking of this in terms of how well it combos with the jokers that receive benefits from you holding cash, so that $4 is 8 chips and almost +1 red from the boots and the bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of good reasons to use it. Yeah, Cloud9 is good. The thing too is like Cloud9 is really consistent money where you're not relying on interest. You're just getting handed it, and it's really good. No, thanks for the follow.
At its absolute worst, Cloud9 is in a basic deck a golden joker, but better.
Yep, that's what I was saying. Yeah, it's a gold joker that scales. It's a gold joker with upside, which like, yeah, you take that every day. Rocket, we just saw what Rocket can do. Rocket can take a run that is okay in the early game and okay in the mid game and propel it to a run that is unbelievable in the end game. Rocket is just like, it's a very small amount of money when you don't need money that bad, and then an absolute shitload of money when you need it most. That being said, getting offered Rocket at like ante 7 sucks. It feels bad. Not good there. Rocket and ante... Whenever I say something is an early anti-joker, I almost always mean 1 to 3, because that's usually where the early ones, like, you want to get them there, or the value doesn't snowball hard enough, or it snowballs hard enough but it takes too long and other things would have gotten you there easier, more consistently, so on and so forth. That being said, I think Rocket's really good. I don't know if I'll ever get any of the chips on Rocket though, because I almost always sell it before I finish to replace it with something that does something else. Obelisk is nuts, but Obelisk is like the hardest joker to play in the entire game.
Obelisk requires you to already have a very high played poker hand, and then you shift away from it.
And then you're willing to ditch.
Yeah. You have to. It's like
the big use case for that is you have one of the ordinary hands that is something that gives you a pathway to one of the illegal hands, because then you start over at you have never done this before.
Yeah.
And you have that much runway to use.
Yeah.
To rev the Obelisk.
Yeah, the 3 of a kind to 5 of a kind transition is one that loves the Obelisk, because then you have, your 3 of a kind that's been played 15 times or whatever, but you have a 4 of a kind, a 5 of a kind, and a pair that have all been kind of played sparingly, as well as 2 pair and, full house and whatever. Obelisk requires a little bit of thought and a little bit of a build, but yeah, I think Loon's right. That's probably the best case scenario for it, is like you're building 3 of a kind and getting ready to pivot to either 4 or 5 of a kind. Obelisk shows up. Instantly you're like, fuck yeah, brother. Or the other times I've had Obelisk be really good is I was just like kind of passively playing 2 pairs and relying on my jokers to generate value for a really long time. And then I roll up on Obelisk and I'm like, okay, I just don't play 2 pair anymore. Sure. Like, whatever, fine. Yeah, I've got another 8 rounds to get through. I just never play 2 pair again. Whatever.
Yeah, Obelisk can be quite good, but it does have just the problem of it's quite narrow in when it is extremely good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is common of a lot of rares, fundamentally.
That's what rare should be to some extent, yeah.
If the obelisk falls over, it's a rare, you sell it, now you have money to replace it with something more reliable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Midas Mask is one of the best... I think this is one of the best jokers to have for a short period of time in the game. Because you can very easily hold on to the Midas Mask for 2 or 3 rounds. Just emphasize lightly trying to play your face cards over your other stuff. And you'd be shocked how in just 2 rounds of play, you can turn in the standard deck like 3/4 of your face cards to gold. And like, if you do that and then sell this thing, it's still fucking crazy. That's still so much money, right? Because that means
it's
you have
a lot
like,
of money.
Yeah, like you have like 9 or 10 gold cards in your deck. So even if you just hold on to 2 or 3 of them at the end of every hand, yeah, the money value you get off it is unbelievable. And yeah, that's the other thing too, is all face cards become gold cards when played, not when scored. I think that's a good point.
This is compatible with the bus, and those gold face cards then become something you leave on the shelf.
Yep. And that's a great point. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Spruce Zeus. Spruce Goose was a plane. Thank you, Spruce Zeus. Yeah, because the when played difference is so big. Because exactly, you can play like a pair of 2/2s and then just play, a king, a queen, and a jack behind it. All those become gold. You're Gucci, and you don't even have to worry about setting off the bus. And the other thing too is Midas Mask is the thing about the Midas Mask is I think it's good on its own no matter what. If you don't already have,
you don't even need Dracula to make it good. It's just good by itself.
Yeah, it doesn't need Dracula. It doesn't need Periodolia. It doesn't need any of that stuff. It's just sick. And it's just sick to have it for a little while, too. Like, I think this is an absolutely S-tier Joker to just pick up in passing, use for a couple hands, sell it, get something else instead. And, like, you don't feel bad about it at all because the chances are the, like, $2 or whatever you lost, buying and reselling the Joker, you've made 20 by having a bunch of your cards be gold cards. It's crazy how much value this thing generates. And then let's talk about the synergies real quick, because Midas Mask has some of the most auto win synergies in the game. Big one, Midas Mask and Dr. Acula just on its own. As long as you put them left to right, it will literally be you play a face card, it becomes gold. Dracula instantly eats the gold. What this means if you, for example, play it with the classic combo is Periodolia, which makes all cards count as face cards. So that means the Midas Mask then turns every card you play gold, and then Dracula immediately sucks it, and it's just every single hand you play, you get another ×1 red multiplier, which is... like, it's legitimately like difficult to lose at that point. Like, as long as you click 5 cards and say go, it will be hard to lose the video game at that point. Like, that is how good that combo is.
Getting 1 whole multiplier every single hand you play is unreal.
I mean, you just saw, chat, how like that ×11 hologram being copied once was enough to put me up to like 500 million or whatever. So like, yeah. If you get this fairly early, you can easily have this bad boy up to like ×15 or whatever. And then you double it 1 time. Oh, baby. So yeah, gold mask.
I
look for it. Consider grabbing it and like holding on to it for a little bit. If you see a combo piece, you get to pop off and like be like, yeah, free win, baby, let's go. And if you don't, you go, damn, I guess a bunch of my face cards are gold. And then you sell it and get another Joker, and then you just have more money for the rest of the run. Minus mask, consider it. It's not a multiplier, but like it's better than you think, especially because like its value can stick around after it's gone, which is pretty rare. Not many Jokers do that.
You can get away with having
multipliers.
You can get away with having like 2 non-hand value Jokers for quite a while in this game.
Yep.
Honestly, if the 3 hand value Jokers are good enough, you can get away with just those 3 winning you the round.
Yeah, like
if you have a big pile of money, when you see that, hey, Chrome in next shop tag, you can take that, and you will not have your legs swept by not having enough money to grab the Chrome thing.
Yeah.
True. Yep.
That too. Yeah. Yeah, in general, early on, like even if you just have strong enough planet support, right? Because planet support will give you plus blue and weaker, but it'll give you plus red. So like you can run off just planets for quite a while. Yeah, and holding a money Joker early is not a bad idea. Luchador, I hope they buff you one day, baby, because you're so trash. You're so trash. You're so the worst Joker in the game. I say a lot of Jokers are the worst Joker in the game. That being said, I think Luchador might actually just be the worst Joker in the game.
Luchador does its job. It's nothing special.
It does its job badly is the thing, though. So here's how I would make Luchador less ass. Make it so you can sell it at an earlier part of a shop and then have it get the boss blind later on. Because the problem with it now is you have to hold this in the slot until you get to the boss and then sell it when you're in the fight. So it means you have to, on top of taking Luchador to disable the boss fight, you also functionally take a -1 Joker slot for that ante, which is so bad. At the very least, they did buff this card a little bit by making it so it no longer can spawn as an eternal Joker that cannot be sold. You might ask, why didn't they do that for the egg? Well, as you saw earlier with the egg and the pirate, there is some synergy to having something slowly increase in value. The Luchador, and I think this is another damning piece of the statement for me, is literally has no purpose or actual possible use if it is eternal. There's literally nothing it can do.
It's an uncommon.
Yeah, it's an uncommon.
That is the one use that it has, which means a baseball card makes it polychrome, basically.
Yeah. 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 It's it's not the worst in the game because doing nothing is not the worst thing in the game. Showman is the worst thing in the game, but Luchador is about as close to doing nothing as you get. Especially because there's a voucher that does it that like costs more, but also doesn't take a Joker slot. It is a voucher, you know, you know?
Well, that doesn't turn it off. That lets you re-roll it, which if you turn it off, it just becomes a blind.
True. That being said, I think reroll is like good enough 99.99% of the time.
Oh, it is for sure.
One thing. Yeah, it's like one specific gun pointed at your head. Photograph. Photograph is really easy to over-evaluate, weirdly enough. This is one where when you first play the game, you're going to be like, oh shit, ×2 red multiplier. Ty told me that ×2 red is really good. ×3 red is even better. So like this has to be super Gucci, right? The text on it is really important though. This is a card that's going to teach you about timing. Because its first played face card gives ×2 red when scored. So for example, with that high card deck we just played, Photograph would actually be incredible. Because it gives you the multiplier when the card is scored. So it gives you the value. It gives you the extra multiplier after it's determined what the hand value is and what the score is. So like your high card or whatever flush is worth or whatever, but before your Jokers go off. So if you're relying on a lot of your Jokers for your plus multiplier, so if you like don't have any multiplier from just playing hands and instead it's all coming from like ×20 from this, ×30 from this, so on and so forth, there's a really good chance Photograph will not proc those. It won't give a multiplier to those because they happen after. Now, there are some edge cases to be aware. Photograph ends up making a lot of hands really complicated too. So there are those jokers that are really common. These guys. So these add the multiplier when the card is scored. So specifically, if you have something that adds the multiplier when the card is scored, you can get your photograph card after those, and you'll still get the multiplier from those jokers. But if it is a joker that gives you the multiplier at the end when jokers are counted up, it will not be multiplied by photograph.
Yeah, photograph has a weird thing of, if you're gonna play with photograph and you're actually trying to incorporate it into your score, which is possible to do, it's not impossible.
Yeah.
It does force you to learn. You're able to move your cards in your hand to change the order in which they scored.
Yeah.
You have to do that with photograph.
So like, even if you're playing a straight and your straight is like, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7 or whatever, you have to make sure like you put all those cards out and go, wait, and then you move the Jack to the other side and go, all right, now score it. So they're like, all right, 10, 9, 8, 7, Jack. Fine, man, it's still a straight. I hate that you hand it to me like this. And then you go like, sorry, I have to. The photograph says it wants to be scored as late as possible.
Yeah, photograph is not the worst score joker in the game in practice. Like actually having played some stuff with it now, it is in the bottom quarter easily though, and it's very complicated to play with.
I was gonna say that's the big thing is photograph. I would say is for most players going to be a D tier joker, and then if you really understand timing and stack resolution order functionally for Balatro,
and it's a C tier joker. It
moves up to
honestly.
upper C. Exactly. Yeah, it's upper to mid C.
It's still not going to be the best. You're still going to want to replace photograph most of the time.
It'll still do some stuff. You didn't know you could do that with straights? Yeah, you totally can. It still counts because all it does is just check what the values of the cards are. So yeah, you can move it to the other side. There's a couple other jokers where the order you play cards in matters. And yeah, you can always reorganize them. As long as the correct cards are in the hand, it doesn't care what order you present them in. But the order you present them in does matter for scoring. Gift card. Gift card is an easy one to feel like is bad, but if you just hold on to it for a bit and hold on to one or two consumables, I don't know, you can make gift card pretty good pretty fast, I think.
Gift card is the other best friend of Swashbuckler, and of course it's also, it makes everything worth more, and you can sell it for more, and then all of a sudden, you got a little bit of flexibility. It's not one you want to keep with you forever. Of course not. It's about selling
When
things.
you're in the midst of any build where, it's okay, but you can see a lot of ways it could be better, holding the gift card makes it easier to pivot away from what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
100%.
too.
Just unlocked
Being able to
Perkeo.
pivot without
Godspeed.
punishment is actually quite nice.
Perkeo is probably the best post-game joker in the entire game. Godspeed. Go with God. Turtle Bean. This, like every other food item in the game, is so much better than you think. +5 hand size, and then +4 hand size, and then +3 hand size, and then +2 hand size. That's any of those I would take.
No. Round.
Yeah, the
baseline
baseline metric here.
But I'm saying,
so on the first round of Turtle Bean, you will draw through an entire standard deck.
Yeah.
You can just pick whatever cards you want using the
just
power of the
highlighting.
bean.
Yeah, it's every round. Yeah. And that's
this
so important
this thing
to
lasts
say.
for a long time is the thing.
And like the text +5 hand size, like we just had a run where we saw what +5 hand size looks like, right? Where we were drawing like 14 cards in a hand. It looked impossible. It looked like there's no way we wouldn't have 1 or 2 completed poker hands. That's what Turtle Bean does for you for like a couple of antes.
If you had you were rocking like 2 different full houses every single hand when you were doing that.
Yeah. And so like Turtle Bean, it is maybe the best consistency joker in the game for like 3 rounds. And then it's pretty goddamn good for 1 round. And then, okay, probably time to get rid of the bean. But
spent all of those rounds giving you more money because of the bonus cash from the hands you didn't have to play.
That's a good point. It speeds you up to just playing your best hand every turn. Yeah. Erosion. Erosion is insane if you're building towards it at all or even close to building towards it. IMO. Erosion does scale to your starting deck as a heads up. So don't think you're going to pick abandoned deck that starts with like 35 or whatever and then waltz in and just immediately have like times, 38 multiplier or whatever. Like, no.
It would be 4 times 12 because you start with a 40 card deck on abandoned.
Okay, yeah. So it would be 48, which it doesn't do that. It just starts at 40.
Doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, it scales to your deck. That being said, man, erosion is so cracked. Erosion is cracked, but you need to let the Hanged Man into your heart, which is that options stats? I wonder, am I still big Hanged Man? Yeah, I'm super fucking
You're still
Hanged
big
Man.
Hangman gaming.
I'm still Hangman pilled so bad. Hanged Man and the 2 money jokers being at my top makes a lot of sense. I can't believe Wheel is this high. I think Wheel is this high
That's only because there's no reason to not take it when you don't have the other two mean anything, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Wheel is the fuck it, we ball option of like, I don't need these other two, so you just take Wheel. What do you kill with Hanged Man? Whatever you don't
of the
need,
times,
baby.
Just the farthest right cards.
Whatever you don't need, yeah. So the big thing about Hanged Man is the thing that all Magic card players have to come to terms with, which is how much better a small deck is than a big deck. Let's say, for example, let's just go for a beautiful little Hanged Man example. Let's say your deck is 52 cards and mine is 46, right? Let's say I've gotten rid of 40. So like start with 52 and let's say you're trying to draw a single number. So you have 4 successes in population. The sample size 4, we'll say a standard redraw in BALATRO is about 4 and you need to get 1. Your chance of pulling that off, oops, your browser lost its connection to the calculator. That's new. Successes in population 4, sample size 4, number of successes at least 1. So yeah, the chance of pulling one of those with 4 is about 28%. If you cut your deck down instead to let's say 44, so you've used 4 Hanged Mans, the same chance of you drawing that is immediately like 34%. So it just really cranks up the chances of everything. And yeah, it's just like hard to explain how good the Hanged Man really is. Cause like, think about all the times you've drawn the number 2 and been like, fuck, I wish I didn't draw the number 2. What if you could just not have the number 2? What if you could simply not have it? But just in general, getting rid of 2 cards you don't need is so good. It's so good. The extra money is also just crazy good.
Even if you were in some kind of neutral situation where every card is equally valuable to you, you could remove any 2 random cards, and now you know that the 3 remaining copies of each of those are weaker than the rest, and those are now automatic discards when you're filtering your hand looking for something to do. And that will only compound and snowball as you remove more pieces.
It also it combos really well with strength for that exact reason, right? Because like, let's say I turn 2 of my 10s into jacks. Okay, I now have 6 jacks, which is great, but I also have 2 10s, which kind of sucks. It's nice because it means if I have to make choices on discards, I can immediately say like, yeah, pitch the 10s, they're bad. But you know what's better than that? Using the Hanged Man and having 0 having 0 of a number. Having 0 of a number kicks ass. It means you can't draw it, and that's the best. Secretly, that's the best. All right.
The next one is actually reserved parking, is what that one is.
Oh, I haven't bought reserved parking? Seriously weird. Okay.
Each face card in the held in hand has a 1 in 2 chance to give $1.
Yeah.
Works good with retrigger and hand effects mainly.
Yeah. It can be good.
It's not as good as the business card in practice most of the time.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it's like kind of a weak money joker, and money jokers are already not what you really want to be doing super hardcore. Now, mail-in rebate. Exactly. That's a great way to put it, Bad Road. In your mono red deck, you just don't need islands. And unfortunately, in the game Balatro, they just give you islands when you start. So just get rid of the islands. Mail-in rebate is a weird one. Because I've had it just randomly give me obscene amounts of value. And then other times it just rolls like nothing usable.
Yep.
I don't know. I think this is one that like is okay early on, and then higher stakes, which I don't want to talk too much about higher stakes, but I think higher stakes make this thing really bad because your discards.
Oh yeah, you'd never play this at that point.
Yeah, because like once you hit blue stake and your discards are becoming a premium resource, you can't be blowing them on this. What is the current song? This is Ado by Jamaica. Sorry, I just had my SoundCloud ripping because we're on browser source day.
A trait that the rebate probably shares with the other variable jokers that shuffle around the exact thing they're doing each round is it will not choose a thing you don't have.
Oh, good point.
So if you've managed to start eliminating some numbers from your deck, you're narrowing down the options for the rebate.
That's a great point.
If all of your deck is the same number, then that just says discard 5 cards and make $15.
So I guess it hasn't shown up yet. Where is the castle? Here it is. There's a couple jokers where that's so goated, and castle is one of them. If you're playing castle with that the deck that starts with just two suits, the checkered, at first you look at castle and be like, oh, that's probably Dookie, because it'll half the time give me something I literally can't discard. Good news. It doesn't do that. It'll only tell you things you have in your deck. So if you see Castle with checkered deck, it's cracked. You're welcome. It's unbelievable.
Fair warning. This does mean don't use a wild card. Because a wild card does introduce a diamond and a club into your deck, which makes Castle awful.
That. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Wow. You know what? I'm glad we said it and talked about it now, because otherwise I absolutely would have just slammed a wild card and then been like, my life is over.
Yeah, the wild is the weirdest enhancement in that I think it is the one with the most downsides. That's including glass. I think glass is not as big a downside as wild card's downsides.
I would agree. Wild card has a weird ability to make you walk into a lot of very confusing doors, and it only makes a few things set off more. Like if Flower Pot was a ×5, I would be such an advocate for wild. To the Moon. To the Moon's big problem is it is capped to only doubling your interest. It sounds so much more exciting than it is, because you're like, oh, I have $100, so this should get me an extra 20. It does not, sadly.
Well, it can. Specifically if you get the 2 interest vouchers, you can get $40 off this.
Yeah. It's just, it's only ever double of what your max interest is allowed. Yeah, so.
It gets better. This is a money joker that's actually better in the mid to late game, functionally, is how it works out, which is different from most of the money jokers, which are better early.
Yeah, this one, if you have the...
I've actually won gold stake with To the Moon. It's one of my few gold stickers.
Yeah, if you have the seed money and the money tree, absolutely. But yeah, To the Moon's an interesting one. I think the thing about To the Moon is it's one of them where if you want it, it will be pretty obvious that it will be good for you. And if you do not want it, it will also probably be pretty... You'll probably look at it and be like, that's not really going to do much for me, right?
Yeah, it's one that you... Fundamentally, its short answer is... To the Moon is mostly only good if you have those vouchers. I'll just go ahead and say that. If you do have the vouchers, it's quite good. But if you don't, then it's not fantastic.
Yeah, I think without the first voucher, it's pretty bad. And then, with the first one, it starts being good. Hallucination. Hallucination.
It's a common, and it's fine to have when you're still opening packs every single time. It is one of the jokers you will absolutely get rid of first. It's not bad.
Like a lot of the random ones, if you already have the dice.
Oh yeah. The dice makes most of
a good ad.
Oop, my bad.
Now that's just free prize in every box of cereal.
And yeah, so
If you have the loaded dice.
It works with Campfire really well as well, which you'll get to.
Yeah, hallucination, the big thing I'd say with hallucination is like, it is usually going to be the fifth Joker you don't feel bad about. But then you will probably want to swap it out at some point. But as far as like a random Joker to just have hanging around, yeah, it's pretty good. It's not hard to make it go positive either, right? Like even if you just have like a hallucination or two sitting around for a couple rounds, you open 5 or 6 packs, you've probably gone positive on value, you know?
Yeah, it's also one of like the 3 most common Jokers off of Riff Raff in my experience. I get this fucker all the time.
All right, let's talk about some S tier stability. It's Fortune Teller, baby. This might be the most stable common in the game. Fortune Teller's so good, man. Fortune Teller's so good. This is a beautiful case of a card that rewards you for doing the thing you want to do. Remember how earlier I said Vagabond was crazy because it rewarded you for spending your money, which is something you usually want to do, but like sometimes you don't want to? What if it rewarded you for using your tarot, which you always want to do? You almost always want to do, unless you like really need money, you want to use your tarot cards. Also, this is retroactive. Yeah, that's another thing. This is super retroactive.
One of the few retroactive Jokers.
Yeah, you'll pick this bad boy up and it'll already be at plus 18. And we were talking about it last time, but plus 20 is about where most of the common Jokers start to top out on like the multiplier side, is plus 20 red. So once you're over that, it's immediately fantastic as a multiplier, like additive multiplier Joker. And this bad boy gets up to plus 20, plus 30, plus 40 all the time. Fortune Teller's great. Also, Fortune Teller has tons of synergy because it just wants you to use tarot cards, which you want to use. You want to use tarot cards. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that just like the classic of the demo of I won this run free, no questions asked, was getting an early Vagabond and then just finding a Fortune Teller whenever, just at a point. Yep. Yeah.
The next 2 are maybe the single 2 best Jokers to be negative in the game, and you don't really want them otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah. Juggler and Drunkard are pretty solid early on, particularly some of the later stakes where you only have like 3 hands to play, you know, or like 1 discard or whatever it ends up being at gold stake. Whatever that mess is. So these both they're very basic. They end up being really like notably better at higher stakes. That being said, not very exciting. Never really popping off about these. That being said, if you get an early Juggler, consider this. If you pay $3 or $4 for a Juggler and then you complete 4 rounds, there's 2 outcomes, which is the Juggler did quote unquote nothing for you and you just had plus 1 hand lying around at the end of every thing, in which case hand size, right? That's hand size, not hands, right?
Yeah, there is a hand Juggler, but it's not part of these 2.
It's a different one. This is okay. Yeah. Think about if you get away with playing less hands because you get a higher quality hand, and same thing with discard. You throw away, you get your early hands better, so you get to play less hands, so you make more money. It's one of those weird things where like there is extra edge case value caused by hand size and discard. It's just not as straightforward as some of the other ones. It's better than you think. That being said, it's not like incredible. These are classic like C tier Jokers that start moving up towards like B plus as you go up the ranks, and even then you still want to be negative. Yeah,
and like I said though, when they are negative, these are just beautiful. They're absolute gravy. They're wonderful to have.
Yeah. These are like the just pure ups. Basically, getting one of these as a negative just lets you, like, getting Drunkard negative is just slapping a red deck on top of your deck. Like, what deck were you playing? Yeah. Okay, it's also a red deck, which is sick, right?
Straight up cancels out one of the stakes. Like, that's how good like that sort of effect is. It's not something you want to have that are taking up your 5 Joker slots functionally. That's why like the voucher exists and why the voucher is so good. So if it's negative, then it's basically getting the voucher. You know, it's really good. The next one is Stone Joker, by the way, the one that's plus 25 chips for each stone in your deck, which
wild. I've definitely
really
done runs
good
with that, but I guess only on Switch. Yeah, that thing's really, really good. So we were talking about how chip scaling is like really good if you can get it to like 200 or more. Stone Joker is
well
like
beyond that.
mad easy to get into the 400 or 500 range. Yeah, like Stone Joker with any kind of synergies makes it pop off. Otherwise, a lot of times it's just like plus 150, which is sick.
Stone and Marble together is like, oh my god, every single hand you play has so much chips. It might be really low on multiplier, but it's so much chips.
So much chips, though. Gold Joker is fine in the early game. The higher stakes you are, the more fine it is in the early game. That being said, you still need to get rid, despite the fact that the song is saying money, 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 you actually do want to get rid of the Golden Joker eventually. It's pretty mid long term.
I have a red sticker on Golden Joker, and I don't remember why that happened. I rolled a Golden Joker the entire run. Nice.
Lucky Cat is sick if you can get it to go off. Of the red X multiplier jokers that build up, I think Lucky Cat is probably the hardest one to get to go off and get set up for.
That
being said,
hardest to get off
cool.
does not mean it's weak. It's pretty good once you get it going. It can actually get a lot pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's just of the red X's, I think it's probably the most build aroundy. Like you really need to have a deck in place. Yeah. That being said, I would love to get a run where I get Lucky Cat early and can start building
it's
for
really
it right
fun.
away. Yeah, it seems like it'd be really
Lucky
cool.
Cat's a really fun joker to play with in addition to being pretty good.
Baseball card.
Baseball card is the king of making like joker sets that don't generate a lot of value suddenly are really fucking good.
Yeah. So baseball card basically means whenever the jokers are being added up at the end, all of the uncommon ones will have an additional polychrome proc of times 1.5. Baseball card, the thing is, people are saying like, yo, baseball card can go silly in the right comp. I think the right comp usually is just two uncommons. It's two uncommons is all you need. Because think about it, like 1.5 times 1.5. If you have two of them, that is a times 2.25. And as I've previously stated, I personally think times 2 red is great and worth putting into a run. Times 3 or more is cracked. And you immediately cross over that times 3 line if you have 3 uncommons, which is not that big of an ask. And God forbid you get a negative uncommon. Holy shit. Then you're really in the money. Yeah.
The thing about baseball card that I think is the most valuable thing about it is that there's a lot of utility jokers in this game that they make your like hands easier to play, but they don't generate additional value by themselves.
And a lot of
Pareidolia, Shortcut, Four Fingers. They're
even
all
money jokers,
uncommons,
like,
I think.
Yeah, like Cloud9,
a lot of money jokers as well.
Rocket, Shortcut, Riff Raff is common. But yeah, even like Card Sharp is an uncommon, which feels wrong, but it is. Madness had uncommon. Hologram is uncommon somehow.
Hologram and Throwback.
Throwback
and
is uncommon.
Are all
Throwback
uncommons.
being uncommon is unhinged, but yes, it is.
It's like the baseball card is so good at making basically even a bad set of jokers for like generating value suddenly being really good at it. And for that end, it's like it's really difficult to have a setup in which baseball card does not improve, and that's only if you have a setup of all rare jokers.
Yeah,
basically a lot of blueprints and all that kind of stuff.
Because yeah, long term, like even if you have a full setup of common jokers that all seem really solid and are like doing a lot of really good work for you, you probably want to replace them with something stronger eventually. And something stronger is probably going to be an uncommon.
Pants is uncommon too.
Is uncommon.
Like,
yeah.
There's so many good uncommon jokers. It's
Bull's
unreasonable.
uncommon.
So
trading cards uncommon.
Yeah.
God, yeah. Like uncommons are just
it
so
even
good.
It even makes ones that are otherwise bad, like Luchador in a lot of ways. You can keep that on hand, and that actually makes it so like, okay, I don't mind keeping this in hand until the boss fight now because it's giving me value while I'm here.
Yeah.
like that kind of thing.
Yeah, baseball card is just good in so many sets. If you currently have 4 jokers and none of them are uncommon, it can feel a little bad to take. But just trust me, if you have a single uncommon and you have a couple of jokers that you're like, I might get rid of eventually, just get baseball card, man. Just get baseball card. It's going to turn into a times 2.25 at worst, and probably closer to like a times 3.2 whatever.
The fact that my baseball card has a purple sticker on it means like, yeah, that's almost certainly why I won that purple stake, is because baseball card was there.
Baseball card was there, yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Bull. Bull is a joker that is really easy to underestimate. If you start going into a money plan, it is very easy to make your money plan pop off harder than you expect. The thing about Bull is
the chips joker I've seen with the highest. Sorry.
I was
Bull
just
is
gonna
the
say,
chips joker I've seen with the highest value of chips.
Yeah. That's the thing about Bull is like Bull scales like crazy, and Bull early on can be pretty good. It can be like, plus 30 or plus 40 chips, which for early antes will take you shockingly far. Also, it'll incentivize you building towards an interest plan or something along those lines, right? Bull is like a weird build around, but the thing it's telling you to do is like pretty good. Like, I wouldn't recommend just endlessly stockpiling money unless it's giving you some kind of value, but like
almost anything you can spend the money on will do more than those dollars would as chips on the Bull.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just because you're only losing like
in the event
most
that the shop
20
gives
chips.
you nothing to work with. Now instead the Bull is there to hold your wallet.
Yeah. Yeah. And also just chip jokers are on the rarer side now. Thanks to foil being buffed, they're not quite as necessary, but like they are on the rarer side. Bull is a good one. Bull has a black chip for a reason. It's good. Diet Cola. The big thing about
this exists to buy and sell.
Yeah, I was going to say the big thing about this card is you can just buy it and then immediately sell it. I won't tell anyone. It's fine. I don't give a shit.
Diet Cola is it's actually a weird consumable. Functionally is what it is. That just asks you to have an empty joker slot. Basically.
Yeah, it's a consumable that would be too strong in the consumable slot, so it's allowed to be a consumable in the joker slot.
Also an uncommon, so you don't have to feel too bad about it when you have a baseball card.
Yeah, if you want to hold on to a soda for your baseball man, you can. Double tags, for those of you who don't know, it just the options you get, the bonus you get for skipping over a fight is the like tag. And this just lets you double one of those. Some of those are like get a mega spectral pack, or like get a mega arcana or something, or some of them are like double your money max of $40. Those are crazy with this, right? Because like let's say you had $20 and you run into one of those and you're like, damn, I'm only gonna get $20. What if instead you got 60, baby, because you doubled it, so your 20 became 40, and then it doubles again, so the 40 becomes 80. Let's go. Like stuff like that can be really, really strong with double tag. You always want to keep an eye out. Double tag, if you played a lot of Anaglyph deck, which was like the most fun one in the demo, you understand how good double tags can be. They're really strong. They can give you an absolutely insane amount of money. They can give you an insane amount of value, insane amount of deck shaping in the form of like the number of times I've gotten 6 mega arcana packs and just been like, okay, now my deck is done. More than there are stars in the sky, and Diet Cola lets you do that. So like worth taking, worth just buying and selling. It's going to be really hard to ever get a gold chip on this son of a bitch because you never hold on to it.
Yeah, it's Diet Cola is just weird in that it is completely different from like every other joker in the game.
It's a consumable that lives in your joker slot. You nailed it in one. Yeah, you absolutely nailed it in one. Trading card is based as fuck. Trading card's sick.
Trading card fucking rules. This is living the hanged man lifestyle all the time.
25-9. I do one half a hanged man every morning when I get up. It's just how I get ready for my fucking day. So
also worth noting, the money's relevant. The money's good.
Yeah, so here's the things, and here's why I think trading card is so much better on average than DNA. And here's my case. First of all, trading card gives you money, which is awesome. Second of all, trading card uses a discard, which is way less valuable than a hand. It is still valuable. It is way less valuable than a hand. The chance of you having like a spare discard, because there's the thing, right? At worst, a hand can just be a discard. Like it can just be one. Other advantages. This wants you to get rid of a card, whereas the other one copies more. So copying more versus getting rid of other ones, as far as initial draw consistency, card destruction, way better. Twice the value on consistency. The big thing too is how many times have you drawn your opening hand and you don't have the thing you need to copy? Or in the case of Burnt Joker, you don't have the thing you need to throw away. And it's like, shit, man. What if all you needed to do was draw any card you don't want to see in your opening hand? Weird. It turns out that's most of your deck. So like trading
By
card
the way, it works really well with Burnt Joker as well.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Because you could just go with a high card plan with Burnt Joker and trading card together. And like,
Trading
get rid of
card.
your worst card, play a good one. Play a good one
Trading
instead.
card creates the situation I was describing earlier of the compounding value of removing things.
Yeah.
Even if you suppose you were initially looking at a hand of it's not anything yet, but all of these are equally capable of becoming something, pick one arbitrarily, burn it. From now on, that is something you are now trying to remove, and you will eventually have it gone, and now everything else is more consistent.
Yeah.
Quickly arrive at a point where you can be like, this is the only 4 I have. This doesn't belong anywhere. I shouldn't do anything that relies on this 4. And then eventually you get your chance to throw it into the wood chipper and get $3 instead.
Yeah. Also, it's uncommon. So it procs baseball cards.
Also, it's uncommon.
Sure. I mean, just, yeah, even like at worst, think of it like this, right? Are you going to be able to use the trading card 4 times? Because I think it's pretty easy to evaluate where you are relative to how well you're scoring and think, can I burn 1 discard for the next 4 blinds? And if the answer to that question is yes, then what trading card reads is get rid of your 4 worst cards, or about your 4 worst cards, your 4 worst cards out of a pool of 20 cards, or out of 32 cards. And then get $12. Would you take it? And I think you'll find the answer is almost universally yes. Yeah, that's the thing. I think you'll find if you think about it like that, you're like, oh shit, I do want trading card. And very rapidly, trading card will go from something that you're like, I don't know if I can switch to like, oh baby, trading card, let's go. Woo, woo, woo. Like the more you understand it, the better the trading card gets, I think.
Once it is finished removing all of the things you don't want, you can sell it and replace it with something else using the pile of money you earned from the trading card.
That's a great point. It has that Midas mask factor of like, it can get its value in, get its job done, and leave, and you don't feel bad about it. Because yeah, trading card is another one that I've had so many runs where I get trading card on like ante 2 or 3, run it all the way to ante 5 or 6, and then eventually say, take easy, Captain, and then I salute it with my 35 card deck in my pockets full of $120 and say, Godspeed, soldier. And that's fine. Flashcard is one of the harder...
I haven't had flashcard really go off yet, but I know it can. I've absolutely had runs where I've re-rolled like 30 goddamn times at least. You know,
the big thing is it goes from being okay to fucking insane if you get reroll glut.
If you have the reroll discounts, or if you hit one of the tags that makes rerolls start at 0.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways.
I haven't had it happen yet, but I know that it can go off.
Yeah. It asks more of you than a lot of them. Like, a lot of people see this and compare it to like red card. I would say I think red card is easier to get going because re-rolling willy-nilly, I would not say I consider like good play, as opposed to looking at a pack of cards and saying, I actually don't want to add any of these to my deck. It muddies my deck and makes them worse overall, and closing it and putting that down. That is good play, and that's what red card rewards. As opposed to this, which is like, you want to re-roll, but it kind of, to be good, you need to re-roll like way more than you should for flashcard to go off. I think that's the trick, right? A lot of the other additive multipliers will like go off naturally by playing well, or even just like curving your play a little bit towards it. Flashcard is like, no, man, you gotta be a sicko. You gotta be mashing that reroll button for that bad boy
With
to
that
go
said, though,
yeah,
Flashcard has a significantly higher average cap than basically all of the other ones.
Yeah.
Because when you talk about like, if we equivalent to red card does have basically a limit. Because
like 6
there's
each.
only going to be so many packs you'll see in the game.
Yeah,
that's actually like there's a hard limit to that.
6 a shop. Yeah, 100%. Whereas
Flashcard functionally doesn't. There's no actual cap to this beyond you spending the money. You just need to have the money to do it.
100%.
So Flashcard, I could absolutely see it going up to plus 100. Like, I could see that happening.
Easily.
It would be very expensive, but it could.
And reroll glut helps a lot with that because it makes the initial reroll cost 1, so you get a multiplier for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is unbelievable. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 is much lower than 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9.
Yeah, you get to do that 5 times as opposed to 2. If you have the if you because it's 15 versus 12 there.
Yep. So yeah, one that scales with vouchers, weirdly enough. Popcorn will save your life.
Popcorn, it kicks ass.
Popcorn kicks ass. Plus 20 multiplier is absolutely enough to get you through an early ante. Plus 16 is also enough to get you through an early ante. Plus 12 is also early enough to get you through an early ante. Plus 8 you will not feel bad about having. Plus 4 you will look at and go, right, it's time to sell the popcorn. And then you will sell the popcorn, and then you will salute and say, thank you, Bucket. Thank you, Dune Popcorn Bucket. I have decided not to stick my wiener in you today. Instead, I will simply salute. Thank you for your service. Popcorn's great. I think popcorn is super underestimatable because you see that, it goes down in value and it feels bad. But the reality is popcorn usually costs what, like 3, 2, something like that?
It costs 4 to buy and it sells for 2.
Okay.
But it's fine. Most of the time you'll actually get this not even from buying it, honestly. This gets generated off of riffraff all the time. It's the common thing off of Judgment. Like, you can absolutely buy it, and you probably should. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's just, you don't have to even buy it most of the time that it shows up.
It
will absolutely carry you.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is like popcorn kind of frees your brain and your resources up for the first 4 antes to instead think about like building up for the long term, because popcorn, a plus 20 multiplier early on when the best things you're usually doing are like playing a handout that gives you like a ×4 or ×5 multiplier. All of a sudden 20 on that, your hand is worth 5 times more than it was realistically. Popcorn absolutely lets you coast on just a couple basic hands and that, so you can spend all your resources or not spend your resources and work on getting an interest plan going, right? That's like your other options. So yeah, popcorn is it's a ton of stability. Plus 20 multiplier unconditional is fantastic. Plus 16 multiplier unconditional, fantastic. Plus 12, still pretty good. Because again, remember, like some of the common jokers that people use early on are stuff like plus 12 if you get a straight. Popcorn is just unconditional better than that for 3 rounds. Yeah. Plus 10 for the droll joker. Plus 20 for 4. That's the 4 of a kind joker though. So it doesn't, I don't even know why this exists a common. 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind. Exactly. Like, so all of these are just like less
It's just
value.
for consistency across them.
Yeah, exactly. And the popcorn just does that without you having to play anything. It just does it. Also, that's the other thing. Good point. A lot of times, popcorn will let you just win in one hand where you didn't before. So a lot of times, if you're playing an early hand and let's say you have like 4 hands to play and you win it in 1 instead of winning it in 3, congratulations. Popcorn has now made you $2. So if you sell it, now the popcorn has gone even on economy and instantly given you value. If you hold it for 2 rounds, there, you've made $4. Congratulations. The popcorn has made you money. Popcorn's great. Get popcorn. Get into popcorn. You're going to love it. I guarantee you.
Pants.
Pants are cracked. Pants are cracked.
I've got a gold sticker on pants. Pants brought me to victory.
That makes sense. Pants scale off something that if you understand poker and you understand probability, then there's one thing you know for sure, and that's 2 pair is the most that's the hand that is better than 1 pair and that you can always get. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but you can always get 2 pair. Even with a base deck and 1 discard, you can find 2 pair. That's the beauty of 2 pair.
I described it earlier. Out of the 3.5 million hands possible in poker, around 1.7 million of them contain 2 pair. It is, and that's for what it's worth. That's in 5-card Joker. In this 8-card poker, it's way easier even to get 2 pair than that.
With a 5-card mulligan. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll get there. Yeah.
Well, 5-card, for what's worth, 5-card poker has a 5-card mulligan as well. But
oh yeah, sorry, I was thinking in
5-card draw.
Yeah, sorry, I'm so Texas Hold'em pilled at this point in my life. I'm like, but you only have 2 cards.
Oh, like right. You and everyone else who ever wants to talk about poker. Yeah, then you got people like me who know like 30 different goddamn varieties of poker. No one wants to play anything but Texas Hold'em.
I don't want to play Texas Hold'em. It's just when I was at the part where I was, abusing the fact that I was better at gambling than most people around me, everyone wanted to play Texas Hold'em, and who was I to say I didn't want their money? Like, right?
Omaha is Texas Hold'em for perverts. I'm calling you out.
Omaha. Look, all I want to play is
getting money from other people. I understand.
No, I was trying to remember the name. Euchre. I just want to play fucked up euchre with everyone. I want to play a weird Indiana only variety of euchre that no one understands, including us.
I had like one summer job where everyone else I was working with learned euchre, and euchre was just a routine part of filling time at that job.
It's weird. Euchre, I'm someone who's okay with filling time with card games, but there's something about euchre, man. It just makes time pass faster, easier than any other card game I've played. I can't explain it. I think it might be because it's like a 2v2 game, so you get that teamwork element. Yeah. Damn, I could play euchre again at any point in time. Yeah, but spare trousers are crazy. 2 pair is super easy to play. As opposed to we were talking about how some of the straight jokers are a little tough because building towards straights is such a complicated ask. On the other hand,
it's very inconsistent.
2 pair, your deck comes installed with 2 pair. It comes with your Xbox. No matter what you've done to your deck, you can make 2 pair.
Don't worry, even the oldest Xbox known to man has 2 pair. It's fine. No one's even going to complain about that. They'd agree, Yeah,
trousers, they're good. And I would say trousers are good even if you get them ante 3 or 4, because all you have to do is play 2 pair 10 times and it's a plus 20 multiplier. And that's such an easy ask. That's such an easy ask. That's so easy.
Like a lot of the hand specific jokers, that contains 2 pair. So house contains 2 pair.
Yep.
So
Flush
you even
can
have a
contain 2
stronger
pair.
move you could be building up to. Flush can also contain 2 pair.
Yep. Ancient Joker.
Ancient Joker is one of those ones that is not that great until you completely manipulate your deck, in which case it becomes extremely good.
I was going to say,
if you get rid of
Checker Deck, this thing is cracked.
Checker Deck loves this thing, yeah. Checker Deck, you take this and you get rid of everything but hearts in it, basically. Combine that with the heart-specific Joker that also gives, multiplier when you play them.
Hearthstone.
That's
I found that this is still helpful early on because that's 1.5 per card.
Yes.
So a very easy play pattern to get if you have an early Ancient Joker is, all right, I have all 4 suits. Let me consult the prophecy on the slab. What is the chosen suit today?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Force a flush of that and you will win the blind.
Dig around
yes,
that.
absolutely.
Yeah, I like it. I haven't tried Ancient Joker enough. I think I should give it more of a fair shake. Because I've seen how strong those multipliers that pop off. It's just you have to make sure your multiplier comes from something before the row of jokers, which is a little weird, as we talked about with Photograph, but definitely doable. Also, eventually, if you stack enough multipliers in your hand, it just doesn't fucking matter where the numbers come from. It'll just go crazy. But that's like post-game stuff, yeah. Ramen is insanely good. Ramen causes people to play the game bad. Ramen is incredibly good in my opinion. I think this is one of the most like stable jokers, because ×2 red is really, that's ×2 of your score functionally. So like if you're barely making it across the finish line at the blind you're currently at and you buy ramen, congratulations, you're now over double what you need, right? That's what ramen does for you. The biggest problem I see people, they'll take ramen and they'll have a game plan where they like normally are discarding like 4 or 5 cards to like build towards their hand and then play it. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, but I don't want to discard. And I'm like, no. You're not. No. You need to win. Ramen is going to go down. That's okay.
You have 50 discards before this starts to not being that hot. 50. That's a lot of cards to toss into the trash.
Yeah, and like it's a food item. It's meant to be used and gotten rid of. And yeah, ramen is good, I would say, up until it goes under 1.5. Once it starts being worse than a polychrome, like, yeah, probably toss it. Also, if there's been a gap between you buying this and 50 discards, that means you're probably already on like ante 6 or 7. So like, yeah, you probably want something better than ramen at that point. But like, okay. Yeah, just don't be afraid to discard because of ramen is what I'm getting at. Like, if you have something in your hand and you think you can just win without discarding, sure. But as soon as you catch yourself being like, I don't know if I should discard because of ramen, cut that shit out. You should discard. Like, 0.01 multiplier is not worth losing sleep over. Discard, do your draws, etc. Don't try, just don't over-evaluate. The ramen makes you go crazy and not discard. Don't let it do that to you. You're stronger than the ramen. And yeah, like the hook, for example, like the hook feels bad because it's 0.02 multiplier. But then also think 0.02 isn't a lot, right? It's 0.02. It's not that many. Now, walkie-talkie.
Now there's a common.
Man.
Add 10-4 to 10 and 4. Your 10s are worth 20, your 4s are worth 14.
It's like cute. And yeah, the hook discard does
it's
work
plus 10
towards it,
chips
yeah.
and plus 4 multiplier. So it has the thing of it's slightly better than the suit jokers, for instance.
Yeah,
it's
adds
fine.
both to both.
It's not.
The thing is,
it's not amazing.
It's a fine one to get early on. It just really feels restrictive because the suit jokers are asking you to play 1/3 of your deck. The walkie-talkie is asking you to play 2/13 of your deck.
It's 8 out of 52 versus 13 out of 52.
Yeah.
So it's down five more cards comparatively. On the other hand, it does give you, the
plan because like the flushes you obviously
you're basically playing.
Yeah.
Walkie-talkie, if you actually plan on making a full plan out of using it, it's full house. You're playing full house with this.
Yeah.
Full houses or evolving into your 5s. If you manage to mass produce 10s, which there's a lot of ways to take a specific card and replicate it out.
And that's fine. You'll just need other parts of your plan with it, right? Because the thing about walkie-talkie is, and again, we're not going to talk about retriggering because retriggering changes the evaluation of everything. Walkie-talkie traditionally is going to cap out at plus 50 chips and plus 20 multiplier, which is very good, but that's not enough to like do an entire run around. So I think that's the easiest mistake to make with walkie-talkie is be like, oh, I'm going to build around just walkie-talkie. And then you realize later on, like, oh, it actually just doesn't give you that much at the end of the day.
It's a good common.
It's a really good
only a common.
Yeah, it is a common. It's easy to think it isn't because of the beautiful full art, but it is. Setzer. Probably the worst.
This is my least favorite of the food jokers.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably the worst because like Most decks,
Obviously,
all you're getting is like plus like 30 chips or something.
Yeah, it's very good in when's like, yeah, you've upgraded your deck very heavily, for instance, right? Like you have a lot of mult cards, a lot of bonus cards. In those cases, Seltzer's great. If you have, retrigger based plans going, yeah, Seltzer's all right. It only works for 10 hands comparatively, although for what it's worth, 10 hands is a pretty good amount. That's like at least a full ante.
Yeah.
Like it's fine. It's my least favorite of the food jokers. It does have its place still.
So like,
it's not like it's a bad joker still.
Here's the thing, right? For me with the food jokers, it's like there's like a curve for how early versus how late they are. And Seltzer has the problem of it is the food joker that is actually at its best at like ante 10 after the game is over. Yeah. And most of the food items, what you want them for is to help you in that early segment so you can more painlessly move forward into the future, have more resources, gather more stuff, switch off the food, so on and so forth. Whereas Seltzer is like something that will make a plan go completely wild, but it's probably a plan that's already doing pretty good. Seltzer can be good. Of the food items, it's definitely the one that's the most specific. Don't sleep on its effect though, right? Like there are some things, like sometimes re-triggering a card is really strong. Like even in a basic deck, if you're just playing like a flush with like a lust or a wrathful or a greedy joker or whatever, it will set these off again. So like think about stuff like that too. But yeah, overall definitely the weakest of the food jokers.
The most narrow of the food jokers.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Most narrow. Yeah. Castle.
Castle is exceptionally good at building chips. I have to this day still never been able to make a castle run actually happen. I always get it on ante 5 or higher.
Yeah, I had a single run on Switch where I got a checker deck with an early castle. Insane.
I want that to happen so bad.
Insane. Yeah, absolutely insane. So if you just showed up, one thing we've mentioned is these jokers that check for like a randomized thing every round, like they're going to pick a random suit and tell you to discard that. It will only pick the ones that are in your deck. So Castle in most decks is like a 1 in 4 chance, which to be clear, still very good. I think the Castle is still really good in those because even if you only discard like 2 or because you should be discarding to shape your hands most of the time. Like if you're not spending your discards, you probably should be spending your discards more. Like unless you have something that's giving you money value off your discards, ideally you end every single round with 1 hand played and 0 discards. And if you've played more than 1 hand and you have discards left over, you probably should have spent a discard long term. So once you get better at that and you're discarding more aggressively, Castle really easily builds up +6, +9 every single like round easily, I think. And that pushes it to, what was that square joker we had, like 200 or something? Castle I've seen go even higher than that. I've seen Castle go into the hundreds just by you're ditching 5 or 8 of something around and it just spirals.
When you are still playing an unbiased deck, Castle is a tiebreaker for deciding what to do when it has handed you 2 of each suit.
That too.
The Castle declares there is a tax on diamonds this week, so you throw all the diamonds in a pit, and now you have more points to work with.
Yep.
I had a 450 duped Castle before, and that was disgusting. Yeah, because the thing is, you don't normally get numbers that big on the blue side. So if your multipliers are like times 900, yeah, they scale pretty good. Chip jokers in general, if you have one really bomb chip joker, you're going to feel it. Like the whole playthrough is going to feel cleaner. Yeah, like a bull or a good castle or a square joker that's going off, any of those. Like you'll just feel that stability.
Or a little guy that'll come up later.
Or wee joker, yeah, exactly. Like any of those, you just feel that stability in you. You'll play a hand and be like, oh, I don't know if it gets there, and then it like easily gets there, and you're like, oh, nice, cool. Like, and that's the chip joker doing that. Smiley face. Smiley face has the same problem as the other suit reliant jokers in that it caps out at +20. That being said, this is a pretty good one because face cards in general are very good. I would say this is even with the suit jokers, in my opinion, because while building towards suits automatically sets you up for flushes and like that is a game plan, face cards are stronger on average long term.
Yes. A flush plan is very, very good going into like it. A flush plan will absolutely make you win the game. There's no problem with that.
Yeah, you'll get to ante
going
six
for
off
like
a flush plan, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, going really heavy in on like, full houses and fours of a kind of face cards. Basically as good or better. Like it's not that hard to do, Yeah. Death, strength, bunch of ways to get face cards. And yeah, it's nice and solid.
It's good. Yeah. Campfire is a super synergy dependent joker. That being said, it is low-key one of the most broken jokers in the game if you get it going. It's real easy to be like, oh, I have to sell things. How do I do that? And then you get anything.
You can sell things at any time.
Yeah, you start. First of all, you can sell things at any time. Yeah, you just click it and it says sell and you click sell. When it says card, it shouldn't say card. It should just say thing, because you can sell a joker and it'll set it off. You can sell a consumable and it'll set it off, like that kind of stuff. Yeah, Campfire Riffraff is like a cute one. Or you can just like buy and sell some planets from the shop. You can just buy and not use the cards and immediately sell them.
Yeah.
For example.
The reason why they say cards is in fact because literally every single thing in this game is a card.
Is a card.
There's not a single thing in this game that is not a card.
Yeah.
Except for vouchers and tags, I guess. Those are the only things that aren't cards.
And like Perkeo Campfire is like kind of a weak example because that's just times 0.5 every time. But like, yeah, there's just all sorts of ways to set Campfire off. The big thing is if you get really cheap rerolls and cheap shops, you can just reroll the shop, buy a planet you don't need for like $1 or $2 if you have discounts, immediately sell it, rinse and repeat. Campfire indirectly scales off of vouchers in a weird way. So I think a lot of people see Campfire and immediately go like, ugh, gross. But it's like, oh no, okay, when you have all these pieces together, this thing's actually pretty crazy. That being said,
it scales off of most vouchers too. It's not it's like it scales off of the increased tarot planets. It scales off of, the reduced costs. All of those.
Any of the jokers whose normal deal is they give you consumable cards. But those cards aren't always on plan. Now every time the Vagabond or whichever one generate planets gives you something you weren't going to use anyway, you throw it on the Campfire, and now it's numbers instead.
Yeah.
I think the thing is with Campfire is that Campfire is one you kind of want to see early-ish, but not really early.
Yeah.
Because that's when you get the hint to lean into Campfire.
Yeah.
But you don't want it super early because you can't really make use of it on antes 1 through 3, basically. I think it's like ideal place to get Campfire, ante 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. No idea what this one is that I haven't bought.
That's Golden Ticket. You have to play 5 golden cards to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I have it unlocked. I just haven't bought it. I just apparently haven't bought. Oh, Unseated Run. Right. I forgot. These don't count challenges.
They don't. Correct.
That's why there's a couple jokers that I know for a fact I've gotten on PC that haven't shown up here because I use them during challenges. Right. Okay. So what that one is just gold cards. Instead of holding them in your hand to get the value, you can also play them and get the value, which is great. Oh no, Campfire goes crazy after Ante 8. It's a way better post game card than it is a main game card for what it's worth. But yeah, we're discussing main game. Now the gold ticket, I don't know. It like requires a lot of conditions, and then the payoff isn't any better than the alternative payoff you also have.
My problem with Golden Ticket is the fact that it is taking up a Joker slot for something that was already get that money anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So what Gold Ticket does in chat is, so if you make a gold card, usually what gold cards do is if you're holding them in your hand at the end of blind, they'll give you $3. What the gold ticket does is it lets you play them to also get $3. So you're just allowed to play them instead of holding them in your hand. The problem is that ends up scaling and capping really quickly, right? Because even if your entire deck is gold, if you've done some ape shit combo to make your whole deck gold, and you're playing every card, every hand, it's $15 a hand, which is insane. But if you've done that much synergy, you should have just won the game already. Like, that's enough requirements that it shouldn't be you get $15 per hand. It should be you have won Balatro. That's what the payoff needs to be for all that work. And that's the problem with Gold Ticket is like, I think it's bad when you haven't built for it, it's dog shit. Because if you have like 2 gold cards in your deck, which I think where most decks end up is like 1 to 3 gold cards, maybe, right? It's just so bad. It's bad, especially because like the cards you make gold, right, are explicitly the ones you don't plan on playing most of the time, or the ones that are like your secondary. Like they can fill in the hand you want to play, but they're not the optimal ones to play. Those are the cards you make gold and steel. Like if you draw them, great, they're utility, they can fill up. But if you've drawn the better hand, then they're just additional value in the back. Kick ass, that's the perfect place for him to be. But now all of a sudden you have Golden Ticket and it's like, okay, well now I do want to play them. So now which cards you've made gold needs to shift, all that stuff. Gold Ticket needs value on top of it. I just think Gold Ticket is too weak on its own. It needs like some kind of multiplier with it. I don't know what kind of multiplier, but it needs some love. Any other takes on Gold Ticket? I think that's about right.
No, I'm good.
If you already have one of the money becomes points, if you have bull, if you have boots, that slightly changes the math on Gold Ticket because now it is contributing to your score through those.
That's true because
it's still
you get
not
the
a
money
very
on play.
good feedback loop.
And granted,
Still
get the
kind of
money-
sluggish.
like that's a great point. Pareidolia plus Midas Mask is all you need for Gold Ticket. The problem is Pareidolia and Midas Mask is all you need. You already have infinite money and infinite value. Gold Ticket is doing nothing at that point. Like Gold Ticket is just turning you have enough value to win the game to you have even more value and can win the game even more. Like for a Joker slot, it really isn't doing anything. You'd rather have something like Dracula that can make those gold cards worth winning the game. Because the thing is, eventually you can have all the money in the world. It will not win you the video game Balatro. You do need to have something that wins you the video game Balatro for points. Yeah. Mr. Bones. Like not good.
It's gonna be a pain in the ass to get a win off of this thing, like a sticker on it, because I don't know.
That means that you have done the flex of winning while down a slot.
Yeah. This card needs you to lose Balatro, and then it doesn't even do anything other than you didn't lose Balatro this time. It is funny to see Mr. Bones be like, it saved you. And the thing is, right, is like, here's the problem with Mr. Bones. And here's the I've seen this with so many Magic the Gathering cards. Is Mr. Bones is the kind of shit that makes someone say, well, I've had it win me I saw Mr. Bones save me. Mr. Bones, fuck you. I was on the second to last hand and Mr. Bones popped and saved me and I won. So Mr. Bones is the best card ever. No! Think about all the things that weren't Mr. Bones that would have won you that and then also won you earlier stuff and then also won you later stuff. Mr. Bones was bad. Mr. Bones happened to be enough to get you across the finish line that one time. That doesn't make Mr. Bones good. Just because you had a run where out of the $100 you needed, you had $99.90 doesn't mean a dime is suddenly more valuable than a dollar. It just means a dime did it that time. Like that's all that means. That's the problem with Mr. Bones is it's like it does it once and you got lucky. Sick.
Is eternal Mr. Bones forbidden? Because if that could appear,
I think that's an impossible spawn. Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought if Mr. Bones didn't steal your prize money when he rescued you, because then that's just all right. You died and you have nothing to improve with.
That's the other thing. Yeah, it prevents death. It doesn't like give you the reward for winning. Yeah. And God, yeah, good point. It's uncommon, so it's like even worse.
Well, no, that makes it slightly better because a baseball card actually works with that.
I just mean it feels bad that it's uncommon because it's trash.
Well, I mean, where would you put it? At common so you see it more, or rare so it doesn't happen at all? And then you get disappointed because you found a rare that is Mr. Bones.
I would create a thing that you unlock once you've beat Purple Stake one time that lets you remove up to 10 jokers from the pool, and then I would permanently put Mr. Bones on one of my slots of jokers I do not want to spawn ever, thank you. That's what I would do with Mr. Bones.
I feel like this name has been assigned to the wrong function because the whole point of Mr. Bones is that the ride doesn't end.
You can't get off Mr. Bones' wild ride.
You can't get off Mr. Bones' wild ride.
This is Mr. Bones leaving me at the first opportunity. But yeah, Mr. Bones, like, the thing is, you can't create a situation where Mr. Bones is good without a preamble. You need to set up a very elaborate situation that then at the end goes, and thus Mr. Bones was the only way out, as opposed to all of these other jokers where I go, you play the game and they're good. That's my problem with Mr. Bones. Acrobat. Acrobat is weirdly clutch.
Kaiji runs 5 Mr. Bones.
You can move the collection cards. They will move back as soon as you leave in return, because otherwise it would be fucking insanity. Acrobat is more clutch than you think. The big thing with Acrobat is there's a lot of decks where your hand is very strong, but it's very inconsistent, and you only maybe get 1 or 2 of them, but it's super fucked up. It's turbo broken. Your straight flush is crazy. That being said, you do need to use all of your discards and 1 or 2 of your hands, and then you will always get straight flush by the end of that. That's when Acrobat is nuts, because Acrobat lets you turn any hand you can only get 1 time into a hand you can get 3 times. That being said, probably one of the worst multiplier jokers because it is so limited in application.
It's at least times 3. You know, it's not a times 2 for that sort of effect. It's still pretty decent on that front. Yeah. It is, if you have done some wild shit and you've gotten down to only 2 hands available, it is at least comparable to Card Sharp.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty specific timing and for that is the case.
Also,
it gets along well.
Also, for what it's worth, I wouldn't compare Acrobat and Card Sharp as far as utility, because like Card Sharp is for a deck that is able to play 1 hand many times consistently. Acrobat is for the exact opposite. It is for a deck that cannot play its hand consistently, but can play it at least once. Card Sharp wants a deck where you play flush 4 times. Acrobat wants a deck where you like can
I'm
play
still going to directly compare them because they're uncommons that do times 3 multiplier.
For sure. No, I was just more saying because like someone in chat was just like, it feels worse than Card Sharp. Like, yeah, they're totally different cards though.
It is
totally
for what it's worth.
Have the Card Sharp.
Card Sharp
can
is
also do a backflip.
Card Sharp is way better because a Card Sharp, if Card Sharp is going off, is taking 3 of your hands times 3, whereas Acrobat is at most 1 times 3. And for what it's worth, I never evaluate jokers versus bosses, frankly. I just think it's incorrect too, with the exception being like the final bosses. Mostly because, I don't know, honestly, most of the bosses are either you can play around them very easily or they instant kill you. And a lot of times it's they instant kill you, but you have so much number, it doesn't fucking matter anyway. Like we were talking about the boss that's like all of your jokers or all of your cards are debuffed until you sell a joker. And like the number of times I've gotten that boss and gone, whoo, I don't care. And then just played out a bunch of debuffed cards and just won anyway. More than there are stars in the sky. It's just weird. I think the boss is like the more you play of this game, the lower and lower and lower you're going to evaluate a single boss. Cause like, there's so much luck involved in the higher tier runs that like, what if I run into the needle? Yeah, bitch, what if you run into the needle? What do you want from me? Yeah, that might happen. You might also run into one of the other 25 bosses. Like, yeah, like, it happens.
Acrobat does get along with anything that benefits from playing out all of your hands. Yeah. If you're in a position where you're going to deliberately play some weak hands in order to make the boss go faster or shake down the vagabond for more tarot cards, this helps protect you from overextending and falling on the ground because you didn't score enough points with your finisher.
Yeah. And yeah, that's a good point. Acrobat does allow you some flexibility, which is appropriate, to just kind of toss your earlier hands because, like, whatever, you're just relying on your last one. So if you do have something else like Square Joker where you're like, I don't know, I'll just throw out 4 random bullshit cards to buff Square Joker and then do an Acrobat at the end. Yeah, there's like plays like that. That being said, it is one of the weaker multiplier Jokers just because it is so heavily restricted to being only on one hand. That being said, it's still ×3.
And I have an orange stake win on it, so it does work.
Yeah, it still works. It's ×3, it's ×3.
Yep.
Sock and Buskin.
Sock and Buskin fucking rules.
Yep. Re-triggers are like secretly one of the most fucked up things in this game. They're a little hard to build towards, and if you aren't built towards it at all, Sock and Buskin can feel pretty bad. But man,
it's the easiest one to work with, though. That's the thing about
is.
Sock and Buskin.
Yeah, because like a lot of times you want to be putting seals and bonuses and stuff on your face cards because they're just worth the most. So like you want to be putting the hollow and the polychrome and the doubler seal and the glass and all that stuff. You want that to be on your face cards. So like naturally there's a really good chance you pull Sock and Buskin and go like, oh shit, I do have a bunch of fucked up face cards. And you're just like, all right, let's go, baby. And just play it.
This actually specifically doesn't work with steel because steel is in hand. This is not in hand. This is played.
No, yeah.
But there are other ones that it works really well on.
Yeah, so you need the ones that re-trigger held in hand effects, which I think is Mime. And Mime will set off steel a bunch. Yeah.
Yes, that's the advantage of Mime. Mime doesn't need anything else. All it needs is that you put a lot of steel in your deck and all of a sudden it's really good. You want to do that anyway. Steel is really good.
Yeah. The other thing too is even on its own, if you get Sock and Buskin, let's compare early Sock and Buskin to early Hack. Early Hack lets you get an additional +2 blue chips when you play a 2, or +3 blue chips when you pay a 3, so on and so forth, up to 5. Sock and Buskin takes your Jack, Queen, King, all of those, all 3 of those in all the slots, so that's 12 cards, and makes them worth 10 more.
Mm-hmm.
10's more than 2 where I come from, cowboy. Sock and Buskin's just better immediately.
And it's a little bit old hat to talk about like combos with Paradolia because hey, Paradolia has maybe the most single synergies in the game.
That's why it does nothing on its
Buskin,
own. Because if it did anything on its own, it would just be the best in the game. But they explicitly had to put it on its own. Yeah.
Combining Sock and Buskin, Paradolia, and Hack together is pretty good. And you get triple triggers.
Yeah, Sock and Buskin is also really good for straights because a lot of times when you're building a straight deck, you're pushing those values up. Yeah. Sock and Buskin, way better than you think. It's just one of those. Swashbuckle. Swashbuckler.
Swash is generically useful.
Solid.
Swashbuckler's a fine horse.
The thing with Swashbuckler is the later in a run you go, the more you're going to want your multiplier jokers to be on the right side of Swashbuckler, which means Swashbuckler now either you have to make the choice of get less plus multiplier on Swashbuckler by putting it to the left, or get less multiplier by putting Swashbuckler on the right. And most of the time that translates to Swashbuckler is now only swashbuckling 2 cards and then getting multiplied. So like Swashbuckler is one of them that falls off super hard by late game. There are 2 combos that everyone will mention. Yeah, the 2 combos literally everyone will mention all the time is Egg, which we did an egg run earlier today. It's hysterical. You get to have a +60 Swashbuckler. Love that shit. Or you have gift card that's making everything more expensive all the time because gift card just adds passively to every joker. Those are the 2 that make Swashbuckler a long-term card. Otherwise, it's like really solid. It's a great early one. You'll probably want to move on from it. Yeah.
It's you basically only consider it a long-term card if you have those 2. Otherwise, it is a fantastic early to mid-game card.
Yeah. Because like early on, even if it's just like +7 or +8 or whatever, like that's pretty good. That'll do you for a while. I tend to see people over evaluate Swashbuckler, but like No, it's still good. It's just not incredible late game because, again, due to the fact that you need to later on order your jokers so that specifically the plus multiplier jokers are on the left, all of a sudden that makes Swashbuckler just so bad. It makes Swashbuckler just so bad because you don't want to put it on the right side of your polychromes because even though that's where it would get the most value, it then doesn't get multiplied, so it ends up losing off, etc., etc. Swashbuckler, it's a good common, baby. It's a common, though.
It also gets, there's another weird interaction with Swashbuckler. It gets nerfed with vouchers.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That sucks. Yeah, that is one thing that feels really bad. So, yeah, the sell value of stuff goes down when you get the discount vouchers on top of the buy prices. So, yeah, if you get a discount voucher too, like if you get liquidation, Swashbuckler just sucks. Swashbuckler caps out at like +6. It's just like, fuck. Like you have like a handful like negative polychrome jokers and it's like $7. And you're like, damn, HH Greg did too good this time. I wish they would have HH less. Troubadour.
This is a fun one to play with. I like it, but it's not very good.
Troubadour,
-1 hands per round will kill you.
It's so bad. Yeah, Troubadour is like, you get that consistency value of +2 hand size, which is way more than people think it is. But man, -1 hand per round is such a fucking bad drawback. It's such a bad drawback, man. Selling Troubadour on ante 10 killed my run once. No, it didn't. You were on ante 10. You had already won the game. It didn't kill shit. It didn't kill anything. Did you beat
if
the
they
boss?
wanted to go beyond 10, then it killed their run.
Yeah. Well, then they shouldn't have sold it. Skill issue. I'm sorry.
That was a mistake on their end. That's what they're saying. They made a mistake.
Yeah. I just the idea of kill a run after ante 9. Not about it. Not about it.
I've done it more than once.
Well, I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't think a run can be killed. I think that's all bonus field. I think even if you're going for the long shot, unless you started from the beginning to go for the long shot, you can't be thinking about it as killing. But I get what you're saying. Troubadour, though. Yeah, I think it's just like the plus hand size is really good, but -1 hands per round is just so bad, man. Because it hits economy too. Yeah, because you get -1 to every round. So like, unless it's letting you play one less hand, it also is a negative economy card. I don't know. I feel like I think I'm with you on like, I love playing with Troubadour. I don't think it's very good.
It can be when you have a lot of steel, because the larger hand size means more steel triggers.
Okay,
but
yeah.
That's basically about it in practice. Once you've gotten your deck really consistent, you don't need the 2 hand size if you're not going with something that like requires a lot of in-hand effects. That's about it. Like that's the only real advantage of Troubadour on that front.
Yeah, a lot of things that interact with your hand size and your action count, they are not a plan on their own. Yeah. But they can be an enabler of any other plan.
Yeah, because the big thing with the additional hand sizes, it is like a lot of consistency, so it opens up your chances for like straights and stuff like that. So if you really need the consistency, it's like good on that front. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just need to use Troubadour more to form a more complete opinion. It's definitely a joker I don't take enough.
I also don't think that you should see Troubadour as a common instead of an uncommon. Remember, the commons are ones you really don't feel too bad about seeing all the time.
Yeah.
Troubadour as a common, I probably would pick it more, but at the same time, I don't actually want it to show up often when I re-roll and stuff.
You need a good amount of plus multiplier. Like the common pool needs to be flush with lower value plus multipliers and lower value chips.
Exactly.
And yeah, that's a great point too. Uncommon means you don't just get it off riffraff, which would be bad.
Yeah, you would not want this by accident.
Yeah, the common, uncommon, rare in this one hits the same problem of like, some modern card games where like the uncommons and rares are less like uncommons are less like they're better than the commons and more just like they're weirder and more niche than the commons, so they show up less in draft. Yeah. Man, I want to get an early certificate so bad.
Certificate's so fucking good. It's unreasonably good.
It's so good, and I just never.
Free seals are so powerful.
Normally, you get seals from spectral packs. That's how good seals are.
Yeah.
And this gives you one every single round.
Yeah. The only problem with certificate is if you find it later and you already have a very well-defined plan, certificate's bad then.
Yeah, it doesn't work there.
But man, any other circumstance, holy shit, is a free seal every hand, or for every round is so good. Because think about what else this does. Also, with hologram, it's crazy because that's just an extra value on hologram every single round. But I think
this can get red. This can get red, blue, purple, gold. All of those are useful to have. Purples, just discard in the moment. Also, here's a very valuable thing about this. It puts that into your hand. So your first hand is +1 card.
Yeah.
You start with 8 cards normally. This starts with 9 on the first hand.
That's a good point. Certificate just gives you a companion rule. It just gives you a randomized Luris into your hand at the beginning of each round. Yeah. At worst, it's like a bonus card. Yeah. I want to play certificate more. I want to get an early certificate run. It seems super fun and super cracked.
I have gotten certificates so early that I ended up with like a 75 card deck.
Sounds awesome. I would love to get certificate and then Curse of Ra, Curse of Cave, and just have a deck that's like all seals by the end of it.
Yeah, it's extremely good.
Smeared Joker is, if you need it, it's the best Joker at what it does because it's the only Joker that does what it does. And if you don't need it, you don't need it, and it's a dead slot. I don't know what else to say about Smeared Joker. Smeared Joker is like so hilariously binary in how you can read it. It's almost ludicrous.
It's kind of the point. It turns things from 4s to 2s, so it reduces it to a binary.
Yeah. The big thing about Smeared Joker is once you know Smeared Joker exists, if you're ever taking a 4-color deck or a 4-suit deck and converting it to a 2-suit deck, which is like pretty common when you're going for a flush plan, right? You now know you want to go either, as I call it, mono red or mono black, which is you either want to go hearts and diamonds or spades and clubs, but you don't want to mix those, because then if you do later on see a Smeared Joker and your deck is entirely spades and clubs, congratulations, your deck is now spubs. Only spubs. It's nothing but spubs. And same thing with like hearts and diamonds. If your deck is all hearts and diamonds, you get a Smeared Joker. Congratulations, you got Hamons, and that's it. That's all you got. Conversely, if you've been doing the 2-suit thing and you went for like hearts and clubs or spades and diamonds, now the Smeared Joker
then Smeared Joker does nothing.
Exactly. Yeah. So Smeared Joker is one of those
Notably, does absolutely nothing in the checkered deck, which is already this.
Yeah. Checkered deck Smeared Joker is like literally nothing because you only have hearts and spades. It's pretty good.
Now, we are sitting right next to the exception to that. Well, half of the exceptions to that on the next row down, because down there are all of the suit unlocks. Because if a card is 2 suits simultaneously, it can tap both. 2 of those at once.
Yeah, and that is the other exception to it doing something, but that fairly niche comparatively.
You would get the common versions of those more often, but hey, that is a synergy that exists.
Yeah, good point. Throwback is one of the best Jokers in the game.
I have a gold sticker on Throwback. I have a gold sticker on Throwback. It brought me to victory on a gold run.
That doesn't surprise me even a little bit because it's so good. The big thing with Throwback is the better you get at Balatro, the more you are accepting skips, generally speaking. Also, Throwback is retroactive. To be clear, Throwback is retroactive. If Throwback wasn't retroactive, it would be bad. It is this run. So much like how the Fortune Teller is like one of the best Jokers because it's retroactive. So it's almost always live when you find it. Same thing with throwback. There's so many times you'll find throwback and it'll already be at like ×2 or even time. Honestly, even if you see
I've
it
gotten
in
it at like a ×3.5, like really late in the game.
Oh god, yeah. I've had an anaglyph run where it like at the end of anaglyph just showed up at like ×3.5, which, as I've said before, people will move mountains for ×3 in this game. So having ×3.5 just unconditional, other than just like play the game BALATRO and engage with its systems, so good, so fucking good, so good. I can't remember, what do you have to do to unlock throwback? There's one of these that has the weirdest.
This is the weird
condition.
one.
It's this one. Okay, so is this the one that almost blew me up as a streamer?
Yes.
So yeah, the unlock condition for throwback is you have to start a run, then don't finish it, go back to the main menu, and then continue a run. So just at any point you need to not finish an entire run and then start it over again from the continue screen. This is not a problem for any regular human being. That being said, if you're a streamer and so you play every run beginning to end, you will never unlock throwback. I literally was never going to unlock it until I looked through the collection screen, saw the unlock condition was continue a run, and I was like, what? And then I just started a run, started
I had to be told
like,
about it.
Fine. Yeah.
I full on had to be told by a person about how to unlock this, or I would not have ever gotten it. I was playing this game thinking like, man, I used throwback a lot in the demo. Why hasn't throwback shown up? And I didn't think to go check.
Yeah. This is like, this is an unlock condition exactly designed to just destroy nerds and streamers like us. 100%. Yeah, exactly. Manilots gets it. But why would I stop playing BALATRO? Oh, so I could play more BALATRO later. Now I'm getting it. But yeah, throwback. Absolutely cracked. If you haven't unlocked it, now you know how to unlock it. Go do it. Start a run. Go back to the main menu. Continue the run. Start using throwback. You're welcome. Also, it's uncommon, so it procs baseball. Fuck them. On top of everything, it's baseball compatible. Sure.
This is a rare one where I genuinely think it would not be bad. It would not have been a bad idea to make this a rare.
Yeah.
I like that it's uncommon though, and I don't want them to change that.
Oh yeah, this is a sexy little fella to show up nonstop. I do not mind it at uncommon, to say the least. I would not mind it at common. Yeah. I wouldn't be bothered at all. That being said, is it strong enough to be a rare? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Hanging Chad is one of the most weirdly specific jokers in the game. I don't know why it's common.
I think that Hanging Chad is, of all the retrigger cards in the entire game, it's the worst retrigger card in the entire game.
Yeah.
Because the best situations that I can think with this, I think it's like, okay, you're playing glass face cards with photograph and Hanging Chad. That means a single face card that you play is by itself ×16, I think, on multiplier, which is good. You can work with it. It's just so specific.
Yeah, I was gonna say we had a run.
It's great in the glass challenge.
We had a run in the Hanging Chad. We had a Hanging Chad run where it was just we were playing high card for, we were playing like a level 55 high card. So it turns out getting that polychrome. Yeah, we got a polychrome that had an additional retrigger and this retriggered on top of it. So like just because of the way the math worked out, Hanging Chad was good there. But that's the kind of stuff you need going on.
Yeah. It's very narrow. And yeah, it makes high card decks work, but I actually think that there are better jokers to make high card plans work.
Absolutely.
This is like,
absolutely, of
the high card jokers, this is probably the worst in my opinion.
That being said, Hanging Chad does elevate from a D- up to like a C+ as soon as you realize you're allowed to reorder the cards in your hand before you play.
Yes, that too.
So like even if you're playing a straight that's like 7 down to 4 or whatever, you're allowed to just swap those around in any order. Like you can shuffle all of the cards in your hand and present them, and it will still score it from left to right. So if like you're making a straight, but you have like a double value 4 in the middle or something, and you're like, damn, I wish that was the thing Hanging Chad triggered. Good news, it can be. You just need to move it to the left. That's all.
Yeah.
But yeah, still a common, a little weak, that kind of stuff. It's okay. It's like okay as a negative. It's one of them that like if you get a negative, you're like, okay, but that's any Joker, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's only like one Joker. There's like only one Joker in this entire game that I don't want to get as a negative, and it's Showman.
The uncommons.
You don't want to have Showman show up as a negative. What if the next roll you get is a guaranteed polychrome?
Is a polychrome Showman. I know. I was here when you talked about
Anyone have the clip in chat? Anyone have the clip of Ty Tuesday getting fucking Ty Tuesday to the n,000th degree of a 1 in 150 Joker followed by an additional 1 in 150 Joker? All right. The cycle, as Loon put it, which I think is correct. So
yes.
You've got the early version, the commons, and these are all the same. They're just a little extra plus
these
multiplier when you play them, and they're all fine. They're all fine. They're all solid.
These are also all unlocked the same way. It's by playing a deck that has 30 of this kind of suit in it.
Oh, okay, cool. These are all incredible, in my opinion. I think they are all absolutely worth building around. That being said, I think there is a little bit of difference between them.
There's a little bit of like usability difference between them.
Gem is definitely the weakest overall.
The thing with Gem is Gem early it can be an unbelievable money engine, or if you're playing it and it's like okay, it still will usually be a decent money engine. Like I think the thing about Rough Gem is the floor for it is very good. Because like even if you hold it around for like 3 or 4 hands and you've played, 3 or 4 diamonds per each of those, that's still $9 or whatever. It'll still turn out pretty well. Yeah, I think it's good. The big thing with Rough Gem is it doesn't win on its own. It enables you to go get other things that win, but it doesn't by itself. And that's kind of why it feels bad compared to the other ones. Still, I think any of these are worth taking if you can play them even a little bit, to be clear. I think they're all good enough. And I think Rough Gem is the one that's the most okay to flex into another deck, right? Like Heartstone, Bloodstone, don't play it unless you're playing Hearts. It's just not worth it. Rough Gem, yeah, if you're like throwing down a diamond every so often, it still will make it. It'll still make the distance.
Mm-hmm. If you are playing Hearts, though, Bloodstone can go wild. Wow, this thing can get you a lot of points.
You get anything to double these chances, whether it be a dice or a single blueprint or brainstorm or any
re-triggering.
Of those. Or re-triggering or anything. Bloodstone is one half of an unbelievably strong plan, and the other half is surprisingly many things. That's really the big trick to it.
Yeah.
Like your entire deck is Hearts. Awesome. Bloodstone kicks ass. You have something that re-triggers your cards a bunch of times. Bloodstone kicks ass. You have something that doubles the likelihood of stuff going off. Bloodstone kicks ass. You have something that duplicates any jokers. Bloodstone kicks ass. The big thing about Bloodstone is 5 chances at it is good. 10 chances at it is fucking insane. Because the way this scales is it is, in fact, times 2, times 2, times 2, times 2. So the more chances you have to go off, it doesn't scale linearly. It scales, exponentially.
Geometrically.
Yeah. So like you just really want it to go off. Bloodstone is one that you have to invest in it, but once you hit that critical point, yeah, it's just crazy. It just wins on its own. Yeah, it's one of the hardest scaling for post game as well. Like Bloodstone will win you the main game and then will also carry you through post game if you're into that 100%.
I have a feeling that a solid Bloodstone setup with like of as much support as possible as you can get can probably get to ante 15.
I believe you can get to scientific with
if you have it going.
Yeah, I think you can get scientific. Arrowhead. Arrowhead is so good.
Arrowhead is great.
Arrowhead is so good.
If all of your spade cards were also a stone?
What if they're all foil? Yeah. What if all of your spades
What if they were all
foil?
foil?
It's insane. That's insane amounts.
And then they
of
can
value.
also have real foil wrapped around them.
Yeah, you
Yep.
can have them
Double
be
foil.
plus 100 chips when scored, which is nuts. We've talked about how that blue number is so easy to have, just become this nice comfort thing that helps carry you across the finish line. Arrowhead does that no problem. If you're playing 2 spades per hand, that's plus 100 chips, which is already like a top tier chips joker, right? And if you're in a full spade flush deck, that's plus 250 chips.
250?
That's as good as that square joker we spent an entire run building up. So like Arrowhead is cracked. It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Onyx Agate is also extremely good. This is, I mean, it's just straight up better gluttonous joker.
Yeah, so there's 2 different ways to think about Onyx Agate, and I think both of them kind of highlight how good it is. First of all, yeah, it's just strictly a double gluttonous joker. It's just the same as having 2 of those at the same time, but in one slot. Which, if there's anything card game players should know, it's that having 2 cards instead be on 1 card is more than twice as good.
Yep.
If you have 1 card that can do 2 things, it is 4 to 5 times better than either of them separately. It's really wild how that flexibility like pops off. And that's what this is. It's giving you an extra slot. I like how my friend Evil Urchin just gave me 6 extra viewers. Hey, how's it going, man? What's good? Hey, what's up? How's DBD? You hear about this? They put Chucky in it. They put Charles in the game. What's up with that? No, how's it going, man? It was a rough night. Understandable. Dead by Daylight tends to make those on occasion. Godspeed, friend. Sweat Squad after Sweat Squad. That's why you gotta play Under Night, where everyone's sweaty all the time, so you're not mad about it. It's just how that shit is. But we're playing a little BALATRO. We're talking through jokers. Oh, keep at it. So yeah, Onyx Agate, you can either think of it as 2 of the common jokers in 1 slot, which is incredibly good, because that's basically like getting a negative joker and a really good 2 good commons. Or the other way to think about it is this is a Fibonacci that is 100 times easier to use.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to use. Way more convenient Fibonacci. Absolutely.
Yeah, because Fibonacci is for aces, 2s, 3s, 5s, and 8s.
Yep.
Which is like a lot of cards, but it's a lot of cards that don't super build into much other than like a super low value straight, which isn't a great target hand. Like ace 2, 3, 4, not really what you want to be building at. And then 2, 3, 4, 5 is like somehow worse. Or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I mean, is worse than ace 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, not something you want to build towards. Whereas Onyx Agate is just like, yeah, it's like plus 40 multiplier on any flush. Sick. That's incredible. Is this Flower
The next
Pot?
one is Glass Joker.
Oh, right. This is the one that I just unlocked. So Glass Joker is what?
Yeah.
Plus 0.2 for each broken glass?
Plus 0.5 for each broken
okay.
glass. It scales very hard, but you know,
Much
you have to
harder to
make
do.
sure that glass breaks. Exactly.
Yeah. That sounds hilarious, but also borderline unevaluatable because it really does matter. How much glass do you have in your
gotta
deck?
get lucky.
How much glass do you think you could make? Also, do you think you can get this glass to break? Yeah, 100%.
Worth
Fuck you,
noting, not
Showman, you piece
retroactive.
of shit, garbage card, asshole card for fuck faces. Hey, this is Showman.
We talked a lot about Showman over the course of this.
I can't remember. Is the Glass Joker? It's not retroactive, is it? Or is it?
It is not. No, it is not retroactive. It is not per run. It is for each glass card that is destroyed. For what it's worth, it does still get very big, but you have to go. You have to go in on it. Period. There's no other way to make it work.
Yeah. And glass breaks just by 1 in 4 chance after being played. I don't think it has to be scored. Isn't it just played?
No, it does have to be scored.
It has to be scored too? Oh, God. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, pretty conditional. Showman is the worst Joker in the game. It's actively downside. Its only upside that is of any value is in the post game, which I've already explained why I don't care about evaluating for the post game because I think it's all boring paper crafting.
I do care about evaluating for the post game,
Yeah.
and it's a bad for the card to include in that anyway.
And even then, I still think it's not good. Yeah, because it's like asking you to do blueprint, but it's asking you to get really lucky on blueprint, right? Like, because what's the optimal case for showman? You get 2 of the Joker you really want to have. So let's say you already have 1 of the Joker you already really have. That still means every Joker store, by virtue of showman, now is a like 1 in 150 chance to get the thing you want. Hey,
I don't know if showman like actually affects the chances of repeats showing up or not. I don't know the code of the game.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't do that, then yeah, it's a 1 in 150 chance. It's a 1 in 150 chance in a lot of ways, actually less likely than that, because there is rarity weighting. You know,
also,
commons and uncommons show up more often in the shop.
It can also re-roll the things you already have now, so it adds those back into the pool, the ones that you don't want. Here's the other thing about showman.
I'm considering showman giving you multiple blueprints or brainstorm. There's better ways to do that.
There's better ways to do it already. Yeah, there's already invisible, and there's already all that shit. So let's talk about the other downside. So we've talked about the 1 in 1 million upside of showman, how you have a less than 1% chance of showman being kind of good for you, sort of a little bit. Let's talk about the downsides. You open up a tarot pack. And it's you open a jumbo tarot pack and you're like, great, time to look at 5 cards and have one of 5 unique choices in front of me that I get to pick only one of. Now, what if instead of it being 5 choices, it was 4 or 3? Because that's what showman does. It makes it so you can get the same choice multiple times, meaning you have less choice. That's all it does. It's just downside. It's a nerf to every booster pack you open. Same thing with Spectral, same thing with Planets. Now you might say, well, Ty, what if I get... God, I'm so annoyed at showman, I'm doing Josh Weissman voice. That's how you know I'm fucking over this shit. But Josh, what if I open a mega pack and there's 2 of the same thing and I need both of them? Wow, that's a beautiful, very rare, specific chance involving you rolling something lucky twice in a row. What if instead you didn't have showman, you had any other Joker? You opened the mega pack and it had one of what you wanted, and then something else. It wouldn't really be that much worse, and you would have an extra Joker slot, which is better than showman. It's better than showman already. Like, that's the whole thing, right? Is it's like showman has these little cute 1 in a million payoffs, and most of them just aren't that good. Is the reality. They're just not that good. Like, getting a double off a mega pack is like something that I would evaluate as like a, yeah, oh yeah, I love it, yeah. As opposed to like the payoff you need for what showman gives you as a downside.
Turn into the tiniest Mario.
Let's go, baby. Huh?
You turn into the tiniest Mario, the smallest Mario there's ever been.
Yeah, all right, I love it. Versus like, yeah, baby, let's fucking go. And that's what it needs to be at. Showman gives you downside, and the upside is just not enough. Showman needs to have like a times 1.5 red multiplier attached to it, and then I'll consider buying it ever again. Otherwise, showman is actively dog shit. It's even bad as a negative. I can think of ways to fix
showman, but they aren't here on the game.
Exactly. Yeah, it requires things outside of the game. Showman is the only card that is actively bad as a negative. And if you don't believe me, roll back to earlier in the stream today where I got Showman as a negative, and then it ate my polychrome tag to make another Showman. And I can't strangle the cards. They haven't programmed that in yet. VR's not good enough yet. But as soon as they can, I'm choking this fucker out. I hate him. I hate Showman so much. He's so bad. It's so bad. It's like, yeah, it's like soy milk from Isaac. Yeah, it's like actively worse than nothing most of the time. God, it's so bad.
Soy milk is easier to work with than Showman. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, it is easier to get upside from that than from Showman. Yeah, like, again, it's just, God, Showman's just so bad. Like,
if Showman did give like a heavy weighting to repeating Jokers, maybe
that'd be something.
Maybe I'd be all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think it does.
Yeah. Showman is like the peak of Hope Balatro, right? Like there's a term in chess playing called playing Hope chess, which is a derogative term that you use to describe somebody who's not very good at chess. Somebody who is playing hoping that something very obscenely either rare or unlikely will happen, or in chess often assuming their opponent, well, what if my opponent makes a huge mistake? Which, like, yeah, if your opponent makes a huge mistake, you don't have to worry about being good at chess. You can just let them hang themselves. Like, it's not good. And you're very much playing Hope Balatro with Showman. Like, you're rolling on a less than 1% chance to have something happen, that there's just so many other ways to have it happen. And those other ways give you value while you're waiting for it to happen, as opposed to Showman, which gives you nothing. Right? Like, Invisible Joker is the only one that doesn't give you anything. And even then, you can hard control Invisible Joker. Showman is just YOLO shit. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Which 2 Showmans mean you can get 3 copies of a card? No, because 1 Showman means you can get 3 copies of a card. Because multiple times is already more than 2. Yeah. So no, having 2 Showmen is not even anything. It's just
having
the same
2
as having
Showmen
1
does
Showman.
nothing.
Yeah. Which is why I was even more mad when I got Enough about Showman. Enough about Showman. If you think Showman is good and you disagree with this, and me talking about this is making you even a little bit upset, please write me a 3-page report on why Showman is good with at least 2 charts and 1 table and submit it to me. Anything else, I won't fucking hear it. You're not taking it seriously enough, and I don't trust your take. There, I've said it. Flower Pot. Flower Pot is the wild enabler. That's it. Honestly.
Yes.
Flower Pot.
It's hard to work with. It can be extremely good, like any times 3 multiplier card can be.
Implicit in how Flower Pot resolves.
Thank you, Rum. Now there's a way they could buff it. Put in the arms and legs of the Showman and allow you to make Shodia. Yes, that would be something.
If you have 5 of a kind in your Jokers.
You can do that with Stencil, which someone has done before. The useful thing about Stencil is that it counts as an empty slot for other stencils. Yeah. So 5 stencils is times 20. Well, not times 25. Sorry,
it's times 5 times 5
times 5 times 5 times 5.
Yeah. Flower Pot. The thing is, like I said,
625. I think is what that is.
It does require 4 different cards to be there.
Yeah. So, yeah, the big thing with Flower Pot is, like, ×3 is the kind of text that people would move mountains for. The trick with Flower Pot is it is very powerful, so it's worth getting the payoff if you can build towards it. It is just really hard to build towards.
It's hard, yeah.
Because
it is a hard one to build towards.
Yeah, because think about it. What hand in poker, which of the scoring hands in your list wants you to have 1 of each suit? None of them.
2 pair.
And that doesn't care. That doesn't care about the suit. What I'm saying is which one explicitly wants you to have 1 of each suit, and the answer
no,
is
of course,
none.
But that doesn't matter because you're just playing that's what you're applying onto it afterwards.
Exactly.
So at that point, you want to play the 2 pair, full house, 4 of a kind, all a straight.
Yeah. So what I was trying to get at though is like all the other ones, like these, are explicitly hands you want to build towards and things you might be working towards. This is another side quest you're doing. So it's still going to be very good. It's ×3 and it's worth finishing that side quest, but it falls a little bit below those other ×3s because they're things you might just be doing anyway. It's kind of my point.
But it also gives you a little bit of flexibility in that it lets you play like 5 different hands to be able to pull it off. So sure. It's not like it's like directly worse than any of those.
No, I just find it to be, if I were forced to rate them next to each other, I would say on my average runs over all the runs I've done, Flower Pot has been useful about half as often as all of the other ones. That could just be because of the way I play hands, but for me at least, Flower Pot is probably the weakest of them. Not because it's weak, but just because it is less likely to.
It's restrictive.
It's more restrictive. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's more restrictive. It's still very good.
It has
Any
versatility
given
built
players'
into it,
habits
but-
and play patterns are a factor to consider in evaluating these cards for yourself.
Yeah.
If there was a card that said you win the game if you do this thing that you as a person would never do, that's not a very good card because you're not going to activate it if you're just completely blind to how it works.
Yeah.
Whereas, the thing I always do gets more points. Okay. That's pretty good.
So Unlucky Scarecrow, the way Wild Card works with Flower Pot is Flower Pot specifically wants a scoring of one of each of them. So it needs to have 4 cards that are scoring, and it needs to have all 4 suits represented. A wild card will count as any one of them, but it won't count for all 4 as one. So like if you play 2 hearts and 2 wilds, you won't set Flower Pot off. If you play a heart and 3 wilds, you will set Flower Pot off because it'll be a heart and then it'll just assume it's the other 3 required to activate it. Essentially, if the wilds can complete a rainbow, they will. But just one by itself doesn't simultaneously count as the 4 cards. So like 4 wilds would set off Flower Pot, 2 wilds and 2 of another suit would not.
If you had Smear, you would need 2 red and 2 black.
Correct. And yeah, 4 wilds would work even if it counts as a flush. It would just be a weird Flower Pot flush, which would exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Blueprint is easy to evaluate. It's the best. It's the best Joker in your setup. That's all it is. Yeah. It's easy to work with.
Yeah. The thing about Blueprint too is Blueprint is just like legitimately always good if you have anything.
Yeah.
Anything. Like it is another of your best thing. Great.
Yep.
And
it doesn't need much to talk about. It just is always the second
to the
best
right
Joker
is
you have.
slightly more flexible than copy leftmost.
Notably more flexible, I would say.
Slightly more flexible.
Because the big thing about Blueprint, right, is Blueprint allows you to have another card to the right of it. And as we've talked about before, the multipliers, you do want to have as far to the right as possible. It's not as big as a lot of players think at first, but you do want to have it after your Joker multipliers, because if you have your additive multipliers come after the multiplier, it doesn't add up. The way I see a lot of people misevaluate this is they get the like gluttonous Joker, stuff like that, which count during score, and then those don't care where your multiplier is, but the Jokers themselves do. Blueprint is better for that, just because you can have your multiplier doubled and have both of them on the right, whereas Brainstorm, you have to have one of them on the left and one of them on the right. It's like a really small difference. In general, Blueprint's better though, just like a little bit. They're both incredible, right? Blueprint and Brainstorm.
Yeah, they're both incredible. Blueprint is just slightly better.
Yeah, like I think Blueprint is a little better than Brainstorm. I think they're both like tied for the best Joker in the game, purely because having a double
already
of your
the best Joker in your hand
is insane. Yeah. Like at worst, it's another copy of the best thing, and in most cases, another copy of the best thing is better than just 2 of the best thing. Like they synergize with themselves a lot.
Yeah, powerful interaction. Brainstorm, if Blueprint is the leftmost one of your setup, Brainstorm will copy Blueprint, which will copy what the thing is, which will mean that Brainstorm will copy the thing that Blueprint is copying.
Yep. Yeah.
Very powerful interaction there.
Yeah, you can make 3 of a thing. Yeah, Blueprint, crazy good. Wee Joker.
Yep.
Insanely good.
This has the potential to be... I think Bull is easier to go to the moon, but I think Wee Joker has the potential to be like the fastest growing chips Joker in the game.
Yeah.
A single like good hand, a single round can easily see Wee Joker go from, it can get 32 chips in a single round.
At a baseline, the first time that you use this, it makes a 2 worth 10. And that's great. That would be adequate effects to have on your deck on its own. Except that those bonus points just stay there and keep paying out forever. And now every time you throw another 2 onto the table, it keeps growing that heap.
Keep
giving more 2s to the tiny man.
I played with Wii Joker where I did not even really actively try to play twos.
Yeah.
And I still had to be worth over 200 chips, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing is like my only problem with the Wii Joker is very much a me play pattern thing as fucking Johnny Hanged Man over here is
because you get rid of twos as the very first thing you do.
Exactly. Yeah, if you are just fucking Johnny Hanged Man like I am and you're always trying to thin your deck if possible, if you have no targets in mind, it's twos. Like if your deck is just a standard deck, you get rid of twos first. That being said, honestly, even if I had only 2 twos in my deck, I'd probably still grab Wii Joker. It's still really fucking good.
That's actually why I've started to shift over to destroying threes first.
Yeah. I'm thinking
basically,
about it.
I start playing BALATRO like I'm playing TNN, and I evaluate twos the highest. Which, if anyone is unaware, is a Vietnamese card game that is relatively common in my area. I played it exclusively as killer.
With Fibonacci, this is also fantastic for what it's worth. Because twos are also, Fibonacci. I don't remember what this one is. The 12 or fewer. Isn't this the like get rid of your entire hand, get a million chips? Or no, that's the
this is +3 discards, -1 hand size.
That one. Okay.
Which, by the way, that's very worth it.
That seems extremely good. Yeah, 3 discards is like crazy amounts of hand shaping.
That's 15 cards you can dig through versus only -1 hand size.
Do you know?
So you start with drawing 1 less card, and you can dig through 15 more.
Bro, do you know what kind of dick I'd suck to get a Magic the Gathering card that says draw 15? Are you kidding me? That's insane. That's kind of what it does, right? That is super crazy.
Yeah, it's really fucking good.
Yeah, really strong.
It is probably it's one of the best consistency jokers in the game, in my experience. I haven't played with it only a bit. It's actually really hard to unlock, even with the Anaglyph deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to do Anaglyph first to try and get it.
One note came to mind. So for the situation of Wii Joker has appeared, but you have already started removing twos from your deck, I have been willing to use strength to have an ace wrap around into a fresh supply of twos.
Serial killer behavior. I don't think I could. I think I'd throw up.
I've done it. I've done
it. Thanks for the raid, Alien. Sorry, my friends are making me throw up. They're telling me about turning a card that's worth 11 chips into a card that's worth 2 chips, and I'm throwing up in my mouth.
There's a funny little man who's gonna give you a bounty of 8 chips every time you play.
I don't care how little the man is who gives me extra dollars when I play a 2. It's an ace. It's the highest card. And it doesn't desire sex. It's built differently. Fine, I'll turn it into a 2. Fine.
But you only do that if you have Wii Joker. There's no other situation where that's a good idea.
It's so little.
I guess maybe hack. If you have a hack set up with retriggering that's the other chance.
Hack Wii Joker would be super crack because that'd be double activation.
It's extremely good. I want to have that happen. I haven't had it happen yet.
Yeah. Oops, all sixes is absolutely.
This is the most fun Joker in the game. It's honestly of middling usefulness though.
This piece of shit loves showing up when I don't need it and hates showing up when I do need it, and I resent it for that. That being said, damn if it isn't crazy when you need it. In particular, that is the thing that makes Bloodstone runs just go crazy. If you have Bloodstone and Oops All Sixes and your deck is largely hearts, you can just win the game. You don't have to think very hard. You just play 5 hearts and it'll work. It's like,
let me tell you about the run I had where I had 2 polychrome Oops All Sixes and how incredibly fun that run was. I've told people before about this. I was playing a high card plan where my high card was level 51 because I had Space Joker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, it's super fun. It's so hard to get it to roll. That being said,
it does. Yeah.
This is one of the Jokers that more than any other, when I see this shit polychrome, I am smiling ear to ear, bro. I am big cheesing. When I see this thing and I'm like, I get to not feel bad about keeping this shit in my row the whole game. Oh, baby. That's the stuff. Like, because then you just have times 1.5 and you're like, well, I can't get rid of the dice. It's polychrome. And then you can feel even better about all your dumb fuck plans. It rocks. I love the dice.
Also, double dice. Guess what? Wheel of Fortune always works, baby.
It's 100%, and you can't beat 100%. Wait, could I get a 4 in 3 chance for Hearthstone to go up?
You can. It just is guaranteed at that point, but it does go to 4 and 3.
Yeah. The idol is. I've never used it. I'll be honest. I think I picked it up once and was like, "Don't get it," and just threw it out.
Yeah,
it's another one that counts
to try and force the idol, but it is. It is the next step up on the shuffler jokers of, all right, here is the chosen card. Make the cult shot, and I will give you all of the points.
Turn your entire deck into this card. That's what you got to do. Just do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess some cards are going to be higher on RNG and others because, even though it's not gambling, it's like a little gambling.
Worth noting, another annoying thing about the idol, that is times 2 multiplier when scored. It's a scored one for this, so I don't particularly like playing with it.
So in practice, a lot of times, this is just a very difficult to get to work photograph, which...
Exactly.
Yes, it has the ceiling of being 2 to the 5.
And yeah, Unlucky Scarecrow...
It's a 32x.
Yeah, Unlucky Scarecrow, we've talked about that pretty extensively. There's any of the jokers that pull a random card or suit or value
you can't
out
make
of
it
your
work.
deck, they will not give you stuff you won't use. Yeah, so like...
And if you have more of it, then it's more likely to choose it as well. So it's like, you absolutely can make this work. It's a lot of work to do it.
In a world where you have already created the Flush 5 deck, the idol is winning more on that plan.
So, like, I think idol could be pretty good. I don't know. I never use it. It never feels great to me. I should give it more goes.
Seeing Double's a much easier version of Flower Pot that also pays out less.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty much exactly that.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a lot of decks where you can just get Seeing Double. Also Seeing Double as opposed to like with Flower Pot, even if you have like a couple of wilds, you still need to really make some shit happen. Seeing Double
makes only requires one wild and it works.
Yeah, one wild literally always works because either you play it with a club and then congratulations, it's a club and anything else, or you play it not with a club, in which case it's not a club and then your wild card is a club. So like Seeing Double is like, this is all in on wilds and it's crazy. Seeing Double is like, I don't know, I have like 4 or 5 wilds in my deck. Yeah, Seeing Double's probably already good. Like it's probably
this also only
they do also play well together.
2 cards for the terms that it's looking for
as well. Yeah,
you can pop this with
play
pairs,
both of them
you can
together
pop this with
well.
trios.
Matador. I don't understand how I have a sticker on Matador.
Matador is a lot of money. It is, I believe the way the Matador works is, I think it's just straight up like, oh yeah, you play against the arm. Since the arm decelerates your hand, that activates, which means Matador gives you $8.
Yeah.
And I think anytime you play a debuffed card, Matador also gives you $8 and things like that.
Yeah.
I've never gotten it in a time where I like, Matador just keeps showing up when I already have a plan set up. I'm sure it's worth a lot of money early.
I was going to say, I think the big thing for me is I've had like one run with Matador that I'm thinking of where I used it twice on 2 bosses in a row, and that was $32. So like, I guess Matador's upside is really good because if you can set it off 4 times, which isn't that big of an ask, that is insane value.
Yeah. It's just that it for me, it just keeps on showing up at bad times.
Also,
yeah.
So another X factor here with the cash ones, anything that gives you money during a blind, you can get interest on that money immediately.
That's true.
True.
Yes.
True. Also, you can accidentally turn off Vagabond. Rest in peace. Just be careful. Not really a downside.
Or you can
just a thing
reduce
to be
your
aware of.
hand size. Or you can reduce your hand from 14 cards in hand to 9 because you played a lucky card and got it to proc. I wonder who could have done that.
I don't know. I bet he was really sexy and normally pretty smart. Maybe like, made a mistake once or twice. It happens. Hit the road, Jack. This is insane if you build the deck around it, but boy howdy does it really ask you to build a deck around it.
So the thing I feel about Hit the Road is that there's one for each face card. There's Baron, there's Shoot the Moon, and then there's Hit the Road, right? That's King, Queen, Jack.
Yeah.
All three of those want your entire deck to be those cards.
Yeah.
Hit the Road is like those two. It has a higher cap than Shoot the Moon does.
It doesn't want you to play them.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you have to build the deck entirely out of your jacks. You discard all of your jacks. Hopefully you still have yet more jacks to play. You need like 30 jacks to make this thing completely busted, basically. But if you do, then it's completely busted. Like if you DNA'd jacks early, then yeah, it works out great. But it is very much this is a culmination of the entire run plan, basically.
It's like, I wish I could get a Joker early on that for like $1 says you will get Hit the Road Jack at Ante 4 Shop 2. And I'd be like, all right, here's the $1, put that shit on layaway, I'll be back for it. And then like let me build up for a while and then be like, oh shit, right, this is why I was making all those jacks, and then like get to play with it a little bit.
I feel like the way that I would play with Hit the Road is that I get a red seal jack early, and then I decide I want to try and copy this as much as possible because it's a powerful face card that double plays. And that's basically the only real situation I could think of. I'm deliberately building up towards Hit the Road without having it early, right? Like that's about it.
And like the other exception is like, I think Hit the Road can be okay if you have a lot of discard power and you have a reasonable amount of jacks, because Hit the Road Jack, like it scales with the number of discards you have, which is pretty rare. I think if you have a bonus discard or you have the double bonus discard, immediately Hit the Road becomes so much better because the chance of you being able to just like pitch a couple of hands to pitch jacks shoots way, way, way up. So yeah, Hit the Road wants some pretty specific stuff. Its payoff is pretty spectacular, but it does ask for a couple.
It can be huge. Yeah.
Yeah. That being said, if you have the gear for Hit the Road, you probably want to take it because it'll just win the run. Because yeah, that's the thing is like, but yeah, here's the problem, right? So many lots are like, yeah, if you can just discard 2 jacks at the start of the round, that's a +2 multiplier times 2 multiplier for the rest of the round because it's only 0.5 each. And like, that's pretty good. That still means you have to draw 2 jacks into your opener, which if your deck isn't already very heavy on jacks is not super duper likely.
Yeah.
Hit the Road just requires a little more work, right? Because the thing is like, Baron it is good passively. You just need to have a couple kings in your hand, which is whatever. Shoot the Moon. The big thing is I think Shoot the Moon is great early on and then kind of peters out towards like late game,
which is why it's a common compared to these two as rares.
And Baron is like a mid to late game bomb, and Hit the Road is only a late game bomb. It takes a really long time to get going. Yeah.
And then all 5 of these can basically be evaluated in and of themselves. They're all really good.
Yeah.
The groups.
These are all top tier. Yeah. Are you playing this hand? They're top tier. Are you playing this hand for half of your hands or more? And also,
yeah, they're really good.
And they're really good. Because I think that's what it is like, are half or more of your hands 3 of a kind? Yeah, play the trio. Same thing with the family, same thing with order, all that. Good thing to know about these first ones, they do stack. So if you play, for example, if you play a full house contains a trio and a duo. These will both proc for a full house. If you play
a 4 of a kind, that contains a duo, trio, and 4 of a kind.
And family. And I've had a run where I had all 3 of these and played 5 of a kinds. And yeah, it's insane because you just get ×4, ×3, ×2 every single hand. It's so nuts. Like I said, ×3 is like the text in the game that if you have it and you can get it to activate most of the time, you instantly take it. Don't even think that hard. Just do it. It's one of the best jokers in the game. And trios ×3, this is ×4, this is ×3, and the other 2 are ×2, but they're ×2 that are fucking trivial to set off because this is a pair, big whoop. And the flush, hey, if you're playing a flush deck, you're playing a fucking flush deck. If you're playing a flush deck, you're always playing flush. So the tribe is just crazy good there.
The duo is one of my gold stake cards.
The duo, yeah, I believe it.
Yep,
it's so good.
It's just that easy to play.
Yeah. And like, unless all of your jokers are multipliers higher than ×2, which is wildly unlikely, the duo is probably going to be better than something you have if you can set it off a bunch. Yeah. That being said, I think the family is the worst of them just because 4 of a kind is a lot of work to get. But if you can get it, ×4 is insane.
That is Stuntman. Plus 300 chips, -2 hand size. Hugely penalizing to play.
Yeah.
But plus 300 chips is plus 300 chips.
Plus 300 chips will get you through at least a couple antes on its own as well, which is very funny.
Mm-hmm. It can get you through the first 2 by itself easily.
Yeah.
But playing with a 6-card hand or on gold stake a 5-card hand, that is painful.
Dude, 5-card hand. It's so funny when you're like, what's a normal poker hand have? 12 cards? And it's like, no, it's 5. Fuck. How do they do this? How do they ever build anything good in this shit? Well, we made a bunch of variations where you draw 7 cards or you draw 2 cards and then we put down like 9 on the table, all sorts of shit. Yeah, no, 5 cards, like no one in their right mind plays a game of poker where you just draw 5 cards and go like, yep, that's what I have.
Well, the 5 cards, 5-card draw it's supposed to have 2 discard rounds because
because nobody
that's the only reason why it works.
Yeah, because no one in their right mind would be like 5 card. I guess I've got this. Good luck, boys.
Although disgustingly, my family grew up doing 5-card draw as only 1 discard round, and it's like, oh, I hate that.
Yeah,
but
playing high stakes 5-card stud because I just want to gamble, but I don't want anyone at the table to actually be better at the game than me.
Playing 5-card stud, then you were just fully you're almost playing Baccarat at that point, a game that has literally no human interaction.
Yeah. Invisible Joker. This is one of the many ways you can duplicate a Joker. Invisible Joker is sick because you can manipulate it in a lot of ways. There's a lot of times you'll have 3 really good Jokers or 4 really good Jokers, and then you buy Invisible, and at the end of it, you just go, you know what? One of these I really don't want to have duplicated, and the other 3 I would really be okay with duplicating. And the question then becomes, am I willing to sell my 5th best Joker at a chance to instead duplicate my 1st, 2nd, or 3rd best Joker? And the answer is probably yes. Probably. That's kind of how I feel about Invisible Joker, right? It's like incredibly good.
Yeah, it's worth noting also it sells for 5, which is great. So it just sells for a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. And like there will be something you want. Sometimes this feels bad because you have like 4 Jokers and like one of them would be cool to multiply and the other 3 would be like, but you can't really get rid of them. In which case, yeah, then sometimes you just have 2 okay Jokers. Sarah. Invisible Joker is still fine.
If you'd like, there is a way to, if you have enough money, there is the ability to pivot after having, to try and guarantee the one you want. Because you have a lot of money, you can re-roll a lot, and you can just build your Jokers back up. Just get the ones that are viable.
Yeah, if you have like a constellation or something, if you have like something that's already at like plus or ×10 multiplier, yeah, fuck it, just get 2 of them and figure the rest out. Yeah,
I've done that before. It's really good.
Yeah, Brainstorm is a lot like it is literally just blueprint minus 0.00001 expected value. Like it is the tiniest bit worse than blueprint that I can possibly met. It is a limit approaching 0 worse than blueprint. It copies the one
I
you
see
want.
that we're missing the same legendary Joker. That's funny.
You know what was wild? There was a period where I had rolled, I want to say like 9 or 10 legendary Jokers and had only gotten Perkeo and Canio like 5 times each.
I got Perkeo 4 times in a row. The first 4 times I grabbed Soul, and the fool that I was did not realize how good Perkeo was.
Perkeo's the best card in the game. Yeah, easy mistake to make. 400 or more. How do I not? I don't have this one yet. What is this?
This is satellite. This is as long as you have it in there, it gives you plus $1 for every different planet card that you've grabbed.
You've afforded 400 because you spend your money on things to progress the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's interesting. Shoot the Moon. This is of the face card requirers. This is a common. That being said, I think Shoot the Moon is the best one early game because
yeah, it's the best one early game for sure.
Yeah, and like if you don't have a plan, just fuck it, get 2 or 3 queens in my hand before I play a pair. Will get you there. It'll do it. Like,
plus 26 is a lot of multiplier.
A lot of multiplier. And if you just need to get anything out with 2 queens in your hand, yeah, you can make that work. Yeah, I think Shoot the Moon is like mad good. I think it'll hold you down way longer than you think. It's a little scary to play for held in hand at first, especially when you get into situations where you're like, okay, I have 3 queens in my hand and I have 4 of the 5 cards I need. How much do I pitch? Do I pitch a queen? Do I not pitch a queen? How much value do I lose if I pitch a queen? How much does it increase my chances of drawing what I need? Luckily, you don't have to just feel those things out. You can just plug the numbers into a hypergeometric calculator and learn. That being said, it is a little bit more complicated than playing with a lot of other stuff because you do have to do that keeping cards in your hand math. That being said, it's really fucking good. Plus 13 is like a lot for a single action. And yeah, Shoot the Moon will get you. I think I underevaluated Shoot the Moon for a long time because I'm like, how often am I really holding queens in my hand? But the answer is early on if you want to be. Kind of whenever you want.
Hypermetric geocalculator.
That's right. Hypergeometric. Hypogeometric. It's on
Turbo encabulator.
That's right. The hypergeometric distribution probability calculator. I love that it has so many words. It makes it sound like I'm making shit up every time I say it. Yeah. So yeah, Shoot the Moon. Definitely pretty good. Definitely pretty good. Driver's license. This very quickly becomes an unconditional 3x for doing good things.
Yeah, you want to upgrade your deck. Just full on. So, you know, it just rewards you for doing a thing you want to do already.
Yeah.
And it can often take until like ante 6 before it's on, but once it's on, it's exactly on at exactly the right time. Just when you need it.
Or you see it in the store and you laugh because it says you need at least 16 enhanced cards and it goes currently 55 and you go, right, my deck is largely made of stone. And then you just pick it up.
Too.
Yeah. But the thing is,
yeah, driver's license is really good on that challenge, isn't it?
It's so good. The thing about driver's license too is if you are at like 8, for example, all you need to do is start prioritizing the tarot cards that boost 2 of your cards at once. And this thing goes off so fast. And times 3 unconditional is the kind of text that you should do stupid shit for. And this is that. The fact that you can just put 2 bonus cards, 2 malt cards, and then you're most of the way there is like unbelievable. I even take it early on just because the activation condition is so clearly play good BALATRO that I just almost always am either there or right there by the end of a run. So yeah, driver's license, it rewards you with the best reward the game has to offer, which is multiplier for playing BALATRO good.
Yep.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fun. Just fundamentally a very, very powerful and good Joker.
Yeah. Also, it looks very funny in your list because it's sideways, and very few other Jokers are sideways. Actually, are any other Jokers sideways? Ah, the letter. Mail-in rebate is sideways.
The business card is as well, I think.
Ah, yeah, I believe so. Yeah, there it is. It's one of a very few Jokers that are sideways, and I think there's value to that. I don't know what the value of why is Joker why is Zelda sideways? So then you have Cartomancer.
This is fine.
This is fine. This is a fine one to find early. This is a really fun one.
You're gonna get rid of it, but it's fine.
Yeah. At worst, you get a bunch of tarot cards you don't use, and then you just sell 2 of them, and then you sell Cartomancer, and you went even on money. Who fucking cares?
Yeah.
Cartomancer is one that I think if you have the slot for it, you should probably just always take it because it just generates a little bit of value on its own.
It is an excellent seat warmer.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. Credit card
absolutely.
is technically sideways. I just don't think about it because that's usually how you use it when you put it into stuff. But you're right.
That's how I always see credit cards is the thing. Like that's how they are in my wallet.
Yeah,
so.
I don't look at them like this. I only look here. Let me show you my. Oh wait, hold on. Not so
hold on.
fast, Twitch. No, hold on.
Very
you
sneaky.
don't get it that easy. All right.
Jimbo, the Joker, needs your help, and he just needs your credit card number, the expiration date, and the 3 funny numbers on the back.
Oh, do you need the ones on the back? Oh, do you mean 9? Hey. But yeah, Cartomancer is great. It's not anything that's gonna pop off like crazy. It does what it says. The main thing I implore is remember that even the worst tarot card is still $1.
Yep.
Same with all the consumable ones. At worst, they're $1, unless it's my sweet son Perkeo, in which case it is $4. Okay, but back to this. Astronomer.
Astronomer is, I mean, first off, it's best friends with Constellation.
Yeah.
Absolute best friends.
Yeah.
I feel like it's quite strong. I think the fact that those packs are free and the planet cards are free fundamentally ends up being, it's chips and multiplier added to your hands fundamentally.
Very quickly refunds its base value, even just at just looking at the cash.
Yeah. It's really easy to find this in the same shop as 2 Celestial packs, and then you just go, oh, sick, and you buy Astronomer, open both Celestial packs, and sell Astronomer, and you still made money.
Or you keep Astronomer around. I have an orange stake win with Astronomer because I feel like the overall multiplier and chip value gain from just getting, especially, and I think this was important for that, especially if you have Telescope. Whichever one is
Telescope,
the
one
guarantees.
that gives you the one thing you've played the most. Yeah.
Yes, Telescope.
Yep.
I feel like the actual, in the end, it ends up being a multiplier and chip joker because it gives you free planets in the end.
Also, I think it's really good that you mentioned Orange Stake as well. So for those of you who don't know, the later
that's true.
stakes,
It gets stronger on Orange Stake. That's true.
Yeah, one of the stakes in the later ones. I think that's the one right after purple, isn't it? Isn't it purple orange?
It is
something
yes.
gold. Okay.
Purple, orange, gold.
Just purple, orange, gold. Okay, yeah. So what orange does is every ante past the first card packs start getting more expensive. So Astronomer actually gets stronger from Orange Pack on, or from Orange Stake on, just because it's giving you even more value. The interesting part too with Astronomer is it's a money joker from a different angle that thus also scales in a really weird way off of really weird stuff. Because here's a list of things that make the Astronomer better. The vouchers that make planet cards more likely to appear in the shop.
True. Reroll voucher as well for the same reason.
Yeah, reroll vouchers for the same reason. Yeah, just strange things that it starts scaling.
It creates the situation where spending your last money on a reroll could still produce something of use because a free planet might show up.
Yeah.
It's probably best friends with Flashcard, and I've never tried that before, and if I see the opportunity, I should.
Yeah, Flashcard with the reroll cost voucher would be, insane. Yeah, so Astronomer, pretty cool. Interesting one to mess with. I need to use it more.
It's stronger than Cartomancer. I will say that definitively. Between these two, Astronomer is easily the stronger of the two. Absolutely.
This one can pop off. Cartomancer is hard lock to 1 tarot card per blind. End of story. Burn Joker. This one requires you to do something pretty specific, but if you can do it, holy shit, is it good. If you can...
Free upgrades are really good.
Yeah, and if you have a hand that is, or a deck that's good enough that you can discard your opening hand and it's the correct hand, and then you can play another after, and it is also the same hand, Burnt Joker is cracked. That being said, the tough part with Burnt Joker is if you don't consistently pull your main hand in your opener, you then either have to play a trash hand around it, or if you do draw it, discard it and then pray you manage to draw it again. Burnt Joker is just, it's not even like, it's not any kind of deck. It's not like a flush deck, a straight deck or whatever. Burnt Joker cares about consistency. It's just the consistency of the deck. It just so happens that high card immediately starts at 100% consistency because you cannot draw not high card. Burnt Joker is insane in high card because high card starts at 100% consistency. But like
you can do it
I
easily on high card pairs and flush. Those are the three that are easy to work with.
Flush,
but you can do it on more than that too.
I've had it work on 4 of a kind of just where I had pulled like a Ouija and then a couple other things, and my deck was just like entirely made of the number 9. So it was just like, yeah, I throw out 4 9s. Oh, cool! I drew another 4 9s. I'll play these 4 9s as well. That kind of stuff. Because it's not about like. It's not just like, oh, just high card, just pair, just whatever. It's just consistency. It just so happens that like...
It's whatever your most consistent hand is. That's all it is.
Exactly. And that's how you should evaluate Burnt Joker when you see it. Boots. Boots, I think, conversely, are less good on average than Bull. Just because getting chips is a lot rarer than getting plus multiplier. That being said, if you're on a money plan, Bootstrap sure as shit will be all the plus multiplier you need all on its fucking own. It'll do it.
Yeah, the thing that really like not kills it, sorry, it doesn't kill it at all. It's just when you compare chips and Bull and Bootstraps at 200, let's say $200, making Bull extremely good, right? At 400 chips, Bootstraps is comparatively, I say this like with these the biggest quotes around it possible, only plus 80 multiplier.
Yeah,
that is not as much of a high power scaling as the 400 chips is. And that said, they work extremely good with each other. So
yeah, the weird thing with plus multiplier versus chips is like plus multiplier is more of a you need to have some of it. But the later you go, the more you want to switch it to multiplier because of how it scales. There isn't a chips multiplier. There isn't a thing that you can do that makes the blue number go multiplied. So Bull just...
Because that's what the red number does in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So adding to that, like it just doesn't work out that way. So like it's a lot harder to get that blue value jacked crazy as opposed to the red value. So like there's a lot of things... Yeah, because if you have a card that gives you plus 20 multiplier and then you have a times 4 thing after it, that's going to end up, generating the same amount of value. So like, yeah, it ends up being complicated. Bootstraps is insane if it's the only plus multiplier you have, or if you're just on a money plan. Like I'm sitting here shit talking Bootstraps, but literally if you have $200, Bootstraps and Bull will just win the game on its own.
Like the common like resting break points for early on in a money plan, which are, the sensitive moment where you're needing to spend enough to keep moving without sweeping out the value of the cash that you're holding.
Yeah.
So if you're holding 25 for baseline interest, the Bull is worth 50 chips. That's the equivalent of throwing a rock into every hand, which is great.
That's beautiful.
Meanwhile, Boots is over here being worth plus 10 mult, which is okay, but there are a lot of other jokers that could get you more than that.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, Bull is doing something that not a lot of other jokers will do at that point, and even on the lower end, it's providing good value. Because hell, even if it's $10, right, that's still plus 20 chips. That's at least something. Whereas Bootstraps would be giving you like plus 4 multiplier. It's like fine, I guess.
That's equivalent to basic Joker.
Yeah, that's a basic Joker. So yeah, Bootstraps just don't scale as well as Bull, and in the late game, it's more likely you need Bull than Bootstraps. But Bootstraps is still great. It still is probably like a B+ Joker, just because if you're in the money plan, it's one of the 2 you're the most excited to see.
Exactly. Yeah, we're just directly comparing Bull and Bootstraps. Of if you had to for some reason only pick one, like you happen to open up a buffoon pack, and these were the only 2 choices in it. pick the bull over bootstraps. If you have both, that's beautiful. That's
Incredible.
gravy.
That's synergy, baby. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
All right. So that's all of the regular Jokers ranked. Now let's really quickly talk about these fucking shitheads. Let's start with Canio. Canio's fucking insane. Canio's so crazy. Canio is like one of the most, like, if you get him with any way to turn him on, he just wins. He just wins.
I punted it pretty bad because of a stupid misplay at the end, but I did have a run where I had 2 Canios, Paradolia, trading card, and a bunch of hangmans, where I think Canio got to times 23, and there were 2 of them. So, you know, that's pretty good.
That's kind of
Canio has a truly astonishing, like, times multiplier, like, growth rate on him. He's so strong on that end. Absolutely by itself, so long as you get like even 2 hanged men, we'll definitely like just you'll coast to winning a run on Canio.
Yeah, that's the thing about Canio.
You do
Canio
need to get the
feels,
hanged men.
Yeah, Canio feels bad when you get it alone and have nothing. But the thing to not despair about is, yeah, you get a single hanged man, and congratulations, Canio has gone from being functionally nothing to having the best. That's right, baby.
3?
He has times 3. And what does Tai Tuesday always say? Times 3 wins games, baby. That's the shit. So you could easily 1 hanged man and he's at times 3. 2 hanged man and he's at times 5. He's already like the best Joker in the fucking game. Yeah.
So Chibale over here, this is extremely easy to also just go off and become incredibly powerful. Like, Sock and Buskin and Triboulet is also just a 2-card combo that wins you the game, basically.
It's so funny because I clearly have gotten Triboulet and I won with Triboulet, but I do not remember getting Triboulet. Also, I can't believe it. I know Chico, the worst part, we haven't gotten to this fucker yet. I won the run where I got him. I just sold him.
Must have been.
I just didn't need his ass. I needed something else more. But yeah, AAA is just a combo piece, and it's a combo piece that. So this does the thing that Bloodstone does, except you know how Bloodstone says like a 1 in 3 chance?
AAA just always works.
Yeah, it's 1 in 1. It's like way better. Because like we mentioned earlier, the way those times 2 scaled, it's more of them scales like tremendously, like it pops off out of control. So essentially, Triboulet is the same as playing a 15-card hand.
If you have a full hand.
Yeah, it's just 32x. And it's also 32x that like interacts with your glass and stuff like that, or any re-trigger effects. Like God forbid you have a single king with a red seal and also like Sock and Buskin, because then immediately that one king is like times 16 red on its own.
Hanging Chad, Sock and Buskin, Red Seal, Triboulet. That's time. Yeah, that's a lot of value.
Yeah.
Like. So this is also why, in my opinion, combine this and Baron, kings are the single most valuable rank in the game, followed by queens, then ace, then jack.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. I think the big thing that Jack has over those is it is more flexible for straights, and that is about it.
Yes. And that's why it's still on like top 4. Yeah, that's all.
It's less valuable though, Raw, for sure. What's this middle guy? I don't know if I've ever
That
seen
is
this one.
Yorick. Yorick is you need to discard 23 times after you get him.
Oh, and
but once you do, he's times 5.
Times 5, right. I got him on Switch. Yep, crazy.
Yes.
Another case of it gives you times 5, which that's nut.
It's really easy to do that on any stake below blue. Once you have hit blue stake, it's actually kind of hard to make that work out properly. You still want to do it. You still want to work towards it. But when you can only discard 2 times per round, that gets to be kind of painful.
Either way, though, super worth setting up. And the other nice thing is, even if it can be a little tricky, you still have a line to get it going off, I think is the big thing.
Yes.
Like any deck can make it work. You just have to be able to discard. Chico is fine.
Chico's actually legitimately pretty good. Because hey, turning off every boss blind without having to do anything about it is pretty strong in practice. Just makes every single boss easy.
Yeah. It just also happens to be the most boring Joker.
That is the thing. It's easily the most boring. It's the one you get and it's like, okay, fine.
Yeah,
you get
like,
deflated when you see Chico show up.
Yeah, you're like, oh hell yeah, soul baby, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna get Canio and start getting some big King Destruction plan going. It's gonna be ape
Chico.
shit, or I'm gonna get AAA and I'm gonna start making some huge hands that pop off 1,000 times, or I'm gonna get a ×5 multiplier unconditional, or in the per KO I'm gonna have the best card in the entire video game, Balatro, and then you get Chico and you're like, all right.
Fine. He's okay. I guess.
He's good. He's just value, but like I don't
If
love
nothing else,
it.
he's worth $10.
And that's what I used him for on that run. Cause so to be clear, I sold Chico because I got him on I think I was on ante 6 or 7, and I just had opened a Joker pack with Soul and was like, okay, I have a Joker all sell that's not doing that much for me right now. And then Chico popped in and I was like, all right. Just held on to him for a round or two. And I was like, I actually found another Joker that contributes more value than Chico. That's the big problem is if you have a deck that can just beat all of the bosses already, Chico just does nothing.
Yeah, it does make it so that it's really, really quite a lot easier to get to that point. Yeah. But it's so if you think about it as, it lowers the ante that you have to hit, which basically means it just gives you some score fundamentally.
Yeah.
It's similar to that. And it does give you value by virtue of doing that.
And it gives you the value
but
when
only
you
on
need
bosses.
it the most. Yeah, but only on bosses. And also sometimes you roll a boss that just doesn't affect you, right? You roll Psychic, or roll the thing that's debuffs all clubs, and you're like, great, I don't have any clubs in my deck. Then Chico does literally nothing. I think the biggest problem is Chico's boring. I think that's the big problem. Is it's really boring for a legendary. Chico, It's really fucking boring. Yeah, Chico is totally strong. It does enough. It deserves the slot it's in. It's just the most boring legendary by a lot.
It's not interesting to play with Chico. It is actively uninteresting to play with Chico. It's strong, but it's uninteresting, which is the big problem with it.
Chico is how Bardock actually was at release in DBFZ, where it's just you can pick Chico. You just play it, and Chico's very strong. You'll do very well with Bardock. It's just a much simpler game, and you don't have to think as hard. And that might be good, but sometimes you actually do want to think and show up and play, and Chico's not good for that.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, isn't Chico better Luchador? Yeah, all of these are going to be the best. So the thing, Rum, these ones, these 5 at the bottom, these are special boys. They only spawn in if you get a spectral pack or some other way where a spectral card can show up, and you get a spectral card that goes the soul. So you already need a
You need to find the soul crystal that contains one of the legendary clowns.
Yeah.
Once you get to a certain point, the game actually also, I think after finding your first one, it will also very rarely spawn them in Arcana packs as well.
Yeah. So, you generally need to get some double rare thing, and then you pull that and hope it turns into one of these guys. So these are supposed to be rare because these are the super, super rare pulls. These are you have gotten access to the ultra rare pull. Here, take your pull on the machine. So getting the idea of getting something that's better than Luchador off that, now that I'm saying it, it feels even worse. It's oh god, that sucks. Oh, I got better Luchador. Cool.
He's a lot better than Luchador.
He's a lot better than Luchador.
Let's be clear, it's a lot better.
Way better than Luchador.
Yeah.
That being said,
but you can still describe it as better Luchador.
Better Luchador, which sucks. Yeah. Now, Perkeo, you beautiful son of a bitch. You stupid fucking idiot. I love you so much, you goddamn idiot.
Perkeo is the trickiest one to play with, but it's also the best Joker in the game.
It's just the best Joker in the game. Yeah. If there was a tier list, it would be, double S tier, A, B, C, D, F. And then like I would just have a second chart that I have to wheel in from another room that's just a single picture of Perkeo and it says, fuck you. Perkeo.
His goofy grinning face.
Perkeo is without a doubt the best Joker in the game, and it's the best Joker in the game at every point in the game. That's why Perkeo is so crazy. We had a Perkeo run earlier today where I demonstrated this so clean. So Perkeo creates a negative copy of one random consumable in your possession at the end of the shop. There are a few things this gives you access to that are really good. First of all, the very, very easy part of it, the obvious, the first like medium brain, like, oh my God, Perkeo would do this, is there's a voucher that makes it where you get a times 1.5 red at the end for every copy of a planet card you're holding in your hand that is the same as the hand you played. So the idea there is you play a flush and you have 2 copies of Venus, you now get a, times 1.5 times 1.5 at the end. Fantastic. Already incredible. Considering it's a voucher and it's not taking up a Joker slot, already nuts. What if instead of that you had 400 Jupiters?
Yeah. Be pretty good.
Perkeo is like the most consistent setup I've seen for, so there is actually a condition in Balatro where it counts up your score for so long that it just says NAN and closes and says you win. Perkeo does that more than any other Joker I see.
Perkeo is the only way to do that. You need Perkeo to do that because you need to double up and generate tons of cryptid cards.
Bonus cryptids. Okay, yeah. So yeah, other things that are insane about Perkeo that make it the best Joker in the game. Creating a negative copy not only means you can have as many things, even if you just want to use Perkeo to buy a thing, get a copy of it, and use the original thing, Perkeo now means you have an extra consumable slot. At minimum. Other things, let's say you buy a thing and you want to use it, but you only want to use one of it. Then what's the point of Perkeo? Buy it, go into the round, use it, sell the negative because the negative version of the consumable is worth 4 times more than the original consumable.
Yeah, negative is +3 to whatever it's on.
It's insane. Instead of selling for 1, it sells for 4. Yeah, so you just like make random, like Perkeo can also just be money. If you need money, Perkeo is just Gold Joker at worst.
Infinite chariots, infinite hanged man, infinite strength.
If you get a spectral
infinite
card,
spectral cards.
If you get a spectral card into your consumable area, yeah, congratulations, you have infinite of a spectral card, which.
This is why the ghost deck is required to play for the not a number result, because it needs to be in the shop to get that reliably anyway, because you can get them other ways, but that's the reliable way.
On top of it, so let's see what else does Perkeo do that's great. So Perkeo can create a huge amount of money for you early on by just creating negative copies. Perkeo can be a planet engine on his own of just giving you a level of a hand every single round, which is generally enough to win on its own.
One, if you have a blueprint, that's more than one.
Yeah, if you have a blueprint, you can just have Perkeo. Yeah, God forbid you copy Perkeo, because Perkeo can be copied.
Do not draw pictures of Perkeo. Do not attempt to capture the image of Perkeo.
Yeah. God, yeah. Other things Perkeo can do. Yeah, anything that scales based on holding on to consumables.
Of the Fool. Give the Fool to Perkeo. Perkeo starts making copies of the Fool. You now have a stockpile, a bottomless stockpile of multi-taps of any tarot card.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
There's like nothing you can't do with Perkeo that's good. I think that's what's so crazy is as soon as you understand all of the words on Perkeo and how they are, I think the first time you see a negative copy of a consumable and you go, oh my God, it's just the consumable, but it doesn't take space. Oh, it's also worth 3 more. Then your brain just starts racing of like all the things Perkeo enables. And it's true. Perkeo enables all those things. And that's the thing is like Perkeo, even if you have a dog shit start and you get Perkeo, Perkeo can save you. If you have an incredible run, Perkeo can make it more incredible. And Perkeo can do everything in between, any step of the way. Perkeo's insane. Just like really, if you ever get Perkeo, I want you to stop your run for a second, take a 5-minute break, and think about what you could do with Perkeo in your run, and then come back, sit down, have enjoyed a cup of coffee or whatever, and then proceed to easily win your run. Because if you have a plan and you have Perkeo, you have a finished run, and that's really all there is to it. Yeah.
That's all the jokers.
That's all the jokers. There you go. That's our discussion of all 150 jokers. Yeah, man. It's good. It's good. And now I don't have an exclamation point on my jokers for a bit. Vouchers. Quick tier list of vouchers. Overstock is pretty good. Clearance sale liquidation is cracked. Hone glow up can be good if you have a ton of money and are rotating stuff a lot. Rerolls are secretly really good just because rerolls starting at 3 and then going to 4 and then going to 5 means you can afford way more rerolls than it going from 5 to 6 to 7. That's the trick with reroll surplus is you're like $2 less, it costs 3. But no, what you have to think about is multiple rerolls. Multiple rerolls cost 3, 4, 5 as opposed to costing 5, 6, 7. And that makes reroll glut crazy because then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. Crystal Ball is like pretty good. It's like fine.
Crystal Ball's all right. It's +1 consumables. The thing about Crystal Ball is that's kind of it feels really, really good when you have it because it makes things like Emperor and High Priestess a lot more flexible. Mm-hmm. And the upgrade is pretty cool. It's not like the strongest or anything, but it's pretty cool. Yeah. It's like okay. It's one of the least valuable vouchers, but it's still a voucher and it's worth getting.
Yeah. I think Omen Globe is like one of the most fun haver vouchers for sure.
Yes. It's very fun to play with.
Yeah. It's not necessarily like good on its face, but it's exciting and that's valuable in its own way. Telescope is maybe the best voucher if you need it, right? Like if you're playing a one hand deck, Telescope is insanely good. If you're not, Telescope is ass. It's like all there is to it. Do you plan on opening a lot of Celestial packs and do you hope they all have the planet Venus in them? Yes. Great, get Telescope. The big thing for Telescope though is it has the payoff card for post game. This is the thing that if you have Perkeo and Observatory, you just win. That being said, Observatory on its own is at most a times 2.25, which
still pretty good.
It's the only voucher in the game that does that. Yeah, that's the big thing is like it's giving you times 2.25 without eating a joker
turns
slot.
Your consumable spots into more joker slots.
Yeah, into like a bootleg joker, 100%. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was going to be shitting on Observatory, but I'm fucking wrong. It's actually very good. Yeah, you're right. It's actually very good. Grabber and Nacho Tong
are obviously really good. Yeah.
At
more
worst,
money, it's more builders win. It's great. It's great.
Yeah. So like if you're going from +3 hands to +4 hands, that theoretically increases your score by 25%, which means it's already insane. Also having +1 hand per round, if you don't use it, means you get +$1 per round. So like even if you get the grabber and you need it 2 times and don't need it 8, great. You needed it 2 times. So it was good you had it. And then also it gave you $8.
Yep.
Pretty okay.
Highest number of hands per round you can have off of just like without jokers is
6.
It's 8, I think, because it's 5 on blue deck. Then there's 2 of No, okay, it is 7. You're right. Because the 5 on blue deck and these 2. And then of course if you have burglar, then it's 10.
Then it's 10. Then you get to be a real little freak.
Yeah.
Wasteful, less good than Grabber and Nacho Tongs, but still very good.
Still very good though.
Yeah, 2 discards per round is insane amounts of hand shaping. Also, when you start getting this, when you get Wasteful or Recyclomancy, if you get either of them before a Joker that cares about discarding, that actually hugely buffs those Jokers. Having an extra discard, because the thing is like, the base number of hands and discards you have are kind of what you should need on average. So +1 discard means you now have like a flexibility discard you can use for a Joker in most situations. This is also part of why
also
Black
gets
Factor is
stronger.
good.
Stronger in higher stakes because going from 2 to 3 is a much bigger jump from going 3 to 4.
Yeah. Once you hit blue stake, these become way better. Plus 50% discards is incredible text. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. These two are kind of situational, but they can be very good as well.
Yeah.
Tarot ones and the Planet Merchant one.
Yeah. It's just, do you want these things to show up in the shop? If so, buy them. Great. Seed Money and Money Tree are... I've started getting more into taking seed money early, even when I can't use it immediately, because it does seem like you can pretty easily get the money out of seed money as long as you have any point in the run where you're like consistently over 25, which isn't too uncommon.
Often it's quite easy once you get like a mid through the run where a single temperance does that.
Yeah. And so like seed money can pay for itself pretty damn fast.
Yeah.
Money Tree is more specific. Money Tree is, I am on a money plan and it's going pretty good. Grab the Money Tree. It will now go even better.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you're going for the $400 deck to get that unlocked, yeah, Seed Money's great.
The nothing does nothing. No downside.
No downside. It's perfectly good. Yeah. Blank is amazing, obviously. You know, you spend the $10 and you feel great about having done so. I gave $10.
Blank feels so bad when its brother doesn't show up. So yeah, all the rest of these, right? They're like, you get the thing and then an upgraded version of the thing. And then like the thing, a +1 discard. And then now it's +2 discard. So this one's blank because the second half of it is the best voucher in the game, bar none, not even close. Nothing is even near it, which is +1 Joker slot. +1 Joker slot is just like,
it's really fucking good. And also, this is why I actually, in late game, I will absolutely prioritize doing the skip for putting a voucher in the shop. Yeah. Like, I will try to force antimatter to show up if I can.
If I am like at any kind of monetary advantage, yeah, same thing. The double voucher is crazy good if you have the money for it. Oh yeah, no, antimatter is way better than getting negative on a Joker, because when you have a negative on a Joker, that means you are stuck with that Joker specifically. So if it's something really good you need that you're never planning on getting rid of, great. It's the same as if you had antimatter. If it's not though, it's like something you're like, I could use something else, or maybe something else would be better. This is just one of your Jokers is negative at all times, and you can switch which one it is. Which would be insane. You would take that as a perk every single time. If you can make one of your Jokers negative and you can switch which one it is, that would be nuts. That's what antimatter does. It's easy to read it as just like +1 Joker slot and be like, yeah, whatever, I go from 5 to 6. But that's not how Jokers scale. It's not how Jokers scale. And also the whole thing of like, you kind of want to have like 1 plus multiplier, 1 chip, and at least 1 multiplier. And then you have 2 slots either for like additional multiplier, or utility. And that's kind of your idealized 5 build. If you have 6, now you just get to have a flex slot for what the fuck ever, which is great. It means you can get either an additional utility, an additional multiplier. There's all sorts of shit. Yeah. If you buy blank, it doesn't show up anymore.
Yeah. Just like all the vouchers.
Just like all the vouchers.
Like that's how all the vouchers work.
Also, on a weird edge case, which is being pointed out, yeah, if you somehow do get a run that goes long enough to buy every voucher, it spawns nothing but blanks from then on out.
Neat. Oh, so actually, it's the only one that doesn't count then.
Oh, yeah. Does it show how many blanks you buy? It has it somewhere. The big thing is you do have to buy it 10 times to unlock antimatter. So if you've been avoiding buying blanks during your runs because it does nothing, first of all, understandable. Second of all, welcome to video games. We lie about things doing nothing all the time. It's like one of our favorite things to lie about.
Anything.
This wooden sword, it'd never be as good as a regular sword. Wait, hold on. So magic trick is very niche, but when you have the niche for magic trick, holy shit, is it funny? I haven't bought
Hologram is great with it.
Yeah, so
I have not unlocked the other one actually. I just don't buy cards from the shop very much.
So this was literally because of a hologram run I had where I bought 26 cards in one run.
Yeah, the upgrade, by the way, is that the cards in the shop can be pre-upgraded.
Yep.
Which I feel like that's weak for a second voucher. I feel like that should actually be the baseline, and there should be some other different thing, like how,
because
Constellation and the Orb one does.
I think what it should be is the baseline one is just playing cards can appear in the shop, period, including like the foil and seal and all that stuff at the same rates as they appear in other packs. And then the upgrade should be times 4
It's
more
way more
likely
common.
to be upgraded. Because
I agree
it's
with
like,
that.
then immediately this goes from being like a super turbo niche pick to like, damn, maybe I just get magic trick and I hope I roll a bunch of like seals and shit. To you can just take magic trick and then the other one is crazy, as opposed to right now where it's like, okay, I have a magic trick plan going, and then you're like, okay, I mean, I'll take that because it's strictly better, but definitely a little boring. That's the problem. Robust laser, exactly, is most of the time the magic trick is like, in the same way we were talking about showman being downside, magic trick is also that similar kind of downside. Just in that a lot of times it'll start making slots that you wanted to have Arcana, Tarot, Jokers, etc. in are now being replaced by a random unupgraded 2 of diamonds.
Better have Wii Joker.
Yeah, better if we Joker. So yeah, that's the problem with Magic Trick. I think Magic Trick, a lot of times, if you don't have a plan for Magic Trick going already, Magic Trick is a downside. You won't know if you have a plan for Magic Trick going until probably about ante 4 or farther. So the chances of you getting Magic Trick, buying it and being happy about it, and then seeing the second part and also taking it just feels really low. That's kind of the problem with a lot of vouchers, is the part 2s feel like they're not going to happen a lot, but extremely with this one, I think. Curse of Ra. Curse of Ra. Curse of Ra. Curse of Ra.
This is the most fun voucher, fundamentally. This is the one that I like seeing the most, and I like playing it.
Curse of Ra is a lot like Scheherazade in that it lets me play more BALATRO. It's a card I play that says play more BALATRO, and I fucking love that. The real thing about Curse of Ra and why Curse of Ra is so good is going back in ante lets you get 3 more rounds of development of power in your deck, and that is always crazy because the difference between a deck that clears ante 3 and ante 2 is massive. It's not like a little linear step, no, it's like an exponential curve. And the thing is, with Curse of Ra, you are now doing this part of the exponential curve, getting to here, and then taking it back here where you only need to do this. So you just super freebie win, which means you get to build your deck even stronger. So Curse of Ra ends up being pretty fucking good, almost always. Also, you can go into ante-0, which is very funny because then the hands expect
50,
you to get like
100,
50.
200.
Yeah, just like get 50 points, okay? The other thing about Hieroglyph is already insanely good. It's already incredible. The back 1 ante is insane. -1 hand per round is a very high cost though. So it's like, there are flaws from it. Hieroglyph can cause you problems. Now, that being said, the sequel to Hieroglyph, Curse of Cave, is nuts. Curse of Cave is crazy. All that upside we just talked about with Curse of Ra, except the downside is way less bad. Given Blue Sakon, this does become notably worse because going from 2 discards to 1 discards is so much worse than going from 3 to 2. It's crazy.
Yep.
But that being said, for most of the time you're playing BALATRO, when you're playing from, not Blue Stake on, Petroglyph is one of the best vouchers in the entire game. Part of the
if
reason,
you're doing this pair, things are probably going to go well enough that you will find the vouchers to give you back the hand size and the discard and more.
Yeah, because they will put 2 more vouchers in the circulation.
Yeah,
because
another
you're going
ante
to 2
means
more
another
shops.
boss, which means another voucher. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of times you can hieroglyph, and then lose 1 hand size, and then it spawned in a grabber. Congratulations! Now it was all upside. Hieroglyph was just good, and petroglyph even more so. These are both nuts. Yeah, I would say overall, antimatter is absolutely number 1 voucher. Nothing else is even close. Petroglyph is probably number 2. An extra ante is just insane because this game's growth curve isn't linear, it's exponential. So jumping you back a step and letting you continue your exponential growth further back on the graph means like you're just even further running away from the curve.
Also, to explain, no, it's not possible to get to ante -1. There's no situation where you can actually finagle getting an additional voucher into the shop without it also being the point where you are at the boss and therefore moved on to the next ante.
Yeah.
So ante 0 is where you go.
Because if you buy it at Big Blind, it takes you to ante 0, and then there is not another voucher in the shop. So yeah, 0 is the most. The other thing too is it's a lot of money. Yeah, petroglyph, getting it to go off, like another run through is an insane amount of money as well. Yeah, the 10 you pay for it is easily going to be made up by you get to play 3 more hands where you will make much more than $10. And no, -1 is just not possible. Retcon is like solid.
So this is extremely good in specifically after ante 8.
Yeah,
is fundamentally how it works out. Before then, it is pretty marginal. It's not that important.
If you have a deck
the bosses
that is explicitly blown up by one specific thing, then it can be okay. But like, I don't want to live my life like a fucking coward.
Yeah, it's not. It will save your life once, maybe in pre-ante 8. It will save your life frequently beyond then. But if you're just trying to win, then it's not particularly necessary.
I was going to say, before ante 8, honestly, I think spending that $10 on this instead of something else is more likely to lose you the game than Director's Cut is to have won it. Yeah, Director's Cut is just like... The thing is, I even on decks that quote-unquote don't have counterplay, because that's the whole thing, right? Everybody's like, well, what about the boss that counters your deck? I run into that all the time, and the answer is, even if it quote-unquote counters your deck, chances are your deck is so strong it just bowls over it anyway. That's the biggest problem with it, is like, I've had the one we talk about a lot is the one that's like, oh, all your cards are debuffed until you sell a Joker. Fucking jack off motion. I don't care. I just play with debuffed cards and win anyway, because debuffing your cards isn't that big of a deal. That's the biggest problem, is like, I think the theoretical window for I have a deck that is good enough to win, except not against this specific boss, is a way smaller window than people think. I think it's way, way smaller. Because like, most of the time the bosses will either just totally blow you out and it doesn't matter what you would have done, or like, no, or like you'll blow them out and it doesn't matter what they do, or like you weren't going to get past them anyway. The only real exceptions to that are like, sometimes the water is like particularly devastating. Sometimes the needle can be really, really bad on like ante 7 or 8. It's just so specific. Like, and even then, needle's way less bad than people pretend usually too, because unless your deck explicitly demands you play the same hand multiple times, like if you are relying on card sharp, if you can only get, you know, half of the value you need from one hand and you need card sharp to get the rest of it, then needle can be bad. But again, it's one of those things of like, Director's Cut requires you to make statement after statement after statement after statement of like, it can be good here if this happens, but also you don't have this, but then it's good here, but also you don't have this, also you don't have access to this thing, but also here and this, that, the other. It's like so many layers for the main game, as opposed to you have +1 hand size and it's good.
Well, yeah, the other thing about it, of course, is what is the sometimes the opportunity cost of picking up Director's Cut is nothing. Like, oh yeah, it's the voucher that's in the shop at the moment. I have way more than $10.
Yeah,
Just
for sure.
grab it sometimes.
And that's the same for all the vouchers. If we're talking about in that case, the only voucher you wouldn't take is Curse of Ra if it's extremely bad for you, or Magic Trick. But almost all the rest of them are just pure upside. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Director's Cut. If you're going for a post game run, then yeah, immediately Director's Cut retcon become much higher, because in the post game, you do have to pay a lot more attention to bosses, because if a boss debuffs all of your glass cards, you've just lost.
Yeah. In those cases, it's those actually do directly hard counter sometimes, and you need to be able to move around that sometimes.
Or even, like even in the thing of it saves you from the ox, it's like you paid $20 to save some dollar. Again, it just takes so much crafting. But in the post game, it is very good. Just like if you do skip over Director's Cut a lot, don't feel too bad. The chances of you getting blown out by a boss, as somebody who's played this game too fucking much already, it's really low. It's really low. Bosses you blowing you out in the main game is way less likely than you think. It's easy to really focus on the one or two times that like Needle or Water or whatever blew you, or the Eye or something blew you out, but like it's way less common than you realize. That being said, goddamn, does console need to destroy the arm? I really hope I hope they patch the arm on Switch. Yeah, that is easily the most annoying thing.
They can't put out the patch on Switch yet because they're getting hit with these.
They got hit with the Sunshine Shuffle shit, right? Yeah. I forgot. Oh.
That's the reason why they haven't patched that yet, because they can't. They're not allowed.
Stupid. So for those of you who don't know, Balatro is getting hit by the same thing that happened to Xavier Nelson's game, fucking Sunshine Shuffle, which is there are cards from a card deck in them, and theoretically you make hands that are somewhat related to poker. Therefore, this game is teaching children how to gamble, and we need to ban it in every So they're doing that again for Balatro, where even though, as I've said a bunch of times, this game has almost nothing to do with poker and even less to do with gambling. They're doing the
It's a game that's easier to learn if you do know how to play poker. It does not teach you how to play poker.
It doesn't teach you how to play poker. So it's being hard blocked on all of that. So they're not going to patch any of the console stuff until that gets hit. It's rough. It's real dumb. And the Balatro devs didn't even make a bunch of vines where they jokingly said, and this game doesn't teach children how to gamble. Which,
for what it's worth, it was a little bit his fault, because he did do that a lot and it was very funny. But but I'm just saying, they did start to get used in actual like ESRB stuff.
The Balatro devs did not do that. Xalavier did.
Yes.
Which is maybe the funniest case of goofing too close to the sun I've ever seen. Is made a bunch of jokes about how my game doesn't teach children how to gamble. Oops, still can't sell my game in South Korea.
Yeah, it's on. It will probably get resolved eventually, because it did for him, and this is even more of a case of it doesn't teach you how to gamble.
Yeah. That one you were at least playing poker. This one you're not even playing poker yet.
The thing about this is this doesn't teach you how to gamble. The only thing it does is teach you how to learn how odds work. But that's not learning how to gamble.
Yeah.
Estimating
redraws will actually make you better at Magic before poker.
Yes.
Like what? Hey, Doc, where would you say is the most valuable place for knowing how likely it is you're going to draw 4 copies of a card out of, I don't know, a roughly 50 card deck? Because it's not poker.
Yeah, the vast majority of the work in poker is, the bluffing aspect of it, because fundamentally it is an extremely random game. There's very little that you can actually influence on that front. It's Magic the Gathering, easily 100%.
100%. How long until Magic the Gathering gets accused of teaching people to gamble? Roughly when it was first printed in the 80s.
Yeah, 99. It was 93. It was first out in 93.
Okay, I couldn't remember when the test cards were, because the initial runs of cards, and some of the first sets even have this, but the test cards in particular had a lot more mentions to it, is something called ante. Which what ante was before you played a game of Magic the Gathering, you would take a certain number of cards from the top of your deck.
Top card of your deck.
And put it to the side. And then you would play the game of Magic, and whoever won at the end got both of those cards, which is like a fun, cute idea until the cards actually have a measurable market value and you have a card that's worth $70, and all of a sudden that means you're now playing for $70, which means the game is now gambling, which means it now needs to be regulated, means, oh god, every anti-card is banned. And that's the story about how Ante existed in the game of Magic the Gathering and then very quickly stopped existing in the game of Magic the Gathering. Yeah.
Ante cards only, I think, God, like the second expansion of the game of Magic stopped having Ante being a thing at all.
Yep.
And that's really early on.
Really early, because, yeah, Magic has been going since, like early 90s, and it's at, like, the 2024s. Yeah, like 30 years.
Yeah, it celebrated its 30-year anniversary last year.
How many sets
in a
of
really
Magic are
stupid
there?
way, if you don't remember.
Oh my god!
With the fucking
the Pinkerton incident,
the $1,000 booster packs of fucking proxies
of cards you can't play legally in tournament. God.
Yeah.
WotC, baby. Okay.
WotC is a land of contrasts.
Paintbrush and palette are just incredible. If your deck is missing consistency in any way, shape, or form, Paintbrush and palette are great ways to get it. One more extra card draw is pretty bananas in general, and two is crazy. If you were having trouble making your straight, but just a little bit of trouble, and you get a Paintbrush, you are now no longer having trouble making your straight.
When you have both of those and you're playing the checkered deck, it is impossible to not form a flush. I think actually you only need one of those to make it you only need one of those to make it impossible to not form a flush.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
that's BALATRO.
Yeah, it's BALATRO. Hey everybody, thanks for hanging out. I know I originally said 12 hours, and then I said we'll probably do it in 2 shifts of days because there's no way I'm going to be making good decisions by the end of 12 hours of BALATRO. I think we're going to end on me doing about 11 hours, despite having started a few hours later, and I'll just throw an hour of BALATRO on, I don't know, anything? Anything else, I guess?
Yeah. Something. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late. It's like 2 a.m. or whatever. So thank you so much for hanging out for World Series of Poker Day. I appreciate you at home. Thank you everybody for the raids today. Super appreciated. And definitely drop a follow for Doc and Loon. Let me go ahead and before I've shout out Doc a bunch of times already today, and definitely make sure.
Yeah, shout out Loon.
Yeah, I was gonna say MDCT with no underscores, and Loon shout out has already happened. But follow Loon. Loon's very funny and does a lot of streams of things that you do not expect to see streams of on Twitch. I'll be back tomorrow with a bunch of Garfield. Okay, great. I'm gonna get a raid revved up. Thank you so much for being here for way too much time. I'll catch you later when I can make decisions again. Have a great night, everyone.
Sounds like a plan.
Peace.